my mind. I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under beach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whispered doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. When I'm taking it home, I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone, stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
You know I'm a bad little mama. I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are filled
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the raps. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts be move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all lean up, cooking a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love on my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, I rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
What you finna do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 X and how much be that poofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, Hennessy is my new lean. We no longer up next, on top like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing.
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Chiqui, escucha loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco, puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto, todo lo que tengo lo comparto, y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto, vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala, si la
see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever whole, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again. I know
anybody else going to forget?
Good afternoon and welcome to ESL 1 Germany, powered by Intel. And we are getting ever so close to being able to crown a champion. It's just a couple of days away and then we know the #1 in Europe right now. We only have 4 teams remaining and you're going to see them play all 4 today. We have got fantastic series. We have an upper bracket finals and we also have a lower bracket final. So by the end of the day, there will be 3 teams remaining. Let's find out which one of those teams is going to be eliminated and get started with the day. Mercedes-Benz pre-show is here to talk about today's games, but first we need to talk about yesterday's games because they were something. We're 2-0s. I'm here with Sind and Cal. Both were 2-0 series. And you know, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're like, you know what? Easy games. But first, I want to talk about Secret Alliance because those were not easy games that we thought we were going to see from Secret. They had to work hard for that, Sind.
Yeah, they lost to mudgolems the day before, and we were like, okay, we still think they're going to be stronger than Alliance. They're going to learn from their mistakes, and I think our conclusion overall is just that the gap is closing a little bit in the Europe scene, where more teams are closer to Secret. They've kind of just been beating everybody consistently for like half a year. Now we're at a point where on any given day, it seems like there's multiple teams that can bring it to Secret. Alliance, they didn't get there fully, but the games were looking in reach, both of them, for a long time.
Yeah, because they haven't just been beating everybody for the last 6 months. They've been smashing. Like, they just make teams look a tier below them. But to Sin's point, I think there were at least like 3 or 4 squads that have appeared at least on the same level for now. Certainly not an upper bracket I think anyone would have predicted. But I think Secret still, even in the lower bracket, even against a squad like Liquid, are still probably the favorites to win the tournament just based on track record.
Yeah. Yes, that is definitely the case. I mean, they have won the last like 6-7 tournaments, 3-0, all clean sweeps, and they have been in the lower bracket before. In the upper bracket today, we also have, we have a fantastic match with 2 teams, mudgolems and Na'Vi later today. But I also still want to touch on yesterday. Team Liquid versus Viking. I'm sure a lot of people remember that game, and if you didn't, I mean, there's a lot of clips out there of the last like 5-ish minutes, or the last minute, you know, whatever is your fancy. It was a crazy ending to a game that started out kind of mundane.
Yeah, game number 1 looked very easy for Liquid, and then in game number 2 it was like, okay, we're on the same path. Viking are just not showing up in this tournament. Their first series was not great, and then in the second one against Liquid, it didn't look like they were getting much better from the loss from the day before. But suddenly in that game, Liquid I think being fair, just messed up a little lot.
Little bit.
And it became really exciting. I think the game was like 65 minutes full of, there were tier 5 items and everything, unless I'm mistaken. Did we actually get to tier 5 items?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Actually, never mind. I think I jumped the gun there. I don't think we got that far.
So 2 rapiers. We were not sure about the tier 5 items, but
I don't think it was that long, but it was like 50 something.
Yeah.
You could hear Insania yesterday. He was a little incredulous even in the interview because that was just such a wild game.
I'm not imagining things.
Yeah, I think we just, well, it was interesting though because I don't think people were using them. Like you had spider legs on Sven, but you were talking about that item as potentially just being the best for the hero regardless of tier. But Liquid almost kind of wanted to play with a handicap of sorts. Like, you know what? We won a few strokes ahead. Let's take like a +3, +4 and just try and make it a little more challenging for ourselves. And I think we'll get the finish pretty soon. This was the wildest part of the game because if Sven dies here, I think the whole game can turn on its head. Instead, Insania shows up like just in time.
He actually,
to get the save.
I think he gets off the false promise more or less on the same server tick as that soul rip hits.
Yeah.
We're talking a 1/10 of a second and the Sven is dead there, so that's super clutch in the moment that he gets in range, gets it off, and then this relocate play to end the game. Classic late game IO. This hero, it's I was joking about this with you in the car yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, thankfully, Io, who's really good for the early sustaining laning and the early team fights and keeping the team together and has the global relocate. Fortunately, at least in the late game, it is also the best hero at backdooring. So wonderful.
Great addition to the Dota 2 hero.
Yeah. It almost feels like based off that, we need to see a change in some way.
Again?
The backdoor mechanic. It's like, I just don't know. I think it was Furion in the past. Like you had to, you only could teleport to explored terrain. I want to say.
Correct.
Yeah, there was a time with that. Yeah.
So I would maybe see something similar with Wisp. I feel like
they had been at the tier 4s before, so that wouldn't have stopped this.
I don't know. Maybe we could just like put an impervious ring in the base, like no teleporting allowed. You know, put a jamming field out. Because I don't.
He teleported right outside, and he walked up because you know they did the tier 3 and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's since point like Wisp is just so good.
But how often do you see an ending like this?
Well, the thing is, you only ever see an ending like that if there's a Wisp.
True.
That's perhaps the issue. But it's also why it's a first pick hero throughout the entire history of Dota because. What are you supposed to do? Nothing else can do that.
I do think there's a point to be made about whether backdoor region is too weak or just backdoor protection in general. Like, I feel like this is not just a Wisp thing where, Wisp is like the best of the best at doing this kind of thing late game with relocate, but there's a lot of, now that the tempo of carries that we've talked about, like people get items so much faster, we see a lot more backdooring of buildings, I will say, that we did a couple of years ago. Then you can discuss whether that's good or bad, but it's definitely happening, right? Like heroes just get these rapiers earlier or get neutral items that help them take towers and buildings through backdoor protection.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I like it personally.
But I do know that there have been a lot of people yesterday that loved to see the ending. I know we keep talking about, join the conversation. Hashtag ESL1 and Boris and T-Box, they both thought that game was amazing, so they talked about that game. And actually, according to Abid, this was the best game of the tournament. The IO, I mean, there was a lot of mistakes. Yeah. I would say best, there's a little bit of a difference from what he thinks is best and what, best Dota, but definitely these mistakes made for entertaining Dota. Also, what we keep repeating is MVP vote. You can still vote. You know where to go. I don't have to explain that anymore. But what we do have is ESL Thailand. We had 4 different MVP votes because there were 4 different regions and 4 different MVP winners with 1 overall winning. And we have got the artwork from those winners. And Leeli's is actually also the one that won the car, but Jabs has his artwork made as well. We have Leo's style.
Don't drop that.
I know all about that. There, everybody has their use. Oh, Ags even for KP.
He's got a full kit.
I think I like KP's best.
I think I like the second one the best.
I like Jabs.
That's a sick E-blade. That looks really good.
And you can win these artworks in a raffle, by the way, so make sure to check that out. And you see the website that you have to go to on your screen.
I want to give a shout out to Lelis, by the way. Quincy Crew has been like they're dominating NA right now. It does help that EG kind of disappeared from the region, but Lelis, the addition of him has just changed that squad. He is so good, and I'm glad he's found a squad he can shine on.
Yeah, and he already got a car. That's great too. And we also have still got people in contention for a car this time around. These are their votes, by the way, that are happening right now. As you can see, Miracle, the one who is on top, he's no longer in the competition, guys. I do want to point that out. Normally, an MVP comes from the winning team of the tournament.
Not every time.
Not every
Not
time.
necessarily every time.
But close.
That's a discussion that people love to have about the whole MVP thing. Some people think you can't be the most valuable player unless your team wins the tournament. I disagree with that. Like, you could be the most valuable player relative to how far your team got or to the tournament itself. But mostly the MVP will be on the winning team. Right?
I think it, at the very least, as a minimum, has to be a player in the finals. And it has to be if you're going to lose the finals and win MVP, it's got to be a performance for the ages. Like, Simple in Counter-Strike's probably the best example of this, because this team will lose and it'll have the best rating by like 30% over an opponent. That you can maybe make an argument.
But you can also, like, that is a more, I don't want to say more simpler way to look at, no, not because of his nickname. It's because of the scores. It's like, it's very easy to see, hey, this guy shot that guy. He did great. He shot every guy. Okay, he did great. In Dota, it's like, well, you know what? Insania died bottom is not good. He doesn't deserve the MVP. But by dying, he might have done something amazing.
It's I think building a Dota team is a lot like trying to build a band. You don't know why it works. It's just you make better music. You make bad music. Like, you know, there's people who say Ringo was the reason the Beatles succeeded. You know, even though it might be contrary to popular opinion. They used him. They needed Ringo. You know, every single member was equally important. It's tough to know, like, who is truly irreplaceable.
Yes, it is very tough to know. I mean, I like the analogy. It's good. Normally you go for the artwork one, which I like better, I think, than the music one.
Five Guys, no.
No? All right, guys. We are going to get ready for our first series of the day. We're going to take a quick break, but we won't leave you empty-handed because we got a pro tip coming your way, and then we'll be back with Team Secret versus Liquid.
Are you ever trying to enjoy a nice, relaxing game of Dota 2? Then somebody spoils it by picking this guy, or this guy? Me too, basically every game because I play on US East. But fear not, because there is hope. There are currently 3 main ways that people deal with cheese picks and counter picks: laning differently, skilling differently, and itemizing differently. As for laning differently, consider the god-awful matchup of Ember Spirit versus Huskar. Something pros are currently experimenting with is playing the mid lane normally until the point where they feel they're strong enough to start cutting the wave, then they head to the enemy tier 3 and start killing the wave there, ditching the lane entirely. Alternatively, if the enemy supports start giving you a difficult time, then all you need to do is run the wave back to a safe place on your side of the lane. But sometimes cutting the lane is not necessary, and all you need to do to deal with a cheesy pick is to skill your hero differently. Consider the matchup of Ursa versus Timbersaw. Ursa can easily kill Timbersaw through his reactive armor, so it's traditionally considered a counter pick. However, if you skill Timbersaw in an untraditional way by going for points in the Timber Chain ability, then you can actually beat Ursa in lane due to the raw damage output and mobility. Of course, a similar approach works in regards to itemization. Consider the following matchup: Bloodseeker versus Death Prophet. This boils down to Dogman who kills fast-moving people versus very fast Ghost Lady. So if you're playing Death Prophet and eventually get sick of dying to Rupture, just pick up a Blade Mail. Then Bloodseeker is forced to kill himself or never rupture you again. Problem solved.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
back to me.
Since Team Secret's reign began, Team Secret and Team Liquid have faced 23 times, 23 games. Of those, 18 went to Team Secret. And now you might be thinking, oh, wow, that's very one-sided. Team Liquid is actually the only team that has been able to take 2 series off of Team Secret. They have won most games against Team Secret. And can they do it here? Can they be the first team to knock out Team Secret in a best-of-3 elimination match and be the first one? Like, would be the first tournament that has a different champion other than Team Secret, if Team Secret has been in it.
When's the last time they lost? When's the last time Secret got knocked out?
Knocked out was by Viking in ESL 1 LA.
That was in
March. That was basically the tournament that spiraled them to think, wait a second, we hate losing. And from that point onwards, you can blame their reign on Viking because they were the ones to knock them out.
Mm. And I will say I know they took a break after the Mad Moon event, and that wasn't them at their full strength. We've seen them at full strength over the summer, and this would definitely be an impressive win for the Liquid boys. This is the sort of series they need to start taking. They are...
Who's going to win, though? The Illuminati or Spider-Man?
This is the sort of series this team needs to start winning, because they're always in contention, but I don't think anyone looks at Liquid and is starting to say, oh, this team is winning tournaments. Like, no one believes that they can actually take a crown, and this would be a big statement for them, especially when you consider looking at the rest of the field. You'd probably favor whoever wins this series against both of the remaining teams in the upper bracket, whatever happened so far.
This is actually one of the things that I wanted to talk about, because Team Liquid and formerly Team Alliance, obviously, they've been together for a very long time, right? They have, under the Team Liquid flag, never won a tournament. Not a single first place. They've come second. They've been 3-0'd by Secret in the finals before. But it is very, it feels all these wins that they get are very hard fought. And at some point, I don't want to sound too harsh when saying this.
Say it.
Where is their ceiling, and have they already reached it? Because at the moment, when I look back across the career, rather, this specific squad, this specific 5 group of players, I think their peak was at TI9. That was when they played best. They mispicked a hero. Doesn't matter.
They finished last.
They still, but I still think that would be their best showing. They also finished last because they mispicked a hero. Come on.
I'm kind of in agreement. I actually think that might be relative to the world stage and the field of teams. That might have been when this iteration of Liquid were the strongest compared to the whole world.
He's on my side.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I actually think they looked really good at TI. It was a super unfortunate way things ended for them, and it's going to haunt Insania forever that did happen. But
they started in the lower bracket. They weren't a top 4 team in their group. They're a top 4 team in Europe.
Yeah, it's a little, the perspective is a little bit different when you're at TI and the whole world is playing together and you have the whole TI stage and everything is built up and you see all these teams playing against each other in the groups. It's a different story than this. Not to say that, in this tournament, I think they still look solid, but I don't get the same vibe. I don't know how to explain it really. I feel the same way as Shiver, that was their peak. I don't know if that's the ceiling though.
Exactly, but that's the question. When will they reach their ceiling? And I feel like what Kyle's saying is these are the series that they should start to win, or at least seem even.
I don't think they would have won this at TI. I think that they're getting better and better and closer to actually taking the series. I think a big issue they had in the past was an over-reliance on specific strategies, notably a lot of cheese. You don't see them leaning on the Broodmother as much, and I think that they've become more comfortable just kind of playing standard Liquid Dota. Just have a nice balanced draft, try to outplay your enemies. This was a really cool game from Mudgolems where Secret just kind of got worked. They were playing pretty damn well. I want to state for the record, Secret is not off their game. There's just, this fight specifically blew my mind, because you're like, okay, this is perfect. They're just sitting in this massive AoE. They are fighting inside the Midnight Pulse, something that I yelled at teammates for years never to do. You run away from it. Anybody who played World of Warcraft knows what I'm talking about. And they just didn't care and killed everybody.
Yep.
Although
they did have Wispa Undying, which I don't think that Na'Vi will give them based on the interview that we had before. Also, we're supposed to talk about Secret. Whoops.
Yeah, you're talking about the wrong team, but sure, continue.
I'm sorry, I'm excited about Mudgolems.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I do want to think of that Team Secret. From what we saw yesterday as well, they did struggle a little bit more than what we normally see them do. But not necessarily because they played worse, but maybe the rest of the teams caught up. We have, however, seen this matchup before. Team Liquid lost 0-2 in the groups to Team Secret, and I don't believe it was close whatsoever. We also heard Insania say that if you want to be Team Secret, you need to be a little bit crazy. And from what we saw yesterday, Liquid's got that down.
I don't know if that's the right kind of crazy, though.
True.
I think if they're crazy like that, that's what's going to lose them the game. I think it needs to be good kind of crazy. But I like his thought process of, we're going into the series, they know they're the underdog, they know they're up against a formidable team probably. So what I just hope to see, you were saying Liquid are starting to do better and better, like, I don't know if you want to call it basic Liquid things where they play more standard lineups. I kind of hope they bring out a little bit of cheese for this matchup. I actually think that's going to help them if they get, it doesn't need to be like a last pick Brood or whatever, but maybe just throw a curveball with a different type of carry, or maybe have Boxy on some different offlaner that he can pop off on that isn't, like the Slardar yesterday, for example, which is kind of off meta for a lot of teams. That's the kind of hero that could win a game here.
I just like it because it gives you way easier options. I think Secret almost always, like the reason it's so tough to beat them is because they'll like lose a hero here and there, but they're not giving you any sort of strategic momentum. You're not taking an objective off that. You're not getting Roche. Whereas Slardar gives you the option, any smoke move past 15 minutes can immediately translate into a kill in the pit. And I love the way they play Willow Slardar. That's the kind of combination I want to see Taiga and Box utilize, because to me, they are the barometer for how Liquid is doing. And if they have high impact, the team is a much better shot at winning the game.
Yeah, I think everybody definitely thinks Team Liquid has a shot here to take down Team Secret, but when we did our predictions for the series earlier, it was anonymous.
It wasn't us. It weren't us.
It was anonymous. Oh, everybody went for Team Secret, because how can you go against, like, we're talking Team Liquid up, but how can you go against a squad that has had only top 1 finishes throughout the entire online season ever since ESL won LA? Like, they haven't dropped a beat. They dropped 6 series total, 2 of them, but to Liquid, but
I mean, the stats are one thing, but it's also when you lose, how do you look, right? Like, I would have way less confidence in them if they got absolutely stomped by mudgolems, you know, like, or if the other games that they played poorly, but just barely scraped through. It didn't really, like, the Mudgolem series was really close and it was super high skill Dota. Yesterday against Alliance were competitive, but you never really had the feeling, okay, Secret are going to lose this game, right? They looked in control for the most part, so.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen, because we are very close to getting this best of 3 started. We'll be right back after the break with Team Secret versus Liquid.
But we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said.
Will we see IOs? Will we see a Taiga's Willow? Will we see Cheese? What will we see here in this first game of the day? Team Liquid will take on Team Secret. Winner moves forward and make sure that they get a top 3 finish. Loser gets left behind in 4th place. Definitely a result that both teams are not willing to accept for truth. I'm here with Sinren and Kyle, and we are about ready to get this game started. So I kind of want to continue on with the Cheese conversation, because I personally think that for Team Liquid, the best thing is to not go for Cheese, because shouldn't they want to be able to win with like just their style?
We talked about this yesterday. I think the concern I have is Liquid's style a lot of the time might be a little bit too slow for what we want to see against Secret. I think what mudgolems did so well was that they tailored these lineups that were pretty explosive in the early mid-game, and Liquid has this tendency of not necessarily popping off as much in the mid-game as you would like against Team Secret. So I'm a little bit worried about their just matchup in terms of pacing.
I wanted to have control of a win condition more than anything else. Like something that just sort of has options to fight early, but also doesn't let, like that. I want them to run out of gas. Picking stuns is something Liquid occasionally forgets. I joke about this with Insanity a lot, because like, back in the day, we were playing Han like 8-9 years ago. There'd be memes we'd make like, you know, just pick stuns. Don't not pick stuns, because if you have stuns, you can kill enemies. Part of the reason I like Boxy on Slardar so much, because one, he becomes beast tanky when you get the Ags. You always have kill threat, and you can take Roche. In addition, you're never going to run out of damage. So it doesn't matter. You've got this massive hero pool on Mikke and Koifa. They all are going to work well with the Slardar. Damage amp is just such a cool mechanic right now. I want to make sure Liquid has some. Venge is another hero I expect to see contested, along with the Rubik Enigma relationship. Both these teams love Rubik. Would be shocked if it made it through first phase.
This is a funny thing to see, by the way, in this matchup. The first ban from Team Secret. Secret banning Lone Druid. How often do you see that, right? This is a hero that other teams are banning against Secret, because Matu is an incredible Lone Druid player, and Nisha actually plays it well as well. And I was wondering if this was going to happen. I was actually going to say maybe they will ban Slardar first phase, because they might have a free ban left over. Reason Secret are banning the Lone Druid, I think it might be Liquid's #1 comfort strategy is having Koik on that hero. He's incredible on Lone Druid.
This is
probably the best.
This is how you use opening bans. Take away heroes that limit what your enemy's options are. Take away their win conditions. Slardar, as we just went over, like that's why it's a win condition for Liquid. In addition, the Lone Druid is arguably, it is their best. Like I've talked, Blitz is like the one thing he's comfortable with his friends sharing on panels. Like, yeah, if you leave Lone Druid, we'll pick Lone Druid. Koifa will literally beat anyone in any matchup with Lone Druid mid. It's just how it goes.
They've been very open about that, and they have also proven that they can win with that.
He's incredible on the hero. I don't like to say that there's one best player on a hero in general, because I feel like, you know, Dota isn't really binary like that. You're not like, it's hard to quantify that it's the best, right? Because sometimes you're really good at something, and then if it's that kind of game, you're going to be incredible, and then it's a different style of game. So I think, for example, Matumba Man, the way he plays Lone Druid is slightly different from Koikva. It's a little bit more aggressive and a little less farm-centric. So they're both like incredible in their own rights, but it's just in terms of what it brings to the team, it just feels like such a high-value ban against Liquid that you can't disagree with it.
With this Wisp getting first picked, do you think anyone's ever going to pick AA? Because I have not seen the hero, and I just feel like it's so strong and removes the broken part of Wisp that we've been talking about with this tether into immediate mech. It's like 1,000 plus healing. You could just stop that.
It counters one aspect of the hero, right? That's the thing.
Sure.
But if that's the key aspect in the game, then I can see it being good. So maybe if you can somehow pick the AA late, if you see, okay, this is an IO together with a region hero, like IO DP or IO Alchemist or whatever it could be, where both heroes really depend on that region to function, I think it could be cool. But the thing AA doesn't counter, it doesn't counter relocate, and it doesn't really counter the laning stage either. So like if you have AA laning against IO, for example, AA hates it because you can't harass them out. So.
And do you really want to save the AA or / support pick for 4th, 5th?
See, now it has added value for me.
Yeah.
Because now the carry is also a regen-based hero. So I could see it being a possibility here. I don't think they're going to grab it. They're going to grab the Enigma for Taiga, probably.
Yeah. This is one of my top 3 heroes against Wisp. Pure damage, massive AoE lockdown. You want team fight against the Wisp lineup. And in addition, you provide early game push. Wisp is weaker early on. If you can get tempo going, you have some HOD or mech push before 10 minutes, especially at the 10-minute catapult wave. Wisp doesn't really have much, especially with the Lifestealer as the partner. In addition to hard counter to Lifestealer. You just cancel.
It's really good against Lifestealer for sure. And the Void Spirit, I think this is the first time we see this picked since we've got here. I think it's been banned sometimes, but not too much. I think this hero is also great against IO.
Yep.
It's a hero I've enjoyed playing myself quite a lot lately, and I find when you're playing against these heroes that are really positioning dependent, like that want to stand in the backline to cast spells, like IO or support Lina or whatever, being Void Spirit, you just get in. Like you have this instant jump, huge burst, you have control. It's really solid. You're a natural Euls purchaser, can deal with the relocate threat and everything. So.
And it's a flex pick for Team Liquid.
It is, absolutely. And it fits the bill for what we want to see, right? I think this is a hero that takes initiative in the game and takes command, and you want to have either, whether this is Boxy, it's probably going to be Miko or Korfa more likely playing the Void Spirit. Just want them to do something in the game and play aggressive with it. So, let's go.
Let's go. We got Faces Void, made it through to the 2nd ban phase this time. I believe that's our most banned hero of the tournament so far. And the Silencer to make sure that there's no global silence to counter the Enigma. We don't see that banned very often.
Gotta get rid of the Rubik too, I would think, in this spot. And keep in mind that Secret always could run the Wisp core. I haven't really seen that nearly as often, but I know it's something they're capable of. It's just with the Lifestealer you expect maybe to be part of, but I don't.
If they run a core, it's Nisha, right?
They've done it
mid. They have done it before, yeah.
And we saw DP used yesterday by in our 2nd series against a Lifestealer and just absolutely dumpstered him. I think the silence that we talked about yesterday is just super underrated. Be curious to see if Liquid addressed the Rubik, because I just don't think you can leave it in playing.
If you ban out Silencer, surely Rubik would be one of them. If you want to give Taiga a free-ish game on the Enigma. They go for the Beastmaster first, though. Getting some, deny Team Secret some vision.
I think sometimes you can justify giving Rubik away when you have Enigma if you're building the strategy around the fact that the spell steal is in the game. Like, Enigma has other things to bring to the table than just Black Hole. Yeah. If it's the kind of game... I mean, also Fate Bolt is kind of annoying against the Eidolon push, so it's not like it's just that one aspect of it. But if you set up for more of like a ball strategy where you want the Enigma to be the key part and there's another threat to your strategy that's worse to face than Rubik, say, if you imagine you had like a huge summoning strat, maybe sometimes it would be worth banning Shaker over Rubik, just as an example.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I thought they might take out Morpheer. It's a Mickey special, and in addition, it's just such great synergy here. It's another excellent matchup against the Lifestealer, arguably 2nd best next to the Void, and you just shotgun kill the Wisp. And we saw that yesterday as well, where the Wisp just kept getting jumped on, and there's just nothing Viking can do. They first picked the hero, but he's dying at the onset of every single engagement. Just no impact.
So what carries do we see for Liquid now? So Void is out, Morph is out. What has Mika played recently? So a classic counter to Lifesteal is Razor, but the hero's just not very good right now. Like,
I'm not a believer anymore.
People are not playing Razor very much. Drow can work. We've seen that. That's also banned.
We saw him play Spectre. We saw him play Sven. Sven was obviously when he had an IO to pair up with, though.
Yeah.
All the best cores nowadays have some form of like built-in exponential scaling. Like Sven is an example. You just pop an ult and suddenly you're dealing percent-based bonus damage. Or they have some sort of massive team fight or burst potential or high reach, like Spectre. You know, it's just... There's a lot of mechanics the hero has that are just kind of nuts. Razor's just
there.
You have a drums. Okay, I'm a BKB. Like, I can link this guy. God forbid you don't get the link off. Your hero's not real anymore. It's just suboptimal. They get rid of the Zeus. We've seen this hero coming up in prominence, going from the final ban phase, moving up into the 2nd ban phase. I think it's one of those niche heroes where you have to pick it late in 2nd phase or overall last pick for it to be effective. But yeah, if you're going to go Oracle, Liquid learned their lesson yesterday. They won the game, but it was against Mega Creeps, and the Zeus was a big part of the reason they were behind.
Zeus, yeah, there was definitely
there is the
something.
Rubik.
So the Rubik picked.
Yep. I can't say it's too surprising. It's we've talked about it at length here, why it is good and what it does against Enigma strategies. Liquid kind of must have expected this against Secret. It's Yapzor. He loves playing the hero. You know what it does against the Enigma. So they have willingly given this away over Zeus, for example. So it just makes me wonder, okay, if they're banning this Zeus over the Rubik, what are they seeing here that Zeus would be a problem? Is it the global pressure with that plus relocate? Is it because it's good against the carry or the lane matchup?
I think it's more because they snap picked that PA, and I got to assume they're comfortable playing against these two squishy backline supports because you're now going to have a Void Spirit and a PA core just going in. Rubik of Yapzor, like he wants to go for this greedy build, you know, a Aether Lens, a Blink. If he gets jumped on by these heroes, he will explode. And right now, there's really no save on the side of Secret, so they pick up a defensive frontliner to keep these supports safely positioned in the back. But into the Enigma can be a little tough, but the PA's damage output's going to suffer.
Yeah, they're gonna definitely a tanky hero. They're coming out for, I want to say most likely Nisha, but we never know for sure if Zai might play it instead.
That's one of the things about this Dragon Knight. I think all three of their cores actually play it. We're going to assume that the lifesteal will be played by Matu, so it's going to be in either mid or the off lane, most likely. A hero I saw potentially here for Secret was actually the Storm, which I think could have had a lot of value. It's really good against Oracle. It's one of the heroes that can get in the backline Orchid you and kill you so you don't save anyone. I think it's good against Enigma. And against Void Spirit, not bad either with the Orchid once again. I wonder if Secret are a little bit too concerned with, what was it? Was it yesterday we saw this game? I think it was Viking that had the strategy with IO Storm, but Storm was their only catch. And then it's a hard commit catch where you go in, you use your mana, and if that doesn't win you a fight, you have very little control. Dragon Knight's way more reliable with low cooldown stun.
I think we'll see something like a Lina. I want a jack of all trades with some mixed damage because right now Secret's burst potential just doesn't really exist, and you're playing against an Oracle. So you're just not killing anything in a team fight at the moment, and you're really kind of outgunned by Liquid with the Enigma in the back. You also, I think, are threatened. I like the OD ban. I think the next one has to be Necrophos, because if you give Liquid just a Necro with an Oracle behind him, like you're never going to kill this hero. You're going to have a team fight advantage, and you're going to outscale when this PA gets that Battle Fury BKB Satanic online. I haven't seen any OD in this tournament, though. It must be something from scrims.
We have not seen any OD. We haven't even seen it banned until just now. Do you guys feel like Liquid with this lineup already will be able to set a tempo as what we talked about before the series? Like, is this enough?
I like it so
for them to take the lead.
It's slow though, right? Yeah. I like the opening with the Void Spirit, and I think Enigma can pressure if you play it in the right way. But then when you go back for Oracle PA, I think you've slowed yourself down a little bit now. And it doesn't. I'm not going to say that Liquid can't win a long game. Of course they can. It's something I would have loved to see a little bit more. Maybe is just. Maybe if the PA was a slightly faster carry or a little bit more tower damage. They still have a pick left though to try to put on the pressure. But if Enigma is your only tower taker and there's Fate Bolt, it's not. It's gonna take a while.
It's a pretty nasty. Are you talking for Secret or for Liquid?
Which one?
Who doesn't have tower push?
Liquid. They only have Enigma and.
Okay, I swore you said DK. I was so confused. I thought you intentionally tripped me up. Yeah, they ban out the Storm. I think Pugna for Liquid could make a lot of sense here. Just for whenever you have an Oracle, I think having some form of secondary save just makes the hero so much more valuable because you no longer really have just, we'll give the Oracle and that'll be our win condition. It just doesn't exist any longer. They get rid of the Timber Saw on the side of Secret, so we might see them go for yet another strength hero here. Although, and there's a Tiny. So they, do not have really any sustained damage at all. And to your point, Sind, the tower damage for Liquid might not be there, but Secrets really isn't either. You consider it's just the DK. And in theory, this is probably a Tiny mid and an offlane DK, which...
I would say the other way around.
I still really like the Necrophos.
Yeah, it's an insane Necro game. It
looks really, really, really good here. And at this point, like we can, as much as we want Liquid to play tempo, if Secret's lineup doesn't outscale them, which I don't think it would if there's a Necrophos. Necro PA with the save of Oracle and Enigma, you've got that late game insurance. You've got it covered. There's no real hard counter to Enigma in this game. So I could definitely see Necro having 3 good lane matchups, being able to sustain the game, build up, get these big items to stay alive in fights, and that will defend their towers and in turn give PA a great game. So I would love that hero here.
You need something that does percent base damage. I could see, it's a little nuts, but Bristleback underrated and really good synergy, but it's that same concept. You need something that thrives in long engagements. Secret's weakness right now is a lack of sustained DPS. If you have something beefy that can just walk in, stay alive, make it easy for the Oracle, Enigma, and Void to kind of play the outskirts of the fight. PA is the same deal. These heroes want to dive in, kill a support, and then kind of back off a little bit. None of these heroes just want to dive headlong into the melee.
You do make Silver Edge a pretty good item, though, if you go for Bristleback, right? Then you have...
Very true.
Then both Bristle and PA really don't want to get broken.
Huskar.
Okay.
Bit of that cheese, eh?
Yeah, there you go.
Oracle Huskar.
It's the same hero concept.
The logic is pretty similar to Necro in the sense that the lane matchups here are good no matter who he's facing. It's a hero that plays well around the Oracle save. And I think his scalability here will actually... You know, late game Huskar used to be pretty terrible, but with the talents that he has now and with the Oracle in the back, this is the kind of game that Huskar can actually carry.
Yeah. So. I actually like it a lot. Here, I like it more than the Bristle, and it's different. The Necrophos, as you said, it's so slow. Huskar allows you to actually play with pace, and now you already had the Void and PA who want to dive in. Now there's a Huskar to lead the way and actually just effectively just carve a path. I mean, middle linebacker charging forward. I love this pick. I really like what Liquid's got on paper.
Yep.
You guys both think that they will take the first game based on the draft?
If I were to pick by the draft only, I think Liquid is favored here. I like the draft more, yeah.
Well, let's find out if they can indeed take a game of Team Secret of the opening game here. Lower bracket. Who's going home? Let's find out with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of Secret versus Liquid. And Fogged, where we're seeing Liquid do what they do love to do sometimes in the drafts, come in with that final pick that's a bit of a gotcha. The question is how much of a gotcha is it, the Huskar? Because this hero, we don't see a lot of play from it.
I kind of like it. It feels like it fits really well with their draft. It's that aggressive hero that I felt that they needed to bring the draft together, because I felt like with this Oracle PA and the Enigma, it started to feel a bit greedy. I feel like they needed this type of hero to bring it all together and actually be able to fight early on, because I feel like Secret, they have a really strong draft in the first 15-20 minutes. If they can just start pressuring, a little bit worried for Liquid to just be able to respond.
Yeah, I mean, because sort of overall, when you look at the game as a Huskar coming in as this last pick, do you think Secret, how are they going to be feeling in reaction to that? Are they going to be feeling a bit, or do you think they are going to have some solid ideas on how to react to this Koi for Huskar?
They have, DK and Tiny, these two heroes, not so great versus the Huskar, obviously, but Lifestealer overall in the game, he can actually do very well versus just the man fight. So that's where I'm feeling like they're probably worried in some fronts, but then Matumba's probably like, it doesn't matter if I get to this point where I'm massive. Like, if he's got this Deso, AC, Abyssal, he can always just man fight versus the Huskar. But then that's where the PA comes into play. That's why I like this Huskar pick, because it gives them that fighting chance to be able to get to that later stages, where Liquid's draft, if they get to late game, if they get to these late stages, PA Enigma, they can really take over, and Secret has to kind of outplay with some Rubik and some crazy kind of plays.
Let's see. See how we sort of start things off. I mean, this mid matchup, how hard is it going to be for Nisha against the Huskar? Like, could top lane, Zai might be in a lot of trouble here. There's 4 heroes going for him. And he's going to go down. Quakefa able to grab it as well. So not only probably what's going to be quite a good lane for this Huskar. Huskar that's just picked up first blood. Zio.
And Puppy's dead too.
He is. The blocks are there. He can't get back and can't get away. Liquid starting the game with 2 kills.
The Boxy Orb of Venom playing the 4 position this time around, as Taiga is going to be playing that 3 as the Enigma. That's how they usually do their role switches. I think Secret get aggressive here, level 1 with the open wounds. Push Taiga away a little bit there. But yeah, Koifa getting the first blood. He's going to have a bracer coming out pretty much immediately. So that should be pretty good for him. I don't know if I've seen this matchup too much. Nisha, he does have a good base damage advantage, but I feel like when levels start to kick in, Huskar can push him out a little bit. I don't know. I think Nisha might be able to hold his own here.
Yeah, well, we'll see sort of how much Koifa's able to slow Nisha down in the matchup, how much harassment he can get away with.
they're actually doing a full tri-lane to start for the PA to secure the lane, and they're just going to leave the Enigma bottom at the start.
Yeah.
This is a good move here by Liquid. I like when I see teams do this. As long as the solo person bottom doesn't get picked off.
Oh.
Taiga.
Taiga, he does
up a bit far.
See, he does go pretty far in, close towards them, and with the fade bar on the right clicks, Taiga goes down. Yeah, definitely. He was not ready for that. He underestimated the damage output, even though he was just able to feel it because they did start to go on him, of course, around that rune spawn. So you would have imagined that Taiga he would have known what to expect, but he didn't, and he's dead.
Yeah, and then he tries to use his, we see Boxy get Puppy while he's sniping some couriers, but we see Taiga tried to block the pull camp bottom with his Eidolons, but he actually didn't. So we're going to see Yapster. He's going to get the pull off. This is going to be a really strong lane for Secret. And Liquid, they're just keeping that tri-lane for now.
Oh, we'll see how much Zai is able to farm against the tri-lane. And see it, if this is indeed going to allow them to just get this completely uncontested free farm for Mickey.
So again, just getting pushed away from the wave. He is going to be able to start getting some experience. He is already up to 2. It's going to hurt the experience of Liquid, though, as we did see Puppy, when he got in there and he did die, that's one of those deaths that can be kind of valuable, because he blocked the camp from them to be able to pull back, and he got a courier kill. So now Liquid's top lane is splitting experience in 3 ways, and they have no way to pull it back with the way the positioning of the lane is for Secret.
Yeah, so these supports, I mean, Boxy in particular, like an under-leveled Void Spirit feels like it's going to be pretty underwhelming, if Boxy doesn't manage to get some levels.
Yeah, he really wants to ideally get like the boots before he really starts moving around. They're about to hit level 2, then maybe they can look to make another aggressive play on with Boxy.
Trying to get it onto Puppy. They've got the root. That'll set up for the Remnant, and that'll do it. Nice little combo there from Liquid.
In mid lane, we are seeing Nisha, but he's actually holding his own. He's having to spend a little bit more on that regen, but he's getting the last hits. The damage, you do have a little bit better damage compared to the Huskar early on, especially with your tree grab.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of melee heroes would struggle heavily against the Huskar on these first few levels, and Nisha's doing a solid job against Quakefer, making sure that he isn't getting bullied really at all by the Huskar at the start.
No. He just has such a high HP pool too.
Yeah.
That it's like, Huskar's just beating on you, but you're 1,000 HP. So it's like this harassment doesn't hurt you as much. Yeah, looks like it's going to be free farm for Matu, free farm for the PA. And both of the offlaners really getting shut down.
Gonna try and jump in onto Zai. If they got the damage with the Remnant, it's going to be pretty close here, Zai. And he's got the stick charges. He'll be fine.
Puppy still had his 10 stick as well.
Yeah, it does seem that even then, with all of them committing, just not having the damage, it's in this lane, Puppy's going to pretty much always be the target. He's the one that they can jump and pop.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Trying to get their pulls.
That's it.
Bottom.
And he's going to start chasing down Taiga. He'll turn with the pulse down. And he's just going to accept his fate here by the looks of it. There's no running away from these two. So Matu.
He's farming small camp with his Eidolons. I think he just knows he's going to die in that situation, so he tries to maximize.
I mean, this is the difference right now, really, between the carries. Because of the dual lane versus the tri-lane, Matu, he's getting free farm and he's getting better XP than Mickey. So this start for the Lifestealer is going to be very, very good, to the point where I think, Liquid, is there just nothing more they can put down to put pressure onto Matu? Is that just not the play? They don't have any ways to slow down this Lifestealer early? Because Matu, he's going to be just at the top of the board for quite a bit this game.
I don't think they can slow him down at all. Up top, Puppy getting gone on again. He has the tether this time around. Oh, he actually uses it during the Fortress End, so it doesn't do anything. Actually used it at a wrong timing there. Probably gets picked off anyway, but...
I mean, and this is it's definitely paying off, right? You're running a tri-lane like this, Liquid, and you're getting this many kills that Mickey's involved in, right? 1-0-3 already. Finding a lot of action up top. Over towards the river. Boxy able to pull back Zai with the Remnant. Steps in, grabs the bounty rune away from him. Nisha has started to make the move, though. He's come up to the top lane.
He can kill all of them. They're all very squishy at this point. Level 5. If there's any type of setup stun, he will be able to pop any hero.
A little close here, Nisha. Can he actually get on top of any of them, though? They're running away.
Oxy's got the point held. He can still dissimulate if they do look to go on him right away. They're actually just going to clear the majority of the pull, so there's no pullback. And they're going to give Yapso the mid lane. Okay. Anisha will be able to fill up his bottle and get his boots too. Koikva gets a little bit of a level advantage from that, and now Taiga gets some more freedom bottom, but Yapsor gets the farm mid. Yeah, and I really do feel like this was the right choice from Liquid. I don't know what else Boxy could have really done with his game. Bottom, he would have literally just had to been chain pulling the waves over and over and over again, which just, in this one versus the Rubik and all that, he can get disrupted, he can get even chased down. As top, Nisha can't quite find Insania.
He's still trying to find something out of this. But it's hard, you know, Liquid are just not letting him have it. They're keeping their distance. Nisha can't quite get in on them. Mickey, though, might be in a bit of trouble here as he does get caught out by the stun. The combo, though, not nearly enough as he's able to jump to the side. They're trying to dive in for him. Slow with the dagger, an extra TP backup coming in from Liquid as Boxy's in. And Secret, they're just, as much as they try to force the action up top, they're not quite being able to get any kills with this Tiny's presence.
No, and Nisha just slight miss in combos there. He has to get the toss on the target during the avalanche for all that big bonus damage. Range creep bothering him.
Bottom lane, Tiger. Nice little move there from Yapsor, actually lifting the Eidolon to throw it into Tiger. As he knew that he wouldn't actually have the time to get in range for the actual lift. So actually a bit of a misread there from Tiger, allowing the Eidolons to be in range of Yapsor's lift.
Nice play from Yapsor. And yeah, Matu, like we said, he's going to be pretty explosive this game. His armlet timing is going to be pretty ridiculous. And Secret, they're going to be the ones pushing the envelope in this game early on. Zai, again, getting down up top. He has a lot of stick charges now, though. And he's up to level 4, so much tankier.
And it's just, because my sort of question is, what is the job going to be of Koikva's Huskar? Because I feel like you pick this hero so you could just totally bully out the enemy mid laner. That didn't really happen this game. And I feel like the carry, Matu's Lifestealer, it's not really a hero that the Huskar threatens too much, right? No. Matu's going to just pop rage and turn and punch you back. So what does the Huskar achieve this game?
I think it's exactly what the panel was talking about, those long duration fights where he's going to be this strong fighting force and he'll survive the big burst damage. Because Secret, it's all about just that instant pop for the majority of their heroes, except for the Lifestealer. He has to just be very careful of where Matu is. And Matu having such a good start in this game, I feel like that's a little bit of a worry for Koikva. As Koikva getting set up in mid, not going to bother to combo. As the rune, I guess, was just killed up top. Didn't see which one it was.
And do you think I mean, this feels like a game where, you know, for Zai and Matu, the Halberd's going to be a pretty juicy item, right, against Liquid Sabres?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, do you expect we will see some sort of mass Halberds coming out?
I'm wondering if Matu wants to. I think Matu might just be able to go for his more aggressive build. Okay. I think he can just do the Deso AC Basher build, and he can just eat the Huskar all game. And then, his teammates can deal with kiting and all that of the PA. And eventually he has to go for MKB. I don't know if Matu can go for the slot of the Halberd.
Sure. I mean, it's just, if he's got the damage and control, it doesn't matter if the Huskar's hitting back, because with the rage, the Lifestealer is just going to tear him apart much quicker than the Huskar can do anything against him.
The evasion's always nice versus a hero like PA in particular, because you also have that evasion talent at level 20 on a Lifestealer, so the Halberd plus the evasion is going to be nice, but like I said, I feel like he has bigger item priorities in this game.
Mid lane, Boxy, just trying to find himself some levels here as the Void Spirit.
He does need them. Koikva is going to go back up and finish that armlet. Pretty good timing. And it is not just a Huskar, too. That's the other thing we do have to always remember, is they picked it, sure, sometimes to dominate the mid lane, but it is with an Oracle. So it has this huge power spike whenever they are fighting around it.
No, he's got the armlet finished as well now. I mean, and for Koikva, is he going to start to look to get active with the armlet, or you want to go now?
Yeah, I think you go help your top lane a little bit. Even though Mika is not really getting pressured at all, just go and counter gank if they do ever make an aggressive play. Mika is getting full creep on treads and a perseverance on his way to the Battle Fury.
Bit of a jump onto Zai. Zai's got the backup of Yapsor and Nisha. Koikva is going to jump in with the combo onto the Rubik, but the tether's in. They're able to keep Yapsor alive. Yapsor.
Tossed Yapsor in.
I mean, I guess it saved everybody else. It was like, take Yapsor. We're fine. Meanwhile, down bottom, Matu, he's able to get himself a solo kill onto Tiger. But yeah, I guess, I mean, was he trying to toss someone else in or something else over?
I think he just tossed. He didn't think about it. He just tossed. It was right toward the end of the fight. He just threw him. See the courier for Matu actually heading up top, so I think he's going to TP top, pick up his armlet. They're going to look to crush this tower hard. Zai hits 6.
Straight away, he's trying to make a move onto Mickey, but TPs are going to come in. They don't have the damage. Mickey's actually going to turn and jump in onto Zai. Got the root. Quoifer onto the side as well. Matu's turned up. Trying to punch into Quoifer, but Quoifer with the armlet toggles, keeping himself at a good HP. Matu is going to move in onto Mickey. Wounds to slow him down, but Mickey, he's actually out of it straight away. Just goes for the TP out. Rage pops as Matu's trying to chase in Nisha. He's got the combo on Quoifer. Not enough damage from him alone. They're stepping in, disarmed one another. Insania trying to give Quoifer the heals to keep himself alive. Another avalanche comes in, and they've got the damage. Quoifer goes down. Insania cannot save him. Toss forward on the IO. They'll pick up both of them. Nisha with the double kill. And that's, you know, for Liquid, that's worrying, right? If you're losing your Huskar in these sort of moments.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, how Secret's going to look to play. They're playing in versus a PA who's going Battle Fury and an Enigma. That's why we were saying this draft from Liquid, it has that greed where the Huskar, that's why they picked it, to try to alleviate from that greed. But yeah, Quoifer showing up, just getting popped, the full 5 men of Secret coming in, and it's before the 6s kick off onto the supports. Boxy, he had just gotten his afterwards. Insania, still not level 6, so he can't false promise, get these type of saves where they can look to reset the fights. Great move from Secret.
Well, we'll see if Matu sticks with this or if he changed his mind, but this does seem pretty nice, right? He knows how strong of a start he's having. Armlet into the MKB, destroys the PA, and really sort of makes the... You know, the Huskar's probably going to want to get a halberd himself. This MKB is going to do everything.
Oh, Matu. Mid.
He's got the rage, and he's trying to run. Is he able to get out of here? He is. Toggles his way back to safety. Liquid cannot burst him in time.
Thought they were going to throw the black wall on him just to try to kill him, but I guess Yapsor is in the area. He didn't want to give a steal, even if they do get the kill. As Mickey, he's spotted down bottom. Nisha's on his tail.
With this Invis Rune, just going to catch him off guard. To try and block him up by time for the TP to come in from Yapsor. Not quite enough by the looks of it, Mickey.
He's going to... Oh, I thought he was going to keep chasing. Guess he doesn't know where the rest of the team is. Mickey will be able to disengage, and Mickey... very lucky to survive there. If Nisha's a little more patient, maybe he can look to set up and get the kill with the TP, but yeah, Mickey's going to be able to back up and finish that Battle Fury, and he has a lot of stacks already prepared for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a very quick Battle Fury.
Yep.
Which is, you know, as Liquid...
punching, though.
Yeah, because Liquid put everything into that basket, right? With the tri-lane setup, they're just making sure that Mickey has this pretty much perfect start in terms of just the speed he gets the Battle Fury. See the setup here onto Matu. Instantly pops the rage. Gonna turn over towards Quoifer. Nisha maybe thinking about going in on this.
Quoifer has to be very careful how he turns onto Matu every single time in this game. Matu is such a good start. Just as we see, he eats him alive. Liquid, everybody's sitting around the mid area to try to slow down the push, give Mickey time to farm, finish up that Battle Fury. Which he's got. Very good timing.
But yeah, because the work for Insania is going to be... You know, he's going to have to be very decisive in these fights. So I feel like once the MKB's done on Matu, he can pop Rage and go for either the Huskar or the PA. One of them's got to be saved. You know, that false promise is only going to be able to help one. Matu's just, as soon as that save's going to come out, he's just going to turn and tear apart the other. So they've got the damage with the combo. They do. Tiger, again, he's having a bit of a rough one here on the Enigma. 0, 5, and 0 this game.
He really is, and he's going for this straight Blink Dagger so he can try to catch them off guard, but he's playing into a lot of disables, a lot of damage, and a Rubik. This feels like it might be a little tough for Taiga to get any type of positioning for himself.
Yeah, it was a very bold Enigma pick, right? Coming out rather early in the draft as the second pick, and Secret definitely bullying that fact. They've got the answers for it, and not allowing Taiga to have an easy start to this game at all. He's over to mid, Nisha, combos out, Boxy, able to jump away with the Dissimulate, and he'll live. He's out of there, Matu's still taking the tower though, hey, quite
Zai's behind.
Gets the deny. Zai's trying with the wraparound to open in onto Insania. Matu stepping forward, slows down with the open wounds, Nisha's in with the combo, Insania's gone. Matu tries to turn towards more of them, but still, point for Boxy and Mickey. A little too scary for Matu to commit any deeper into.
Nisha's actually just so farmed. He's over farming like the Huskar, which is not something you want to be seeing as Liquid. You want to have this Huskar quite a bit more farmed than the Tiny. Nisha's just gonna start running away, being able to pick off these back heroes super easy.
Yeah.
Boxy's even at risk of almost getting popped very soon.
Some impressive stuff from Nisha, especially considering there was that moment where a lot of time was spent top in the laning stage where he wasn't able to find anything, but the kills that he has found after, these 4 kills have really given him it all. And now having that additional...
Matu's just on the prowl every single time he sees Taiga. Taiga does get the blink delivered in time, though, to disengage. But Matu's like farming a camp. He sees an Eidolon spawn and get usage, and he just starts running directly at Taiga. He's playing super aggressive on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, I mean, I think he feels, at the moment, the Black Hole is the only real threat, right? Most of the things, Rage, TP, he's going to be feeling pretty safe out on the map, Matu. And goes to showing his score so far, 3-0-4. They just haven't been able to kill him.
No, he's really owning, just as this Lifestealer who got all this free farm. And now with 2 cores, his 2 main cores have Blink Dagger. Nisha, can't quite finish off Boxy.
And Boxy, he's actually trying to turn and hunt maybe in the trees. And Nisha is away, and they've got the 2 jumps now. Zai also having hit Blink complete. Still there as the moments pass. Mickey getting very close to the Deso. One component away from it all. So
getting away with all of these stacks too, and he is playing versus these very frail heroes that I've seen people pick PA versus a lot, the Io and the Rubik mostly, but these 2 heroes in the backlines, they can get popped. PA and Void Spirit can get on top of them very easy.
See top Nisha.
It still feels like it's going to be really hard for Mickey, even when he has Deso, to just show up. There's so much burst and just nuke damage coming up from Secret.
Nisha's hunting. He's hunting deep, and he's going to be able to find him. He's going to catch him here. Zai comes in as well. They've got the stun. Tiger dead yet again. Still just struggling to get, catch any sort of break here against Secret.
That's going to be pretty much the MKB finished for Matu. Phase boot, armlet, bracer, and almost an MKB by the 18-minute mark. Because he's going to probably get the last hit and then finish up a few camps. Yeah, he's going to be absolutely enormous. And he can actually show up to all these fights, like I was mentioning. Mickey, I feel like he really needs the BKB to turn up. He can show up for some cleanups at the end of the fights, but if he shows up early on, I feel like they're just going to focus all their burst on him. And he's still fairly squishy. 1600 HP, but there's so much nuke that Secret does have at their arsenal. Those feel like they just need a little bit more time. But Secret, they're going to start forcing more.
Wow, straight.
MKB finished, straight into the pit.
It's going to be quick. With the armlet and the MKB, Matu punches hard. And Liquid, they're not in any sort of form to contest this. They're all split up across the map. They're not going to be aware of this one going down. A Secret, they're going to be able to find this for sure. So there we go. Aegis on Matu. And also Echo Saber on Nisha. The items continue to fly out. Nisha, he's ready to go in a second. Avalanche onto the 3 of them. Zai stepping forward, jumps in. They're looking to take out Insania immediately, and they'll be able to do so. Torn apart, Insania's out of action. It's Matu. He's trying to run it onto Quakefer. He's got the open wound slow. Does he have enough damage? Quakefer, he's going to try his best with the toggles, but he's not going to get the chance to. Nisha's in with the combo. Quakefer down. As Secret, I mean, this game, at the moment, it really is for Liquid. It's starting to be all about the PA, right? Mickey, he's having the flawless game, 2-0-3, but both Quakefer and Tiger, their 2 other cores, are starting to really lack any sort of impact.
Yeah, I mean, Quakefer's game really feels like it's over at this point. It's really just Taiga and PA, and it's the greed it's hurting Liquid a lot. Secret's just completely exposing it, taking advantage of it, and they're going to start getting these items flowing in at just a faster pace than Liquid, and it's these items that are just going to be the counters. Because now they've already dealt with the Huskar, now you just start itemizing and countering versus the PA and that Enigma, because everything else is already solved for you.
I mean, Liquid...
They even already have a lot of the big tool versus the PA, like we said. That MKB so early. Zai, he's going for that halberd too. So yeah, they're ticking all the boxes of how they need to just counter this PA.
I mean, it's sort of outside of Mickey on Liquid's side. Can these 4 heroes make moves into Secret right now? Is it just going to be a case of try not to feed too much whilst Mickey farms the map?
I don't think they can make moves at all anymore, especially not into this Aegis that Secret was able to get for free. And I mean, they're running away with the game. It's going to be Mickey versus the world, and he's still quite a ways from that BKB. Secret's they're running away with the game.
And it's not like, that these are necessarily cores that the the PA straight up deals with, especially with Matu's build, right? If once he has the AC on top of the MKB, you got to roll some pretty lucky crits. Otherwise, that lifesteal is going to eat you up before you're able to really put a dent into it.
I mean, all three, like you said, all three of the cores. Like, look at his armor on lifesteal when he has AC. He's going to be like 20-something plus. Tiny naturally, 21. DK naturally, 27. So, yeah.
Let's see. I mean, Liquid. We've seen them do this before, where it's sit back and hope that Mickey carries them. It's a strat they've tried multiple times. Bottom, Foxy. I mean, it really does feel that pretty much all members of Liquid are just, other than Mickey, are just not having a good game here. There's not a lot they can do.
No, not into the full squad of Secret when they start grouping up like this, and they're not stopping. Straight onto the high ground. Still having that Aegis for a healthy amount of time. No BKBs at the ready still. Mick is still a little bit away. Taiga's still very far away. And Nisha's in.
Yeah, straight away, he gets the toss back on a Quagfire. They're going to commit in straight away, looking to take out this Huskar, and he's going to be burnt down before Insania can get anywhere close enough to offer any sort of save. And Quakefire's having a buyback here at the 21st minute. Very early on. Hurting his farm, and he's heading in. Matu's just going to turn, start beating back into him. Jump into the creep. And the dance around here, but this melee rack's falling low. Matu's ready to jump back out. He's going to go for Quakefier again. Try and force out the promise from Insania, and there it is. Insania pots the false promise to keep Quakefier alive. They get the pullback with the Remnant onto Matumba Man. But Matu, he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round here. And he's able to step away. They can't commit onto the lifesteal after he comes out of the Aegis.
No, Secret just hanging back, waiting for them to reinitiate. Yapsor with the blink, Nisha with the blink dagger, sitting back.
That's the fortification pop now too. So Secret can reset. Just wait for Rage to come back up if they want to go again here. And Liquid, I mean, it's just so hard as well. I mean, for Tiger, he's got the blink, but how does he ever make any sort of play while Yapsor's waiting in the shadows?
Mickey has to cause chaos in the back. He's wrapping around with his BKB, looking for Yapsor and Puppy.
Okay, the rack's already going, though. So Mickey's got to do something pretty big, but he's already been found. They've lifted him up. He's now going to put the BKB. He's looking for a target, but Matu's just eating into him. He has to jump up to the side. He's looking at Zai. Mickey, has he got the damage to take down this Dragon Knight? He does. Finds the crit. Zai goes down. Now he's got to try and look for more, but the BKB has ended. Buyback comes out from Boxy as Liquid look to try and chase into this Tiger. Blinks in, but Puppy is already able to take him out back to safety.
Secret's still hanging around, but Matu, he's ditching. Can they get the tether off? It doesn't look like it. They're going to just leave Puppy. They got what they came for. They got the buybacks as well as the racks.
Yeah, racks are 23 minutes in. Very, very early. That is the money for Matu to have AC completed on top of the MKB and Armlet.
And Nisha has a Silver Edge too. So he can hunt the PA himself as well now too and break him. Even also he can break, I mean, breaking the Huskar too is also going to be pretty nice in a lot of situations. Nice. And ooh, a DD spawns right in front of Matumba Man down bottom.
Very nice. So he's going to be a very happy lifestealer hit. 507.
This does give Liquid a little bit of time to breathe and get this farm that they've been trying to get for this whole time for Taiga. Try to get him this BKB, but he's into a natural counter. He's into the Rubik, so it's not going to be this big, you know, big blink BKB black hole that's uncancelable. Yapsor can steal it, and he can blink and black hole himself.
Yeah, and Yapsor will steal it. It's Yapsor, you know what I mean? It's going to be incredibly hard. I mean, they have to pretty much kill Yapsor. I think like we saw there from that 10 from Mickey, that's going to be his job. He's got to try and find that Rubik, kill that Rubik to open up the floor for Tiger to actually find the black hole onto these big targets like Matu.
I feel like Boxy, Mickey, and Quakefier all just have to do the most chaotic thing possible. Just jump into the back and force everyone to kind of go on them so that Tiger can get the positioning. They have to find Puppy and Yapsor, though.
Got to do something here. They're losing a second Rax here. That's Matu. Respect Quite for jumping in a little bit, but Puppy's got the heals.
This should make my life easier.
That's Mickey. How's he looking? BKB done. He's been thinking about what he's going to get next. Did have a Satanic queued up. Now he's changed it to the Basher. I mean, he needs a whole lot of items. He needs all the items right now. It really is him against Secret, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, even with these items, like he's level 18, he hits really hard, but like we mentioned, he's into these natural counters. So this armor is just insane. Like 38 on lifesteal, like we were mentioning. That's what it's kicked up to. Tiny's still at 20, and DK is just going to continue to improve. And they've itemized. They're starting to pick up those more items to deal with the PA.
Liquid.
EKB on Taiga. They're moving out.
Let's see what they can do with this smoke. He's already Boxy on the front. He's going to jump. He's looking for the support. Second jump in. Doesn't close the gap. And now Natus, he's running in. He's going to get disarmed. Zai jumping on the back lines. Tiger pops the BKB. Is he able to find an opportunity to black hole? He can't. He doesn't need to, though, for Zai to go down. They do get the DK. Nisha in with the combo. Jumps in straight away onto Tiger, and Tiger's out of the game. 50 seconds he's down for. Matu moves over to Koifa. Him, Puppy, and Nisha try to turn, but the crits are there. Mickey pops the BKB. Jumps in, takes down Nisha. Now he looks over towards Matu. Matu being healed up by Puppy. Matu turning, punching back into Mickey. Now he looks towards Koifa. Koifa's going to be back up to full HP after the false promise, but now there's no further save. They're able to disarm Matu. Mickey, he finds the opening to jump in, clean up Yapsor, but Matu, he's the real target. Can they kill this lifestealer? Mickey's in. Matu surrounded. They've done it. They've managed to take them down. They pick them apart one by one, and Liquid will hold the fight. They'll come out on top.
And it is exactly one by one, as you say it. They all literally just trickle in slowly but surely, and Liquid able to disengage and re-engage very nicely with the PA and the Huskar. And Insania, I mean, I'm not sure how he even survives, because the start of the fight was Zai blinking and stunning him. They weren't able to actually get on top of him. Insania with some nice positioning. Able to get his team a much-needed win, and that's without the black hole. Taiga still having it available for the next fight, and now Mika, he's got his next item, and he's got 20 talent.
That's impressive fighting there from Liquid. And I think that was pretty much the one target that they really needed to have dealt with in that fight. Secret, they just, Insania. He's getting off these saves, and just this constant sort of disarm in between the rages onto the lifesteal. It just destroys Matu. He's sort of just having to sit there and wait whilst the enemy team gets such an opportunity to go on it.
Yeah, really well done coming out from Liquid. These disarms definitely going to be something he has to worry about. Inner Fire, Halberd, Fate's Edict. These type of things will trip Matu up. Liquid getting back on the aggressive here. They still have their black hole available.
The jump they can get. All right, to get the remnant set up onto Matu. Just a bit of a poke. Nisha comes in with a combo. He takes out Insania. This time there's no Oracle for the fight. They lift up one. Koifa is going to get stunned. Buy Zai, buyback from Insania. He knows that he has to come across to help. As Koifa, he's falling low and he's gone down. As Insania cannot get back over to the action in time to save his Huskar.
He's in trouble.
Jump for Tiger. He's got the 3-man black hole. The setup for the cleave. They've taken down the DK. They've taken down the Iron. They've taken down Matu. Tiger finds it. He's in. He does it. Yapsor did manage to steal the black hole, but he couldn't do anything to help in time. A Secret, they've lost 3. It's been a slow game for Tiger, but coming in with that sort of black hole gives Liquid the opportunity here.
Such a good play from both Taiga and Boxy, finally coming in clutch. Boxy jumps in the back, he disables Yapsor, doesn't let him get the blink off. Sure, he steals the hole, but he can't stop the great jump from Taiga. And just perfectly lined up for the cleave.
This is just a solid team fight from Liquid. This is not easy to do against Secret. Secret having that lead, but Liquid just making the crisper moves and outplaying Secret in these team fights.
They do have to be a little bit careful now that everybody is respawning. Liquid has to watch their positioning now because Yapsor, he has the black hole. Taiga, he's not going to have it for another 2 minutes or so. And we're going to watch this. Insania gets jumped. Nisha dies very quickly because he's in the midst of everything. And watch Boxy as he's watching for Yapsor in the back lines when Taiga's setting up.
Back in the action, talk about Tiger. Does get found there by the old combo once again.
We'll see it right here. In the bottom left of your screen, Boxy, he just goes straight at Yapsor. Doesn't let him get any type of spells off in between.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, it was Boxy and Tiger coming in clutch, yeah. You can see Insania getting very hyped up by that one. I mean, it was an excellent fight. Excellent moves there from the team of Liquid. Secret, they're back in the game, and they're back in the pit. Is this Roshan going down with no Enigma in action? This will be a free Aegis and cheese for Secret once more.
Yeah, they literally just ran out and found Taiga, killed him, and then just moved into the Roche pit quickly from there. Liquid not looking to contest that area. Are picking up themselves some items as well, too, to counteract versus Team Secret. The relocate's coming. Insania, he's far out.
It's a deep one here, Zai. Have to get the jump on Insania. Boxy's just been picked apart by Nisha, and Insania, he's not got any escape from this. He has got the false promise. He's got to use it, but this is going to be so much damage coming down onto him. And he, of course, did buy back for that last fight around the mid. So Insania, unless those heals are enough, no. He's out. 70 seconds, and he is gone. So a big window for Secret to try and push in and at least take a second set of racks whilst this Oracle is gone for a minute.
They can I think they just look to connect mid. They can easily take this one. There's no black hole still available, and they still do have Yapsor with his. Don't think Liquid wants to even come near that Rax. They set themselves up in the trees up top. And Secret, they're going to continue pushing here. 40 seconds, Insania.
Secret getting a lot from this. The building's melting to the orb and the AC. All about that potential black hole play, but as you say, Yapsor, he's going to be trying his very best to play around these heroes like Boxy that are going to come hunting for him.
Surprised they haven't checked the ward on the high ground. Okay, now they did. I was waiting for that. I'm like, Yapsor's playing very defensive, but he didn't check the ward. So now he's very far back in position, and they've got the
Guy's in. Ooh, seeing if he can get the jump onto Boxy, but Boxy's out to the side. Nice popped, but the disarm will waste a bit of time with that.
They found
Get in, and already on the backlines. Mickey's finding the squishies. The Rubik's down. Has been disarmed, and now he jumps up. Look at Anisha. Anisha healed up by the tether. Matu's still trying to commit on the front lines. No creeps at the moment in the base. All of the lanes are being pushed out. Eidolon's mid have been taken away. As Mickey, BKB's out. He's able to turn on to Nisha. Black Hole's down to lock in Nisha. As Nisha,
they control Puppey.
They've got the damage. Matu, he's also caught in it. As they take him down a second time, he's out for 75. Liquid again putting together the holds. As Tiger looks for Nisha. Malefice is out. Mickey's in with the damage. Liquid push back Secret, and they keep that top set of racks alive.
Instant line drawn down toward the mid lane, and Mickey, as we said, for Liquid, sometimes it's good to put all your eggs in this basket. 11-0-8, he's having a great performance, and he finds the back line. He finds Yapsor to start the fight, picks him off before anything even kicks off, and then Matu, he's too far separated from his team, and they're able to just get their cooldown back up. The black hole comes right back there as the respawn is happening, and the great control onto Puppey for Boxy again.
And the push now. Secret's turn to try and put a defense together. Still tier 2s up on the side lanes. So at most will just be the one Rax here that Liquid can take.
They don't want to waste buybacks. They'll give up the Rax. They do know that when they respawn, they still do have that big strength anyway. They did use the cheese. They did have to expend the Aegis as well, but no black hole when they respawn, so they can look to clean up that last set. Liquid has to be very, very wary of their positioning as they do back up here. Mickey, he's about to hit 25 with pretty much full items finished. So he's at this very critical period for himself where he can carry the game. But they just can't get picked off. They have to play very accordingly to playing around that black hole and just waiting for Secret to make the mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, and the way that Mickey's been able to get away with it too. I mean, both supports obviously having the Ghost Scepters, but I mean, I've sort of been watching the front of the fights. What's been happening on the back? Is he just able to sort of just wait out the Ghost Scepters and kill them after?
He just blurred in and killed Yapsor in one stun.
Oh, okay.
It's an Abyssal and
just
killed him.
die.
He didn't even get anything off.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, with the Abyssal, yeah, he's going to get the guaranteed kill pretty much on either of those.
And now, I mean, he's about to hit 25 too, so let's see which talent he does take. I think the crit's a better... Yeah, he takes the crit this game. It seems better versus the Rubik and the IO in the back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. With the Abyssal, it's guaranteed kill on either of those supports to start every fight if Mickey finds them.
Yeah, I think they need Aeon discs on both of them now. Yapsor as well as Puppey. Puppey's going for it. Yapsor's going for greedy.
He's got his axe. He's like, nah, I'll be fine.
Of course. Just feel like he might need it. As Liquid, they're getting some time to get that black hole back up. Look at Taiga and Quake's positioning during all this. Just sitting at tier 4s because they know that it's all about just them playing around this timing for them to have a chance in this game. Because all they have to do is hold a couple more times and they can fight off Megas. It'll be hard, but it's a very Liquid style to fight off Megas.
It is. They love to do it like that.
Yeah, look at Mika's positioning too. All the way in the bottom right of the map, just ensuring that they don't get picked off during this very crucial period.
And honestly, I would be surprised. I feel like if Liquid's going to win this game, they're only going to win it if they do get Megged. So.
Oh yeah, and it's only if it's 60 minutes and they have like double refresher on Taiga or something. It's a very Liquid-esque style.
Yeah, exactly. If Liquid wins this, we're going to be here for another 30 minutes. At least. There we go, Liquid out.
Do they have the Satanic? Yes, they do. All right, Mickey, he is full spent.
Yeah, he's going to be a tough one to kill. A very tough one. As Nisha is going to get jumped here. Nisha, he's going to save himself temporarily. The Ghost Scepter Tiger's in on the side. He's going to lock down Zai and Matu with the black hole. He's caught the two big targets and Matu's gone. Mickey's in with the damage. They get the kill. They're able to push Zai off to the side. Mickey and Quaifa in on top of them. They've taken down the DK. As Zai and Matu, they don't have buyback. Dead for a minute. I mean, again,
just like the last fight, Boxy gets on top of Yapzor and stops him from getting anything off. He has the black hole stolen, but he just can't get it off to save his teammates because of Boxy throwing his life away from them. Nisha.
He's going to get Tiger hit. He's able to find something on the way out, but I mean, yeah, again, the way that Liquid are playing these fights is, you know, you can feel it there. Today, they're absolutely in tune with one another, and they're doing it exactly how they need to.
They had to wake up a little bit in that early game, which, I mean, it was hard for them to play just because of the nature of the draft. But now that things are kicking together, they're playing really well around their vision. And Nisha has to be careful. He just was walking under a ward. He's able to back away. Yeah, Liquid doing a great job when they're able to dictate the fights, when they're the ones starting and kicking everything off and getting a good positioning.
And with these fights, I mean, Mickey is just getting so much further ahead of Matumba, man. You know, Matu, he keeps dying. They keep being able to find him. And because of how much damage Mickey does have now with that level 25 talent, you know, the lifesteal, it's irrelevant, his armor. You know, a few crits, and Matu still gets chunked through by Mickey. And yeah, Mickey just still yet to die.
Yep, looks like they're setting up for some type of sneaky play on Secret here. The Infest on the DK, Tiny in the front lines. They were pinging the rack, so maybe thinking about just beelining for it, just taking out at least the range racks as it is low. Gonna pick up their neutral items. Timeless Relic, Illusion Escape. Timeless Relic for Yapzor. That'd be pretty nice if he wants it. They're actually just gonna keep it on Nisha for now, though.
We'll see it as well. Yapzor, I think he's been had a bit of a talking to. He's not getting to go his Ags.
He switched it. Yeah. I was just about to say the same thing. I was like, when you see Yapzor swap from going for the Aghanims, that's when you're starting to feel like you know, it really is so important for him to get that black hole off, as we're seeing now. Taiga's just doing a great job of finding the targets. And now black hole's available again. He's got the ninja gear at all times now on Taiga too, so his positioning is gonna be good. And eyes on Boxy for him to just interrupt Yapzor every time. Top is pushing in, Zai with the Illusion Escape. They also have a big wave going in there. They're gonna have to address that. Range racks will die very quickly to this.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, see, they're actually able to get there in time. Okay, the creep's spawning.
Creep spawning, yeah.
I'll slow it enough.
Die, though. They gotta get over there. Mickey will be able to, so he'll be able to make sure that their range rack survives. And Secret able to get outside here. And they do have the Abyssal Blade now also on Matu. So a secondary form of canceling that black hole if Matu's not in it, even though he's been in it every time. They now have another method.
Liquid coming in from the side with this smoke. Boxy is going to charge in straight away. Look for Puppy. Quaifa's in as well. Is there any safe for Puppy coming in? He's able to get to the side, but no, he goes down. Yapzor, he's in. He's got the black hole. He gets it onto the three of them. They haven't got anything to cancel it. As he gets a pretty good duration off there. Yapzor, have they actually got the damage to follow up, though? It doesn't look like it, because Matu's dead. He's turned up. Matu's gone down. They can't hit this PA. There's nothing to hit the PA. Mickey, he's just untouchable. Even with Yapzor able to find a solid black hole, it doesn't matter. They still have nothing at this stage of the game to deal with Mickey.
Mickey just shows up after the black hole and he kills Matu in a matter of seconds again. Matu, for what seems like, the fourth time in a row, he's just getting killed every single time when the fight starts. He can't keep himself alive.
I mean, I feel that
he was dead first.
That's just how it's going to go now. We've seen it so many times. Mickey is just cleaning up every single time. And they, at this point, you know, with those deaths on Matu, his progression has just stopped. If he's not able to sort of deal with him now, and up top, black hole is going to be dropped on Tiger. They find Nisha out in the jungle, and they're going to be able to kill him. Nisha dead for 2 minutes.
They might just be able to. They might just be able to take the game.
I think they might be.
20 seconds for Matu, but
Mickey can just go in. Anyone he sees, he can just go in on him. Right? There's no one alive that scares him, even when Secret's fully up. I don't think there's anything that scares him. They're going to look to close it.
They can't handle this PA. Like these heroes just cannot at all. Matu's up in 5 seconds. They got to buy time for him. All of Liquid though, 5 heroes.
Zai gonna try and jump in, but Quake's just onto him straight away. Zai needs help. He's gonna get it. Relocate out to the side. Puppey will save him. Trying to slow things down here, Secret, but Liquid pushing in around Mickey. As the tier 4 goes down, the second tier 4 as well, and Mickey, he just jumps straight in. He's going immediately in for the big kills, tries to look for Yapso, but Yapso pops the Ghost Scepter. Mickey had to use the BKB for this. He's gonna go back, hitting towards the tier 4s. Lift up there with the telekinesis. Not enough damage here, Mickey, or maybe with the stuns, they're in with the lockdown, but the false promise is there. Mickey, he's going to be saved, he's going to be able to live. Quite far over to the side, pushing Puppey away. Mickey crits through Zai as Zai has to buy back. Matu's trying to fight Mickey, but Matu, does he have the damage? Mickey being focused, Dragon Tail's stun out, he's lifted up, they're going to be able to take him down. They get Mickey. Mickey falls. He actually...
Going back and jumping in.
Oh, okay, with the glyph creeps. He knows he's strong. He knows that he can go in these spells. They're on cooldown, so they can't stop Mickey this time around. He takes down Yapso. He's bit... Whoa, Mickey! He's got to be careful. He brought back for this. Quake's jumping in. Matu's trying to get over towards it. They get the Fade Ball. It's a dieback, but it might not matter because there's 3 dead on Secret. The rest of the 4 members of Liquid are still up. The Ancient of Secret is exposed. Liquid, they're going to try and end it. They're going to look to end it. There's still a fortification. 10 seconds.
Yapso's got the disarm.
Nisha's back up in 10 seconds. But can Zai and Yapso hold long enough to buy time for at least Nisha to come in and help out? Yapso jumping in, using the stolen disarm to slow things down. Boxy continue hitting the Ancient. Quaifa, he's back, able to punch. He's trying to end it, but Nisha's in with a silver edge hit. The break, push at the back. Liquid, they're going to be able to close it.
Holy moly.
Just another Liquid win, folks. Just another Liquid win. This is how they do it. They do it in their own way.
But in such a fashion, because they're behind this entire game, but they kept their cool. Mickey playing pretty much flawless this game. He was 12-0 and 14 throughout the majority of it, dying, of course, twice at the end there, but Liquid, the perseverance, just keeping themselves together, feeling confident in their late game, that PA Enigma, that greedy draft, it ends up working versus Secret.
It really does, and my goodness, it does. Mickey, yeah, up until that last moment, 12-0-14, then he hits them with his ultimate spell, the late game carry dieback, and it's fatal. Secret fall over, the rest of Liquid are able to hit that Ancient, close the action up. And ladies and gentlemen, Liquid with this Game 1 victory against Team Secret. What a start to the series. Don't go anywhere.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You about fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Team Liquid really loves making their fans sweat. They do take the victory here against Team Secret here at ESL 1 Germany, but it was one of those victories again where it's like, was it really a victory? Sure, they take the throne and they win and they take the one, and I love it for them. It's great. But the Dota being played.
It's for the fans. They do it for the fans. I've talked with Blitz, like the Liquid organization.
Yeah.
You know, they've invested a lot of money in the team, the new facility. If the games are only 20, 30 minutes long, you know, where's the exposure? You got to really get what the fans want to show. So that's what they love to give you.
The EU Cloud9.
Yeah.
It is. I was gonna make that parallel, and I'm like, nah, maybe too early. But no, you're absolutely on point.
So, I find Liquid's games extremely entertaining. Like, whether they win or lose, there's just moments, you know, that's super fun to watch. I think in this game, strategically, it looked really, really bad around the 15, 20-minute mark.
Even now.
Yeah, this is, it's not looking good, but they managed to pull one out of the hat here. They basically find the exact conditions, and that's what I really want to applaud them for here, because I think strategically things fell apart, but they find the win condition in the fights. Boxy, you need to get on Rubik, and we need to find a black hole. This is the one way we win this game, and they do it.
This was so sick, and this is why Taiga and Boxy, it seems like they determine whether or not their team wins the game. Taiga finds an insane black hole, and Boxy, you can already see he's hunting Yapzor, and he finds him as he's coming in. He gets the steal, but there's no chance to get it off because Boxy's already there. He does that again in the next team fight that we'll probably have the clip of as well, but it's just perfect coordination. Yeah, he'll find the same deal, black hole, and this time, because they've already killed the Rubik, identifying this is the core target so that a black hole becomes a win condition, Boxy immediately hunting for Puppey. He knows the reload's coming, and boom, intercepted, sets the trap. It's just perfectly played. It's really just the Taiga and Boxy show. Obviously, Mickey's going off. He's beyond godlike. He's owning. But it's these two players that are the reason Liquid take this game.
If you think about if you think about game impact relative to net worth, those two players are my MVPs because they both got sacked so hard.
Oh, yeah.
They left Enigma alone in the bottom lane for like 10 minutes. He had a trash game.
Yeah.
They put the Void Spirit to position 4. When he makes this game-winning play mid, canceling the first black hole attempt from Rubik, he has like 4,500 net worth or something. He has like nothing at this stage of the game. They have so little to work with, but they have just what they need. And the rest is just, it's clutchness, really.
Yeah.
And that's what you gotta love Liquid for. Like, they have these, that's like the reason I say EU Cloud9, right? Because you have these games where it looks like, wait, what is going on? And then there's like these moments of, holy crap, they just did it perfectly.
It's a 50-50.
Yeah, and if they make these perfect moves all the time, they would be incredible. But it's almost like they need to fall behind
the thing is,
for this tab.
They didn't start, like we talked about tempo, about how we wanted Liquid to set the tempo and take the lead in the game, and then basically we're like, well, they don't make any moves at the start of the game, it's not happening. But then the moment that their tier 3 towers are falling and their racks are on their siege, they're like awake, and they go, and they fight, and then all of a sudden they look amazing, but they had to lose for that to happen first. It's crazy.
Dota's a game of calculated risks. Liquid take a lot of risks. Sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't.
And sometimes they're calculated, but not every time.
I like the way they play Dota at the very least. Like, they understood their win conditions. And I think that the way they drafted this game is how you have to handle Team Secret, where they had win conditions. There was a way that obviously there's answers Secret had. You always got to be mindful of the Rubik, but you can always win a team fight, and you're always going to be able to scale thanks to the PA. And also another great job stacking. It's obviously way earlier in the game, but it's a big part of the reason Mickey got far enough ahead to actually become this hyper carry. Insania and Taiga doing a great job of allocating stacks in the jungle.
And now they are one game away of being the first team to have knocked out Team Secret in a tournament since they started on their magnificent run of first places all the time. So they have been doing really well. We're going to find out what they're going to do after the break. But first, I have a question for you. It's time for the DHL drop quiz. Type exclamation mark DHL drop and then the letter of the corresponding answer that you think is correct in the Twitch chat. And the question of today is, which pro has the most number of professional games played? Is that A, Kuroki, B, No-Tail, C, S4, or is that D, Fly? Exclamation mark DHL drop and then the letter in the Twitch chat, and you will find the answer after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If
If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
There's no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic. Come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck. Too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Huh. Who really got the block? Huh? Sipping to rock in a cop car. Huh. They say they wanna party with us. 12 asking how much be that boofy. It's a la. Huh. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show what's that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. Only THC, NSC is my new lean.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Vet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Team Liquid has gotten the W in the first game in this best-of-3 elimination match against Team Secret. Now, how will Team Secret respond in this second game coming your way here at ESL 1 Germany? We're going to find out as we are ready to start the draft between these two teams. Of course, before we talk about any of that, I promised you the answer of the DHL drop quiz, and the answer is Fly. You had it right, Kyle. Kyle was, well, he was a little bit debating between S4 and Fly, but he did say, for some reason, I think it was Fly. And it is Fly. He has the most number of professional games played.
It is impressive, even when you consider they switched from Han late. So they didn't start until like TI3, TI4 era, but they just played so many damn games. And it also makes sense because of one of my favorite Fly quotes, while you sleep, your enemy trains. Yep. And of course, he's the man who's got the most Dota in all history.
Yeah, he had to go through a lot of qualifiers where a lot of, for example, Kuroki got invited every time. And with Fly going through qualifiers, he ranked out those games real hard. Let's take a look at the draft, though. Team Secret here against Team Liquid. Team Secret, we talked a lot about what Liquid did right previous game. I still also think that Team Secret did a lot right as well, because they were, for all intents and purposes, they were winning the game, basically, right?
They were for sure. One of the things that I criticized Liquid for when we were watching backstage was because both your Void Spirit and your Enigma are having bad games, there's no playmaking happening. No. And it has to come down to these like ridiculous clutch moments where you need to basically play perfectly or lose. And fortunately for them, they played perfectly like 3 fights in a row.
Yeah. It's the same story we've been talking about.
Hard conditions. It's really hard conditions to win consistently if you have to play like that.
Yeah. However, it's impressive that they are. Like, Secret is not playing poorly. I think that's the thing to take away. I know they've lost a couple of games. They've looked weaker than usual, but they're just playing against what feels like better competition. I don't know what it is about ESL Germany, but these guys have showed up from all stages.
I do want to point out that one of the things that was normally mentioned when we saw Team Secret in their dominating streak was the first 10 minutes of the game, you feel like you're doing the same as Team Secret, but you're getting so much less gold out of the map. And I felt like in this particular game, Team Liquid was able to keep up with that. So even though, you know, the kills were, I guess they were a little bit in favor of Team Liquid, Secret only had 1K favor in terms of gold over Team Liquid. And normally that's where they get ahead. And they didn't.
I think Liquid stack the most out of any team in Dota.
True. That is true.
In addition, you have the Enigma, so there's always going to be a little more farm potential once he moves over to the jungle. But I think Liquid, they're just doing a great job utilizing the woods, and they're going to first pick Oracle. I'm a big fan. I think that they've looked the best, or at least Insani has looked the best when he's on this hero. The Coddle's kind of fallen out of favor in the meta, and I just don't think there's anything else you can put him on to have more game impact.
By the way, Lone Druid is still in the pool. I just want to point that out in terms of the bans. It is the IO. And Team Secret actually banned out Boxy's Void Spirit. And Liquid stays with the same bans with the Drow and the Magnus.
Interesting.
So Lone Druid still in the pool. But both of these teams like Lone Druid. But is it first phase pick material?
If it wasn't, I don't think the teams will be banning it first phase against Secret and Liquid, right? If they aren't going to first phase it, then why do you need to ban it that early? I mean, sometimes it's value bans, basically, where you ban something so you don't have to use a ban on it later if there's nothing in the first phase that really stands out. But I could easily see Secret grabbing it here.
Yeah.
The matchups are not bad. You're against Spectre, you're against, what was the other hero again? Oracle, right? So there's the disarm on the bear, which is annoying. But I think you can largely play around that by having somebody get on top of Oracle in your strategy.
I will say, I like that Liquid
Lifestealer, anyway.
They didn't first pick it, which I'm a fan of. I think Secret would have been comfortable playing Lifestealer into the Lone Druid, and Puppey, as we've discussed for, it feels like a decade, what's he like to do?
Leave everything in.
Find a way to counter it, and Liquid don't play into his hands. I think the Oracle's more value anyway. For the same reason, I was a big fan of how they set up their draft in the previous game, because Oracle sets them up for all of what their cores want to play, whereas Lone Druid, you're locked in. There's very little you can do to deviate from your game plan.
That is true. There's more flexibility here. And I guess from Secret's perspective, maybe they think the Lone Druid matchup against Spectre is weaker than the Lifestealer one is. I'd say Oracle is pretty good against both of those heroes, to be honest, in different ways. But maybe they feel like, okay, now we can maybe get an Infest hero so we can get on top of the Oracle that way. We could see the Storm we talked about last game. I think he's looking promising right now. And they ban the Slaughter, which I think you just do that against Liquid if you pick Lifestealer. You just ban the Slaughter. They love picking it into it. It's stable for them. It makes them feel comfortable. Just get rid of it.
Also, the Viper banned out. Also something you just do when you have a Spectre. So no real big surprises here. I think if you're in an elimination game as Team Secret, you just want to give it your all, right? Team Liquid seems to go with stability here.
Yeah. I think having the late game is nice. I think team fight and late game are just something you need to have, because Secret's macro is just so good. If they don't have a PA in that game, which is not just like an excellent hero moving forwards in the game, but it matches up great against the Lifestealer. So you're not on the clock. And if you're on a clock against Secret, I think you're just gonna lose, because they'll find a way to stay in the game until that critical fight. You're in trouble. Surprised they go back to the Lifestealer. And also, Lina wasn't banned in the first game, right? It was just completely ignored.
So, no.
And they come out with it first too.
I think perhaps there's a little bit of logic here with, or the thought processes again about the win condition in the late game, right? Secret maybe felt like the only reason we lost this last game was, apart from the mistakes that we made and Liquid's brilliant plays, we were a little bit on a timer. You're against Enigma, you're against PA. Insane late game heroes, both of them against what Natus is playing. So maybe you just pick Lina because it's a scaling hero. Whether it's Yapsor or Nisha playing it, you have this hero that will transition into a powerful late gamer, and just doesn't give too much information away, really.
That's another good point. It wasn't just the PA, it was the Enigma factor. They take it out here.
Yeah. One of the things, by the way, previous game, we talked a little bit about it during the draft, was the push potential coming out from both of the teams. And we thought it was not too much coming out with the DK and the IO. Proved that it actually, at some point, 4 towers were taken on the side of Team Liquid, and Liquid themselves had only taken 1 tower at that point. It's something that maybe they want to address in this second game, because they were kind of lacking in that department.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times, the Undying against the Spectre. It's just really difficult to deal with the laning phase, and it's also very annoying to play Oracle. And all these supports that kind of want to play on the outskirts of the fight, you get zombies on you. Not only is your positioning revealed, but now you're slowed. You got to walk and get the ult off. Now you're susceptible to getting jumped. It's a tough spot. This is the critical pick for Liquid in their draft. Probably just go for the Taiga hero here, but you gotta. This is not a very good laning phase. Already, you're looking at it, you're just like, nothing feels good.
What needs to happen for a Willow to be good as a Timber Saw gets picked up here?
I don't know if I like this Timber. I feel like it's a little bit early. You don't know what your lane matchup is yet. Like, you can brute force, you can try to guaranteed put it against the Lifestealer in the top lane, but Lifestealer has the possibilities to switch lanes. You can play musical chairs until you get what you want. I also don't think Timbersaw is that great in lane against Undying right in the start. Undying is one of these weird heroes where it's like, you are the boss for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you get to be the boss against Timber, he can really suffer under the right conditions. So I think there's a lot of ground to cover here to make sure Timber has a good game, unless you put him mid, but then he can get counterpicked really hard. So a little bit early for my taste here, and also a little bit limited in what they have there.
Yep. To address Shiva's point, the Willow is great when Liquid get to play their aggro offlaner, specifically Mars and Slardar. You just can't do that against Lifestealer Undying. Like, the Mars is just going to get eaten alive. Timbersaw, yes, it's difficult, but at a point after that 3-minute clock ends, you're going to be okay. And I'd like to see Liquid pick a 4 position that can abuse creep mechanics, because that's just the answer to the safe lane Undying. You've just got to make it a 1v1 and have him chase you all around. I don't care if you die. If you can waste 2 of those 3 minutes of the Undying just for 1 kill, you're going to be okay with that. Shaker obviously still in the pool, and Rubik, though, is still a possibility, right? There's no ban on that?
There's no ban on Rubik.
The thing I see here, though, is what you're talking about with the creep skipping on the top lane, right? That you try to avoid the Undying. What if Secret just don't put Lifestealer there? Like, what if you put something there that lanes well against Timbersaw and you play Undying Lifestealer into Oracle Spectre? I think you're going to win that lane.
Yes.
Oracle Spectre is really, really weak.
Yes.
There's not much going on there. Secret can do it.
I love this pick. I think it's still a super underrated hero. Ever since I saw Seb playing it with the Veil, I'm like, okay, this is new. This is something we're going to see for the rest of the year. And it's so good. It is the counter to Timbersaw. You Rupture, it's really pure damage, can't do a damn thing. AoE Silence, also pure damage. And it's just such an insane laner, especially in this game. You're just going to run in, and there's really not much you can do to threaten him right now.
We've seen it banned a lot over the last few days, but not picked yet. This is the first pick, at least here in Cologne.
Also, something I like to have in lineups when you have Tombstone is something that makes the enemy team hesitant to go and destroy it, right? You put a Tombstone down, and if the enemy team has heroes that can actually break the Tombstone, you just put a Bloodright literally on top of it. And I was like, damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. Okay, we're going to break it, but we're going to get silenced, or there's zombies everywhere. So which one are you going to pick? And currently, the way I see it, Liquid aren't really going to break that Tombstone until Spectre has Manta. I just don't see it.
This is such a greedy lineup from Liquid. This is... I like when you're not on a clock, but this is what we criticize them for in the pregame. This is just a bit too much. Oracle's not a playmaker. None of these 3 cores really are. It's effectively all on Koifa's Storm. And I don't like when Storm is sort of put in a position where you typically see reserved for like Quaps and Pucks, where it's like, okay, this hero is good, but if it dies twice, they lose. And you're in this position as Koifa where you have to play in your flawless game, be the playmaker as well, which is really tough. You got to get really some nice lucky runes. You have to have vision advantage. You need your first 2 or 3 rotation TPs to work. It's a really tough ask in this game.
And usually when you, like, on paper, Storm is good against all of these heroes, right? But when I see Storm being the only initiator, the problem is it's super telegraphed when you go in. Like, you jump, if these heroes have a Yule, there's a Yule on Bloodseeker or on Lina, you can suddenly catch him off guard when he jumps in. And if Oracle isn't in reach to save him, he's going to die 100-0. So I would love for the last pick from Liquid to be able to assist Koifa in setting something up. Something I could see potentially is, like, I'm not saying the hero is good here, but just like the logic of a 4, like Clockwork. Like somebody that gives vision, goes in and starts you off. I'm not saying it's a good pick here, but just that thought process of, okay, we will get Koifa conditions to jump on somebody as a secondary initiate, rather than, hey, Koifa, good luck. Go start us a fight.
I just don't know what hero that is. Like the problem is a lot of the heroes you would think of are unplayable into the enemy lineup. Clockwork into Lifestealer Undying is miserable.
It's challenging.
As is Sand King against Bloodseer. Like, you just can't play Dota. You could go for something like a Shaker, but then it's just like, this is the slowest lineup we've seen all tournament. And the lanes of Secret are just so damn strong. We're likely going to see Lina go mid, I would expect, based on the Storm, because no matter what matchup, you're going to be heavily favored. It looks really good for Secret right now. And to your point, and I have no idea what Liquid could pick as a playmaker that also has good matchups, that could also potentially address the Lifestealer Rage.
That is a hero that Taiga plays as well.
Yeah.
He's the one that we are looking for, a hero for, most likely on the side of Team Liquid. We have another OD ban, by the way. Second time we see banned. That means that Team Liquid is expecting a mid still to be picked up by Team Secret. So they are expecting the Lina to be supported.
I think you just give that to Nisha, but we'll see. I think after watching Borania play Lina, it just reminded me of the days of old when Sumail used to just go for this cheeky Bloodstone build, start slaughtering everybody. Lina just feels so good right now. Awesome talents, really fast to move around map, very easy for her to stay on map.
Lina Core is, however, one of those heroes that can die to a Storm Jump plus Haunt.
True.
So if she is the target and nobody else is around to save, then maybe it could work with a, like you could counter a Core Lina in that way. So
It's a shaker, by the way.
We'll get the shaker.
That will be our last
I
pick
don't
for
know.
Liquid. Guys, don't seem convinced.
It's just like, so when you look at this Liquid lineup, you see what they want and you see what the heroes do and how they work together. To me, this is just not the patch for this kind of play.
No.
And I'm gonna look like an idiot if they end up winning this game now, but I feel like you're giving the enemy team so much initiative in the game.
Yeah.
And you're reliant fully on counterplays, which last game they did an amazing job counterplaying. So I'm not gonna say they can't do it. They can. But again, what I was saying after this previous game is that if you're setting yourself up so you need to play that insanely well to win your games, you're not going to consistently win more than half.
Yeah, this is
right?
I love the Ember pick too. This is insane synergy with the Bloodseeker and the Lifestealer. You've got now kill potential for Yapzor in effectively every lane, and it's an answer to the Storm. You have Catch now. You're going to go straight for Insania, straight for Quaifa. I think Secret have won this draft like 90-10. And I agree with pretty much everything Sind is saying. So if we agree, you know something is a little off.
Yeah, and I also think, though, that I think both of you agreed that Team Secret had the better draft previous game.
No, we didn't.
No,
You're right. Never mind.
We liked Liquid, but that was not the way they won was not the reason. That's not why I liked it, but they did win.
All right, well, let's see if they can beat the odds here, as the panel thinks that Team Secret has the better draft, but we're going to find out how it's going to play out with ODPixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 now of Secret versus Liquid. Fogged, what's standing out to you the most from these two drafts that we have here?
Liquid raised the greed. I thought last draft was greedy. This one's looking, very tough to play. I feel like they're going to be on the back foot for the majority of this game. I think Quaifa is going to be the big star to look at, and Taiga, I think they're going to have to make some wonders really happen on this Earthshaker and Storm.
All right, well, it's going to be very exciting to see. I mean, it is heroes that they have been known to make wonders happen upon, right? The Quaifa Stormers and there's the Tiger Shaker. Definitely heroes that we've seen these two pop off on before. And some solid backup around them. I mean, early on, where do you think it is that the strengths are going to lie the most for Secret that you feel that Liquid will struggle with?
I just feel like they overall have just a really good synergizing draft that works together, and it's not greedy at all. These lanes, they're safe across the board here. Like this Lina, if he's going to be paired with the Bloodseeker, it's a strong lane that we've seen tested a couple times before. Lifestealer Undying, very strong versus what they're going to be up against, which should be that Earthshaker and that Timbersaw. Timbersaw is going to get away with stuff, but you're going to be able to secure the farm of the Lifestealer or that Bloodseeker, depending on which matchup, with the Undying there. So I just feel like they've ticked all the boxes. Liquid, they do have that good mid lane that can go for them for Quaifa, but yeah, I feel like it's going to be really hard as soon as that mid game kicks off. How do they actually team fight? How do they fight versus the pressure of Secret, who doesn't really rely on cooldowns? And Liquid, they heavily rely on those cooldowns.
So yeah, Puppy. Well, actually not going to get blocked in here by Tiger. Tiger locks him out. And bounty runes are going to go 3 to Secret. Just the 1 to Liquid to start this off.
Okay, and they're actually going to look to, I guess Secret's going to try to dodge the lanes here, and they're going to put the Bloodseeker versus that Timbersaw so that Lifestealer has a better matchup, and he can actually free farm in his lane and also try to pressure the Spectre, just avoid the Timber.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously keeping Master safer by taking him top. Down bottom, how does Zai do against the Timber? Is Boxy still going to have a bit of an upper hand against him, or should Zai be fine?
He'll have a little bit more of an upper hand, but they can actually punish Boxy, I feel, pretty decently in the first 2 levels. As soon as they hit level 2 on Puppy, they can actually kill him. The magic damage that comes out from Undying with the combo of Bloodseeker, it's enough to just kill a Timbersaw. So I feel like Zai, he should actually be able to get some decent stuff down here. And he's not a strength hero, so that annoying Whirling Death won't affect him nearly as much.
We'll see what Boxy and Tiger are able to achieve. And is this a lane where Tiger is going to stick around for the first few levels, then he's going to leave Boxy to himself?
I would imagine so. He might just stick around for some more creep manipulation, but yeah, I think he's just going to end up ditching Boxy pretty early on. And he can look to make plays around mid when Koikva hits level 4, probably around that 5-minute, maybe a little bit before that 4-minute mark, that is. If they get a level and pull, an Earthshaker rotation, they could definitely look to punish Nisha if he plays too aggressively. Because Koikva's going to have that good matchup no matter what. Bottom. That's what we're talking about. Boxy getting low. The decay's building up, and then the blood right damage. But once levels, as we said, levels are going to kick in for Boxy, he's going to be able to sustain down here. The standard kind of Timbersaw thing. First few levels can be a bit of a scare.
And we'll see. On the top lane, Mickey. Again, doing what we saw he did the other day, stacking up on the mangoes when he comes into the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's an interesting approach rather than having, because we've been seeing a lot of times the double rings of regen. At least I've been seeing that. Double ring of regen, you get your tangos, and then they don't build anything really into it. They just end up getting rid of them. These he uses his mangoes, so, hey.
Overall, though, looking at the Spectre, would you not sort of consider it a game that, if Liquid are able to sort of hold it on and make space for Mickey like they did last game, that the Spectre won't get to a point where Secret's heroes are going to struggle to burst through it?
It can get to that point. Mid, they're actually battling out. It can get to that point, but I feel like Mickey this game, he's versus more of these counters, where I feel like PA in the last game, he's playing versus Rubik and Io, so he's just always going to be super good, and he's versus the Lifestealer, so he kind of counters that one. Spectre feels a little bit harder because he's playing into, like, Undying. Tombstone goes down, and it breaks a lot of the damage that Spectre can do in fights because it does not allow you to use your Desolate.
And then over towards Quaker, the sort of overall outlook of a game for a Storm, it seems pretty good, right? There's not too much to catch Quaker.
Yeah, that's why I think Secret just did end up picking this last pick, Ember Spirit mid. Even though the lane isn't so good, it gives them catch, which they were just lacking severely for Koikva. We're seeing Taiga doing what we were mentioning, hanging around that mid lane when Koikva is level 4, when he has that pull level.
With these bottle charges, Fisher into the combo might do it. And yeah, they're going to try it. It should be enough damage here. Or is it with the stick charges, actually, Nisha? And the quick dodge with the Slay. He's going to be able to stay alive. TPs do come in from both Yapso and Puppey, but
that ditches Matu top. Now he's alone up here for a moment.
It's going to be a little harder for him to get in on the creeps here as they're held.
They're actually just hanging 3 heroes in the mid to secure that 4-minute rune. Just so important for both of these heroes.
They're all going bottom though, Secret. If it's top, Koifa's going to get lucky. And he's not. It's bottom.
It's bottom.
Yeah, Nisha's able to grab it. Try for the setup on a Koifa mid. Instantly stepping away from the range of that Light Striker Ray. We'll keep him fine.
Puppey just stalking Taiga, just keeping tabs of where he's at. Seeing bottom. I thought Boxy was actually going to start getting more guaranteed farm, but he's actually struggling a bit versus the Bloodseeker. Zai is just really dominating this matchup. 27-4 to 18-2. Boxy definitely missing a couple of those. And still both these heroes just hanging around the mid lane, waiting for a mistake or an opportunity. Can't quite punish Koikva as they don't have any points in the chains for now. Still gonna have to wait for that till later on. And we will see those bounty moves. Don't know if Puppey can walk in versus Koikva, but he might be able to challenge the river bounty at least.
Koikva's going straight for that one.
Yeah, he's pushing him away. Let's see. Puppey's gonna go for it.
They're gonna have the Vortex. Pulls him in. Means that Koikva's able to pick it up, and now with the Fisher block off, they might have the damage to kill Puppey. Puppey's trying to run. He's got a Sora, but there's no units around, so it does nothing really at all. Koikva's able to get the kill. First blood for Koikva.
The perfect hero to get it to, as we said. Koikva, I feel like he really has to pop off this game, it does seem. And starting with that is going to be nice, and getting Taiga involved as well. And how many of the bounties did they get? They got 3 of the bounties. Oh. Zai will just attack a courier, standard.
Taiga.
Boxy with this Orb of Venom is actually pressuring Zai a bit here. He does hit the 6, the rotation is coming. Can't quite punish Boxy from the aggressive play though, he's still too tanky. And Mickey's getting away with full free farm up top.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Secret's just got to play it fast. I mean, like this Timber Store as well. Surely aren't Secret going to struggle to kill Boxy after a certain point? Like, what actually
I feel like
threatens him? Like, the rupture's something, I guess, but other than that...
I actually like their heroes quite a lot versus the Timbersaw.
Okay.
They have a lot of magic damage and just good burst of Undying as well, too, with the Blood Right. They have a lot of different forms that he has to just struggle versus.
Oh, Boxy is able to chain out to the
He's gonna
side.
live, though.
He's trying to chase him, yeah, but Boxy, he's going to be fine. Oh, unless that Blood Right connects, but Boxy's able to dodge it. He's keeping himself fine here with the passive, healing him up. Boxy will get away alive despite Secret's best attempts to take him down.
Didn't have enough heroes down there to set him up, but it does feel like for Boxy, I feel like it can be a pretty hard Timber game. He's versus Ember, Lina, lots of damage, amplification from the Undying at some points too, when he hits 6. Doesn't feel like it's going to be too easy for him. But he is also one of those elusive heroes, so, you know, those disables, they're going to have to be used on either the Storm or the Timber, so maybe Boxy can be that distraction for Koikfa to really get pretty much everything off, if he eats the chains, if he eats the Lina stuns and all that. And that's pretty much his job as this Timber, is eating those spells for his team to get away with.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to sort of have him going on the front. Koikfa's going to be looking for the pickoffs on the spots. I imagine both of their cores, actually, both Koikfa and Mikke in the start of these fights, zipping in, haunting in, just trying to delete the backlines.
Yep. Nice stacks, as always. Liquid setting them up for Koikfa. Gotta enable that timing quite a lot here.
I'm going to go straight for the Orchid Brush this game. Brown Boots Orchid on him.
Can be really nice versus the cores of Secret. The Ember and the Lifestealer can get punished pretty hard if Koikfa does get a good time on it. And he is going to get a good time on it. He's getting away with all this farming here. They're showing themselves in the lane. Nisha's going to get this free lane in mid now because of this, but Taiga's sapping the experience at least.
Let's see Nisha.
Secret. They're all set up around bottom here for Boxy. If he does step up too far. Nisha's even making the rotation down too. It's spotted though.
Yeah, he's playing it carefully, Boxy.
And an item that I feel like, you know, it kind of has been disappearing out of the favor after we saw it picked up almost every game for a long time. The Veil for Zai. So a really good item this game also versus Boxy. All that magic damage that they do have going to be enhanced a lot on the side of Secret. And it looks like Koikfa's going to look to play around Boxy, maybe expecting this movement to come down here, as they did see the Ember rotating earlier. Might be able to do some pretty decent counter ganks. These supports only level 4 at the moment.
Zai just hiding deep in the trees.
Nisha's heavily pushing mid though during this downtime from Koikfa moving. Koikfa's stepping up pretty far here. They can get a Blood Right into a stun.
Oh, they try, but Koikfa able to dodge it. Gonna try and get aggressive onto Puppy here. It's not quite enough to kill him though. The rest of Liquid bringing in themselves. Boxing Insania charging forward. They've got Puppy. Puppy goes down. Koikfa able to step out of the Blood Right. TP's coming over. The haunts here. Mikke, he's ready to move over to try and look towards Yapzor. Yapzor, he's falling low. Chakram comes out. They cut him down. A second kill for Liquid. Koikfa and Insania still alive, but the Sleight of Fist finishes Insania off. Nisha throws down the Remnant to close the gap onto Koikfa, but Koikfa, they've got the control into the Fissure. Nisha's going to go down. Koikfa able to use his last bit of mana to dodge the Blood Right. So Koikfa will survive. Liquid get the kills, and they only lose Insania for it.
Koikfa played that to literal perfection down bottom. Just how aggressive he's playing because he knows how little stuns that they do have to set up on him. Just such nice moves coming up from him, and all of Liquid collapses in time to actually counter gank Team Secret. Matu, he's going to get the space. He's going to build the farm and finish that armlet top, but a nice aggressive move from Liquid with the first haunt.
Mikke making sure he doesn't lose any opportunity to get active.
Nice, Boxy. A little bit of that Ironwood tree play there to claim the bounty away from Matu. I like it. And anything to enable Koikfa, like we said in this game. So he gets away with that. He's 2-0-2. He's got the first Oblivion Staff on the way to that second. Should be on the way to that very good Orchid timing to punish those side lanes, punish the Ember, punish the Lifestealer. And we are seeing Nisha. He's not going for a defensive item for himself. He's just rushing the Vessel to deal with that Timbersaw, to deal with the Oracle. Counteract those heals a bit. Might hurt him when Koikfa is able to get such a quick timing when he is finishing this Orchid soon.
Yeah, this is a very, very aggressive choice from Nisha. He's going to have to play very careful. As the Spirit Vessel, I guess, you know, obviously does have its strengths, but Liquid with mechanisms to remove it.
Mm-hmm.
With the Dispel, and
we'll make him...
imagine Boxy probably going to get the Lotus eventually.
Yeah. It will make him a little bit tankier, though. It does give you that HP that I feel like people do sometimes just write off. They just think about the Vessel as a Vessel. Koifa, he's sitting up top waiting for Matu to misuse his Rage.
Very, very close to having that Orchid done on Koifa now. Already having an excellent opening here. 2-0-2 on the Storm.
Boxy, immediately, as soon as the Catapult starts pushing away, if he parks himself, but Secret, they're in the area, but can actually punish him. Boxy's still a bit too strong. With Insania standing behind him as well, especially. And it's giving time. Giving time for Mickey to finish his Blade Mail that he does have done. And Koifa, that Orchid is 20 gold away.
It's quick. I think, yeah, Liquid's hitting some very good early game timings here. I just see sort of a Spectre and a Storm, and I feel like if this doesn't get punished early, this duo is going to be pretty potent later on. In the river, Puppy gonna have the backup. Boxy's been ruptured. He'll get himself up to the high ground. Nisha's heading in. I think we've got the damage to take him down. He turns with the chakrams. A little bit of a heal's coming out from Insania. Here's the Orchid pickup.
Here's the Orchid.
Koifa turns. He gets the silence. The fish around, and the three of them, they've got the lockdown, but no, he's able to get out with the haste route. Nisha's off to the side. He'll live. So survive for now. They're trying to turn on to Mickey. Again, Liquid backing off.
This Fortune's End's being very problematic. We see Nisha, his Flame Guard gets dispelled instantly in the fight. The Open Wounds gets dispelled instantly as soon as they're starting to go on people. And Insania Oracle always continuing to impress, and they do have eyes on Nisha. Can they punish him, though? Instantly dispel the Flame Guard, and then they commit onto him, but he's got a Remnant.
He's prepared. And we see as soon as he sees that Orchid done, queuing up the Yules after the Vessel. It's still going to take a bit of time for him to get those two, so still a good window for Koifa to play aggressive.
Yeah, and we're seeing Liquid, they're preparing, you know, it's all about the greed, it's all about the farm. Look at these stacks again. Every moment that they see, every time it hits that 50-second mark, they're in position to get stacks off. Another triple and double stack.
It is crazy how we really do just see Liquid stack that more than any other team in the competition. I mean, why is it that no other teams stack as much as Liquid? Why is no one else doing this?
It's an old school Heroes and Newer thing. Like, honestly, that's actually
that's a pretty good thing to have, right? To just be, as a team, you just always have stacks being made. When there's absolutely some teams they'll play against, they barely stack at all.
Liquid is always, like, I think if you just look at stats, I'm pretty sure Liquid just has the most stacks by far out of any team. Like, no matter what lineup it is either as well, too. It's like, it doesn't matter if they have a Sven, doesn't matter what they have, they will always have these type of stacks. And they'll always have, like, decent heroes to clean it.
Yeah, I mean,
and Mickey, like, he also has a triple Ancient stack. He's got his Blade Mail. Time to farm Ancients as a Spectre, too. So, I mean, they're getting away with a lot of the greed here in Secret. Not really able to punish at all.
Mid. Rupture onto Boxy again, but Insania's going to TP over in case Boxy needs extra help. He heals out. Boxy's able to step away.
He's just, like, every single time they look to try to threaten this tower, and Boxy, he's just parking himself. He's stopping them from being able to get into the jungle of Liquid to slow down that Ancient farming. So far, Liquid playing this early game perfectly.
Secret just not able to kill any of their core so far with these moves that they're making. And
look at bottom. Taiga is invis set up, but there's a Sentry Ward.
Oh, and the Rage. Yeah, Matu, he's got the damage. Taiga not quite expecting the detections to still be out there.
He was trying to set up for the kill, too. They were setting Mickey up bottom, and then they were probably going to have Koifa TP down. But he wants to the Sentry.
Boxy is a bit of a bait. He's going to start things off, get Nisha to go in onto him. Nisha is falling low, he's going to get taken out. Koifa gets the kill. Another one here for the Storm. As I think we are going to see this. Nisha's really got to be careful. That Spirit Vessel first time is going to be punished. The lack of defensive capability, Koifa's going to be on him every time.
Thinking about Matu.
She's in.
Azure.
The grab back. If they got the damage, though, no. Matu's able to turn, pop the Rage, and this time Koifa's a little too deep, but the False Promise comes out. Zip it to the side. I mean, it's a lot of damage that's come through with the Laguna Blade. Koifa surely going to pop. Tiger does get the Echo off. Matu's low, but Koifa falls. They do get Matu in return, and now Mickey with the Horn. He's going to try and chase to clean up more. Soul Repeal onto Yapsor. They'll turn for Puppy instead. Puppy goes down. Boxy continues to chase again with the placement of the GG branch. Closes in on Yapsor. Another GG branch sets up for the double. Boxy gets the kill. As Nisha will pick apart Insania on the back of it all.
But Liquid's fine with this. This is a great fight for them. They killed pretty much every single one of the heroes on Secret, right? All 5 heroes do go down, and they keep their Spectre alive during all of it, and Boxy. That's huge for them again here. They do lose the tower, but a very good hold there anyway. getting themselves so much gold. Like, Taiga almost has Blink Dagger now off of it, too.
Yeah. He's able to stand his ground, pop the Echo, and just have that little bit of control and damage needed to get the big kill on Matu, trying to charge straight in.
And we're really seeing some damage issues and just Secret unable to just stick on these targets and kill them. Now Boxy's got mech. He's almost had his Greaves, too. This is looking really good for Liquid right now. Secret under the gun.
I'm telling you, I don't know how they kill. I think it's going to be very hard to kill Mickey and Boxy. They're just having too good of a start here. I know it's even on the net worth, but it's a Storm, it's Timber, it's a Spectre. Secret's got to step it up. They've got to speed it up if they want to try and shut these heroes down.
Yeah, they got to. They really do. They have to take advantage of the Haunt being down right now. Sai, he's looking up toward top for Taiga, but there's a lot of support from Liquid. Insanio right near, and Taiga just TP's out. And now Zai.
Oh, Koifa's in with a big zip. He's ready to go. They're going to be able to punish Sai for that one. Another kill for Koifa. Matu and Nisha, they're coming in. They'll find Insania, but they won't quite find Koifa. Koifa doesn't have TP, though, for 20 seconds. See how much of a hunt they bring towards him. They won't, actually. They'll just assume he's out already. So Koifa's going to be able to get away with this.
And now Taiga, Blink Dagger. So Liquid, they've got all their tools to be able to just straight up fight versus Secret's draft at the moment. Secret not doing everything they needed to in this early game. Looking for Boxy here.
Yep, gives him the
got
coverage.
Taiga behind. Yeah, he's okay. Even with that, and that's Flesh Golem popped. You know, these little things, they will start mattering. Secret, it does feel like they're going to need everything to kick in to be able to actually battle versus Liquid in any of these straight up team fights.
See bottom, tier 1's going to be taken.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Joe Koifa, I mean, he's feeling how good of a game he's having so far. He's going to go for that Orchid into Bloodstone.
Definitely. I mean, he's playing versus just so little disables. He doesn't have to go for any type of defensive for himself. Just tank up.
Yeah, and he knows that if he does ever get himself in risky positions, Insania is going to have his back.
Matu is still hitting some very, very good timings, but the rest, you know, his other two cores are really struggling. And him sticking on this Storm, him sticking on Spectre is going to be hard this game.
Boxy. Playing around the high ground here. And he's just running straight in on them, maybe trying to set something up for Taiga, because Taiga is walking in. They're rather close to one another. Taiga, can he find a solid jump? The Hawk coming out to spot things out. They're able to burst through Nisha. Nisha goes down. Boxy stepping aside here as Insania keeps him safe. But right, will connect. Nisha buying back to try and keep this fight going. He's going to commit in onto Boxy. Nisha bringing in Matu to the backlines over towards Insania. Allows them to take out the Oracle. Nisha's going to continue to try and push Tiger away. But the rest of Liquid, they get in onto Yapso. Boxy has been false promised. He's still going to live. Jobs on Tiger! He's in on the four of them! He's in on the four of them. He's able to set up for the dieback on Nisha. He's now on the run, though, because Secret, they'll still clean up. After what was an excellent Echo Slam in Boxy, he's still finding extra kills on the supports as Puppy falls. I mean, Tiger just throws himself in and it pays off. I mean, Boxy's able to live, he cleans up, and they kill Nisha after buying back.
Nisha's really having a struggle. And Mickey, he survives during all of it. He's got Manta done. He jumped in, jumped away really quickly. Boxy's just, I mean, you were right. I thought that they'd be able to take out Boxy, but he is becoming way too big of a problem. 7-0-5, holding his ground. Greaves finished, and he's on his way toward that Lotus Orb. This is very problematic for Secret. Matu is starting to get to the point where he's on his own to be able to deal with this Storm and this Spectre and this Timber. These three cores is getting to be too much for him.
I mean, they do have burst. It's just that they don't have, I feel like they just don't have 2k damage of burst, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to be able to get Boxy low, but after they burst him, who's going to be hitting him? It's very rare situations where the Lifestealer's actually able to get any hits in on Boxy. He's just going to be out of there in a way. And I just don't know if they can deal with Boxy right now. Or Mickey, for that
especially...
fact.
Yeah, and they can't, like, Yapsor's not able to really get many spells off inside of the fights either because everyone's collapsing on top of him so quickly. The Spectre Hunt, the Storm jumps in, and the Timber jumps in too, and then a Fissure comes through. Yapsor just dies. He's just having a really tough time getting any of his spells to connect as well.
Oh, we'll see this fight again
so
here.
fragile.
And Boxy, again, just being saved. Insania, False Promise comes in, and it's just so much heals with that regen. Tiger, it's a beautiful jump, and it's enough to, again, just keep Liquid coming out slightly on top of these trades and just keeping the game solid for both Mickey and Quakefa in particular.
Yeah, and they keep also getting to be the ones who dictate the pace. Haunt was just used on their own accord. They're the ones making the aggressive move. Secret can't take advantage of the downtime at all. Haunt's back up in 10 seconds. How can Secret fight into Haunt? It really feels like they just can't. They have to try to farm some type of items, but as we said, Liquid, they went extremely greedy this game, and they're winning the early game.
They really are. I mean, as you say, you know, Matu, his farm is still up there, but both Nisha and Zai with the way that the fights have been going are starting to fall behind a little bit.
Yeah, he just can't stick on these targets either. Like a Lifestealer sticking on a Spectre, a Storm, or a Timbersaw, they have these different ways to just disengage from him. And they have so many different ways to play around open wounds at this point. Manta, the Dispel from Fortune's End, just lots of different ways to guard. And
they're going to
getting set up on.
Instantly, TPs are coming in. They're going to come in with the Haunt. They've got the chain stun. Matu's going to go down, and now Zai, he's TPing into his death as well.
And Puppey. They won by one.
I mean, Liquid, they're starting to make it look pretty easy with these moves. Secret getting broken up, broken down.
They're getting into the Roche pit now. All right, Secret's in a whole world of trouble now. Massively far behind into a Storm Spectre lineup at 20 minutes in the game. It's just going to get worse and worse.
There we go. Aegis on Mickey. They couldn't kill him the once. And now they're not going to be... They're going to have to try and kill him twice. I don't know if they've got that in them. Mickey's still yet to fall this game.
And Liquid on the hunt
Nisha.
again. Nisha.
They got the setup.
No defensive.
Nisha's in. Lockdown's there. Nisha. He's going to pop. Again. Both Nisha and Zai, their games are crumbling.
And Liquid just, I mean, they're really feeling the momentum. They're popping off. Koikfa, he's 9-2-8 in this game, having a flawless performance pretty much. Boxy, 7-0-5. Yeah, they're really starting to run away with this one here.
I don't know. Yeah,
they're lost.
How do you
they can't make moves anymore.
How do you stop this Spectre? How do you stop this Timber? It feels impossible. It's just 4K, but Mickey is just so far ahead. He's nearly level 20. Matu's still level 16.
Yeah, it feels like you'd have to commit 5 heroes to even try to kill them, and then you're all just going to get turned on probably. Especially if Insania shows up with the save, then you maybe don't even kill anybody. Liquid playing very, very good in this first 20 minutes here. And I mean, Spectre, near level 20, getting close to Scotty. I mean, he's already got the counters versus this Lifestealer. When Scotty's done, it's Matu can never fight him again. It feels like he can't anyway at this point, as that Secret just fully on the back foot.
So Liquid, they want to make the move for Matu, but Matu's already out this half of the map. They're pinging the camps, but he's played it safe, gone for the TP out.
Now the Lotus Orb is done too. Another method to protect his Storm Spirit or himself. So, I mean, Koikva already, like we said, having this flawless game. Now the only disable that he really has to worry about can just get dispelled by a Lotus from his teammate as well. Besides just that Fortune's End that was coming out from Insania. And Secret have to just handhold. They're just like playing all around Matu, kind of hand-holding each other because they know if they split up at all, the pickoff's just too high there from Liquid.
Trying to set up on Boxy mid. Oh, he ruptured himself though. As Boxy instantly out with the Lotus Orb upon himself. Insania is heading over to provide extra safety, and Boxy is going to be kept alive by the false promise. Secret, they're struggling to get any further in, and they know they've got to be careful because Koikfa comes in with the counterplay onto Puppey. Puppey goes down. They found the Undying, buyback straight away from Puppey here. Just in case Liquid do try and chase for more. Nisha, he's got a Remnant in. He's got a Remnant in incredibly aggressively. He's been clumsy netted. He'll use the Yules, but Tiger has got a Fisher ready on the way down. And Nisha, he's been gone upon as they're straight away on top of them with Koikfa. The Infest heal does save Nisha. So Matu able to keep Nisha alive in this event. He's still backing off, but Mickey and Boxy, they're chasing. They're onto Matumberman. Matu's rage has come to an end. Koikfa zips in. Matu, he's going to pop the armlet. Will keep him alive as he toggles away with the rage, but they're surrounded. They've got this just massive Spectre in onto Matu. Boxy nukes him down with a Whirling Death. Matu's dead for 50. Puppey just getting torn apart underneath the tower as there's 3 dead on Secret, and it just seems like they've lost it. They're calling it. They're calling it. They have lost it completely as Liquid have broken them. They have broken them. It might have started yet the other day against mudgolems. Secret getting knocked down, and then Liquid here in the lower bracket. Game 1, They pull out the classic Liquid special of Chaos and Magic, and it works. And then game 2, they just toss Secret aside. Secret they just look broken completely. The early GG just goes to show it. Secret, they had no clue what to do. Liquid just destroyed them.
Liquid just full out broke them. The movements this game were just perfect. They've out 5-man Secret in the early game with a pretty greedy draft and just make it work perfectly. Koikfa pops off, Boxy pops off, and it just looks like such a good play from all of Team Liquid. Such good preparation.
And just both of these series were seen against Secret, and this one in particular, this second game from Liquid to push Secret out of it. I mean, we're going to have to see in future tournaments how sort of Secret stand against this test. You know, it's all well and good when you're just winning everything, but when the losses start to come in, maybe that's when things will begin to break apart a little bit. As already in this series, Liquid able to find already the cracks that were appearing in Secret's armor, and they just blow them open. This game 2, Secret looking lost, and Liquid, it's just another win in the books for them. Both the Spectre, Mickey, and Boxy not dying at all in this whole game. As Liquid, they knock Secret down and out, and they'll move on 2-0.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
tournaments in a row, Team Secret came first, 3-0ing their opponent every single time. Team Liquid, though, they stop their reign. They leave Team Secret behind in 4th place, and they move forward here at ESL 1 Germany. Welcome to the Game Fuel post-match. We're going to break down that game, break down that series, and hopefully get to talk to the winners as well. I'm here with Kyle and Cinder. And guys, you guys were both not on board with the draft of Team Liquid. They made it work, though. What was the big difference maker in your guys' eyes compared to what you saw and what you then saw played out?
A couple of things, if I could start. First of all, thank you, Kyle. Now you got my back. No, so first of all, I think they just played their best game. I think this is the best game I've seen from Liquid maybe this year. I think it was super clean, the way they played their laning stage, the way they played around each other. Everybody just did exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah.
That was the first thing. Secondly, Insania and Oracle is really a standout, really enabler for this team. So I think strategically they just feel so comfortable when they have this. We talked about the Koik Lone Druid. Seems like this Oracle and Insania really enables them to really do what they want.
Can I take the third? Because I think it's something we all need to be focusing on more often, which is planting trees. And Boxy did a whole bunch of that. Like, quite possibly the most important neutral item hero combination in the game. He's doing so much damage mid-fight because he has the GG branch to constantly place down. Yep. Like, that, to me, is why they're able to take these fights in the mid-game. If you don't have that option, you don't have Timber damage. So the Echoes are not going to be enough to finish. And just really well done by Koifa. And also, you made the comment backstage, didn't like the Ember item build. Think that if there was ever a game for a Yules, this has got to be it. Just because otherwise, you're just feeding to this Orchid.
Yeah, you didn't have an Orchid counter. And, you know, as much as you love to go Vessel against Timbersaw, you get the logic. I feel like a lot of the time it's a trap when you buy Vessel against Oracle, just because he has such a low commitment purge for it. It's just, oh, you Vesseled my Timber, you know, it's just gone. And if it's really a dangerous situation, is you have ulti. And another thing, on top of all of that, Timber in this game doesn't mind going Greaves. So it's like, he just wants to counter-itemize it anyway. So you're kind of like, what did the Vessel do this game? I actually felt like it was completely unimpactful.
Guys, this second game was a lot more convincing from Team Liquid as a victory compared to the first game. And I would love to talk about both games with the person we're talking to right now, because I believe we have Taiga on the line. Hello? Taiga? Can you hear us, Taiga? I don't believe he can hear us. But we can see Taiga. And we saw him on the Earthshaker as well.
He doesn't have time for us.
I hope he doesn't pick his nose.
I think he knows the camera is on. Normally there's like a little light that you see.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Well, it's good to get a chat with him.
That's good to see. I mean, I think he made some good points.
Yeah, it was.
I
mean, he let his actions speak for him.
Yeah.
He had a great Shaker game.
That's true. I mean, maybe he could hear us the whole time. He was just like, I don't need to say shit, man.
Yeah.
That's how I played. I don't need to say anything.
That is the strat. That is the strat.
Well, unfortunately, we had tech issues there, but yeah. I mean, honestly, great gameplay from Taiga in both games. I think in this game, he nails it on the Shaker. Like, people always focus on the Echoes with Shaker, like that big slam, but I think his fissures this game were way more important. There's so many good setups, so many good saves. Like, this is truly, from my perspective, because I want to give credit where it's due, because we've been criticizing Liquid a lot for being inconsistent, being like hit or miss, and having these like weird moments in the games. This game was so clean, and that they've got to feel really proud of that, and it's kind of inspires some confidence in me and this team that, you know, we were talking pre-series about how we think Liquid hasn't really progressed very much since TI, where we thought they hit peak form. You disagreed with that. I think this really reminds me of when Liquid are at their absolute best. This game was really spectacular.
I really think that the Insania Oracle is the X factor, because it also, from watching, it feels like he's most comfortable captaining on this style, because he's actually, it gives his cores the confidence to play with so much more aggression. We saw multiple times, including in this fight, where Boxy got ulted by, or got false promised while the Greaves regen had kicked in. So he's just able to stay alive. And because of that, they're able to turn around the fight, get some critical kills. And at this phase of the game, yeah, you're only 2K gold ahead, but you look at the draft, I mean, this is a Storm with an Orchid that is just free killing Ember on spawn. And then there's a Spectre and a Timber who are also fat.
The main criticism of the draft that you guys said before the game started was that it might be too slow and they might not have time to get to that point where they would be dominant. And it seemed like they got there way faster than we thought they would. And also, it didn't really feel like Secret had any tools to deal with it. Better yet, they called like an early GG before any of the tier 3 towers had died. They call GG right here after this fight. They're done. Like, that is uncharacteristic almost.
I just don't think it's a bad GG call.
Yeah.
I feel like the game, like they know where this game is at. Like they know they're getting destroyed, and you know.
But you're also playing against Team Liquid, you know.
I mean, I guess.
You did mention to call them the European Cloud9. You never know.
Yeah. I will say though, I think a big part of what made things go so fast for Liquid that both we've talked about in the casters, I think the stacking that Team Liquid does really makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Like you get this Orchid on Koikva maybe 2 or 3 minutes earlier because of all these stacks, and you give Shaker space. It's just a very natural progression in the game for all these heroes to be happy and hit a great timing. Really, really made a huge difference in my book.
Oh. I'm a big fan too because it's actually a way for supports. Not only because remember, there's a stack bonus too. And it is so cool to hear cha-ching as you're sitting in the mid lane getting XP and maybe a little bit of gold. As you know, your core is taking that investment you put from in the woods. So it's just really cool resource allocation. You boost the game of your core and yourself. And yeah, as you said, like, on a hero like on Storm, it's just that Orchid timing is everything. If the Ember has Yules up before the Orchid, it's a completely different game.
Yep, that's the Team Liquid that we want to see play, and that's the Team Liquid that has a good shot at making it to the grand finals. But we first need to see who Team Liquid will face in the next lower bracket match. But therefore, we need to go to the upper bracket. The upper bracket winners bracket match. The winners bracket finals, if you will. Mudgolems versus Na'Vi coming your way after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Hey Leute, ich bin's, eure Melli und willkommen zu einer neuen Folge des Gamers Guide. Und heute sprechen wir über Stress und Tilt Control mit dem eSports Mental Coach Edgar Chiquera, also bleibt dran. Hey guys, this is Melly and with me is Edgar Chiquera from Sidecheck. He's a mental coach and today we're going to talk about stress and emotions and that thing called tilt control. Well, we already heard on the internet the word tilt quite often. I used to tilt a lot. A lot of headsets died on my watch, to be honest. Could you please explain what tilting means?
So tilting is basically just being angry and frustrated. So you mentioned, you know, headsets being broken. I know so many different players or friends that have played FIFA and literally just thrown their controller at a wall. So it's very common to anyone that plays games in that way. So in a nutshell, it's just that anger and that frustration you feel when playing.
But why do we get tilted?
It's a good question. And so there's an explanation, which is why we have all of this right here.
Okay, so you're not picking up a part-time job as a bartender?
No, that was in my past. So when we go into an environment, we give a certain meaning to that situation. So with being tilted, it's, you know, this is offense against me and mine. That's the meaning we give, but the meaning we give is based on the judgments that we make in that situation. So there's 5 different components to it. So 5 different judgments that we make that lead to us feeling that emotion. So one is this relevant to us? Another one is, do we feel like the conditions are favorable to us? Another one is, you know, do we feel like we can actually cope? Do we have coping options? Then we have, you know, what does this mean in the future? So what do we expect? And the last one is, who's to blame? So is it me, is it you, is it someone else? So you'll notice, as an example for why people get tilted, let's say we'll put in, it's really relevant to us. You know, we feel like it's so relevant to us and this is important to my goal. Then we'll think, you know, maybe the conditions aren't that great for us to succeed. In that way, it's not, obviously not a lot in there. Then we'll feel like we don't have a lot of options to cope, right? So I can't really cope in these situations too. So a little splash of that. Then we go with future expectations. So we feel like there's a lot on the line. So we look into the future already within that. So we'll put a lot of that in there. And then the really important one that explains why people get tilted is blame. So not really taking much accountability, blame on someone else. There we go. And then you can imagine you stir it all up, mix it, and then you'll see the emotion of being tilted, which is obviously red there. And even in my experience working in different games, you notice that when they go into competitions, and let's say the game's not going their way, they'll be like, oh, it's the game's fault. It wasn't me. If the animation didn't do this, then I would have been so much better, you know. And it's
lag.
It's
always a lag.
Yeah. It's always the lag. It's something, you know, when we blame something else, it's easier to say, okay, this offended me and this stopped me from getting what I want, so I'm angry. So even with, let's say, my brother, right, he loves playing FIFA, but I don't know why he plays it, maybe because it's just so fun, but he rages so much, enough so he'll throw a controller at a wall, but it's because you'll say, oh, this game, in real football, this wouldn't happen. But you also need to understand that real football and, let's say, FIFA, they work differently, but you need to focus on what you can control in that sense.
Is there a way to switch up the recipe to, I don't know, is there some advice you can give to our viewers at home how to get less tilted or less stressed in games?
Obviously, to get less tilted, we also need to change the meaning we give to the situation that we're in. So we change the things that create this meaning, right? So these recipes, these little ingredients in here. So what's important for being tilted is actually change the blame. So really be accountable for what you've done and what you can do. Also look at what you can do to cope. So we have a lot more coping options than we think that we do. So as a viewer, definitely focus on what you can do to cope with it. So if you can relax, if you can problem solve with your team and so on, and also look at being accountable for your actions as well. Don't always blame someone else, because when you do that, it's easy to tilt. When you take accountability, you're basically more able to get a beneficial emotion for you at that time.
All right, that's really interesting. Guys, I hope you could take something away from it. I learned a lot. And Edgar, thank you so much. And I hope to see you again in one of our next videos. Bye.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Germany, where we are ready for our upper bracket finals. And to be honest, if you would have told me last week, hey, your upper bracket finals for ESL 1 Germany is going to be Mudgolems versus Na'Vi, I probably would have not believed you. I probably would have thought that would be a joke, but these two teams, they have stepped it up. They have actually more than stepped it up. They've performed phenomenally. I'm here with Kyle and Cinderin. And these are teams, they are rightfully so. Like, nobody took an easy route to get here.
Nope. I think this is one of those. If you let the community do bracket predictions, like we have a TI, I wonder what percentage of bracket selections would have been this with the upper bracket.
There is always one.
It's less than 1%.
There is always one person that goes the up. There's always one. That's how it works.
But this was definitely a very unexpected outcome, and it's very refreshing. I think a lot of people watching Dota are so happy that we have a different upper bracket final and a different grand final for once.
It feels like it's just been years, literally years of the same players winning tournaments. Like,
I mean, in 6 months, definitely of the same team.
Yeah, but even going back, it's like it's OG, it's whatever, it's old Liquid and now Nigma, Secret, VP when they were dominant. Who EG?
Vici.
When it wasn't a major? Like, I guess, yeah, it's a good point. We haven't seen the Chinese team.
Whoever wins this tournament now has not won a tournament this year, right?
Correct.
Correct.
I think
In fact, I don't think Liquid have ever won a tournament either.
Excuse me. Oh, Mudgolems came second, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't think they've won.
I can tell you exactly what they did. Actually, no, that's not true. Na'Vi won Omega League Division 2.
Okay.
As Fly the Moon.
Right, so they won the second
Division 2. Yeah,
Right,
yeah. They did get dropped down to Division 2.
This is
I
a
believe.
different ballpark, though. That's the thing, right? Like, the level of opposition here is so much harder than the Division 2.
Also,
but yeah, okay, fair enough, they won one.
This Na'Vi squad, Fly the Moon, back then won Pyramid League Season 2. They 3-2'd Virtus Pro.
All right.
So there's that.
I stand corrected. So they have won a couple.
And yeah, Mudgolems has only played one tournament before this,
Right,
and they came second.
I think it's fair to say that at this level of competition, none of these teams have won a
Correct.
tournament this year.
Yeah, 100. Yeah.
Just hands down. So that's really exciting.
I'd love to see more Tier 1 Dota teams. It feels like we've had a segmented scene the entire year, and both of these squads have not looked like slouches. And it's not as if they took down subpar competition. Na'Vi knocking down OG, I believe, and then Mudgolems taking out Secret for the first time. But I think the Mudgolems win against Secret was, in a way, more impressive than Liquid's because they demonstrated that the god could bleed. 20 consecutive series, and they stopped them in their tracks 2-0. That is a hell of an impressive victory, especially for a new squad. And I was not a Skeeter believer. Okay, I don't know how many of you guys watched Doug. I'm sure somebody at home watched Doug, but his personality is similar to Skeeter, and he's just kind of been one of those guys I always thought had a little too much fun. But in this squad, it looks okay, and he's balling out.
Yeah. Maybe they're all having fun.
Okay, I was going to say I have no idea who that person
Or maybe none of them are having fun, so he can't have fun. Like he's trying to have fun and all of them just shut him down?
I don't think so.
I would imagine they're having
You don't know Skeeter. He's a goof.
I know Skeeter. I played with Skeeter.
Oh, how did that go?
I mean, he was pretty serious when it was game time, to be honest. I think he has, I'm not sure what's a good comparison. Like he's a bit clowny and funny outside of game, but when it's crunch time, he's really good at shot calling and saying what he wants and needs in the game. So
the Gap Store, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess a bit comparable to that. They obviously play very different roles, right? So the type of communication you do as a support and as a core is very different. But yeah, like it's somewhat of an okay analogy, I guess.
As people might have remembered, we did predictions at the start of the previous series. We were all wrong. We all went for a secret, so we didn't get any points there. Let's find out if anybody is going to get any points this time around, because I believe everybody went for Mudgolems this time. And you know what happened last time when we went all the same?
Yeah.
What happened?
We lost. Liquid won.
The important thing is, as long as we keep picking the same, we can get shared first place and JJ gets last.
No, JJ gets last. Yeah, yeah, we're good.
So that's fine. We can just agree what we pick every time. As long as we pick the same as JJ, we're fine.
Yes.
I'm okay with the shared first.
Me too.
You're okay with first?
Yeah, collusion.
Shared first.
Shared first. Yeah.
Ladies
I mean,
first.
ideally, I would share it with you, Shiver, and they could be far down.
I think that would be better.
But I'll take it. It's still good.
All right.
It's still good.
We are very close to getting the draft started.
Pal, you can't do a death stare for more than 2 seconds before you start laughing.
You want to try it?
You just can't do it.
You can try deadpan stare into the camera until break time. No, not me. Kyle. Staring competition with Twitch chat. You can't even do it to a camera?
This is why I'm terrible at Mafia. I can't do it. Stop, please. All right, pressure. Why are you doing this?
Let's hear from a more clever person with a pro tip, then break, and then draft.
There are currently over 200 unique items in Dota 2, so there's no coincidence that to this day, new tricks and mechanics are being discovered with regards to these items. Some of the more recent mechanics that pros are abusing also happen to be some of the most useful. For example, did you know that you can lock combining on the recipe for a Pipe of Insight, use the Hood of Defiance damage block active, unlock combining, then use the Pipe active, which will give you a total of 725 magic damage block. At the point where you pick up a Pipe of Insight in a typical game, this can give you a really nice effective HP boost for winning teamfights, especially if you're playing a tanky frontline hero. Another interesting trick involving locking items comes in the form of locking an Eon Disc recipe to avoid it proccing when you don't need it, then unlocking it to form an Eon Disc when you actually need it to save you, such as during a big teamfight ultimate like Chronosphere. If you want to get really technical, you can lock the components to Tranquil Boots, which will give you more in-combat regen and move speed than Tranks, then unlock it for some quick regen and extra move speed as you're casually walking between lanes or creep camps. You can rinse and repeat this trick for the entire game for maximum efficiency, as long as you don't accidentally get hit by an enemy hero when you have the Tranquil Boots formed. When you start looking at the interaction between items and other items, or items and spells, things of course get a lot crazier. To give you a quick few examples, you can blink out of Yules if you have a hood buff, a pipe buff, or a raindrop. You can actually use Yules to snap Puck Coil without taking any damage or getting stunned if you time it right. You can turn off Radiance during Shadow Demon in prison, and he won't get Radiance illusions. If you have an Ags and you get Lotus Orbed, you reflect the Aghanim Scepter upgraded version of the spell that gets cast on you, even if the caster doesn't have an Ags themselves.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? It's time, get up.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dubs on the vision, call it 2020. Two dubs on the vision, dubs on the vision, two dubs on the vision, dubs on the two dubs on the vision, dubs on the vision, two dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
Beamer, I got my team up. Hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. Pretty make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Two dubs on the vision, dubs on the vision, two dubs on the vision, dubs on the vision, two.
Na'Vi versus mudgolems upper bracket finals, and these two teams are not wasting any second. They are well into the draft. They are going very, very speedy. I'm here with Synderen and Kyle, and we're going to break down this draft. I'm curious, first of all, to hear what you think about the openings, as we do already have 2 picks each, but I'm also wanting to just reiterate a little bit for people at home that might not have followed the whole tournament, what kind of playstyle these two teams have and what we can expect from this finals.
I think they are relatively similar, actually, in what they do. They love this strong lane pressure into dominant mid game. And on top of that, I would say Na'Vi might be the slightly more hard carry team. I think that's kind of the biggest difference. It's not that Skitter doesn't play the hard carry heroes, but I think he gets a little bit more involved. Sometimes Na'Vi will just have V2 play on an island for like 10 to 15 minutes if they need or if they want to, whereas Skitter gets a bit more involved, but
yeah, but you have to really kind of look under a microscope to find the differences, because I think they are really geared very similar, especially when you consider just from the back of the squad, how'd you say, the top? The supports, right? Always want to fly in Fada. Veterans, not really ever having like real tier 1 mainstream success, maybe a little bit for Fada.
I was going to say, that's a little harsh there.
I mean, he was never on a team that was like best in the world, right?
He was on Team Secret.
He won a major.
Yeah, which one?
Shanghai major, right?
No.
That was...
Oh, that was Misery and Envy.
Riha, Universe. Or no, before Universe.
Wasn't Fata offline at that too?
No, that was Misery.
No, that was...
It was.
I feel like
Pylai Die, Puppy, Misery, Weehaw.
It was
and Eternal.
Slardar Misery every
I don't know. I feel like Fata's won a major, but maybe I'm just wrong. Like, I don't know why I remember him winning a big tournament like that. Maybe it wasn't a major, maybe it was another big tournament.
Confusion all around. We'll figure
he's
it
won
out.
something, or he has been very high up.
Force in, sabotage my point.
Sorry, Kyle.
They're similar squads, okay? You got newer blood on carry, somewhat volatile mid players that are very, very put a lot of emphasis on winning the lane. I think Iceberg is the guy I'm going to look at, just because I think that his mid game is going to determine Navi's success in this matchup.
Fata did win his first tournament as a captain last year in Rotterdam. Just want to point that out.
Okay. Oh, DreamHack
as a
Rotterdam
captain.
with Alliance.
As a captain.
Okay. Gotcha.
With then Alliance, yes.
Okay.
Just you know, he.
Now I'm actually really curious what the biggest tournament he's won is.
Okay, you guys talk about the draft for a little bit.
Maybe I'm just.
Please hold.
Probably just wrong. Then you can accept it. Trust me, I've learned my lesson.
Accept what? Being wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happily wrong.
Yeah.
I'll say, okay.
People in Dota seem to be afraid to be wrong sometimes, especially in pubs nowadays. Just be wrong. There's so much. We were talking about it backstage. You can always learn from a game of Dota, especially nowadays.
For sure.
Especially Cindy, you could probably learn a lot.
Yeah.
You're not helping me at all. Undying, I like the open. It secures the lane for a somewhat weaker core, and it also provides a lot of nice team fights that you can shrug down towers. And Drow is also one of my favorite heroes against Phoenix, because you want to have some easy method of threatening a kill pre-egg, and the Drow Silence does just that. You also can kill the egg rather quickly. You're a natural BKB buyer, high attack speed.
Because most Drows every Drow build has a Dragon Lance in it somewhere, I think. So, yeah. Okay, they're going to go for Mirana. Now, this is a bit different. It's obviously another hero that can kill the egg with Leap and can get away from Lifestealer. I'm not sure how good it is yet, though, in this game. But
He's done a lot of really high tournaments, and also first place. But I don't think a major. Oh, never mind. With Team Liquid, Epicenter 2016.
Oh wow,
Epicenter.
Man, we're so old.
Also, he came second at the Shanghai Major.
Okay. Oh yeah, that was the one where Kuro ran out of.
Oh yeah.
That
I don't know. Sorry.
No, that finals is very memorable to me because it was Kuro versus Puppy, and it just felt like Kuro was trying all these different things, and there was just nothing working. He just ran out of ideas at some point. It's a memorable finals for me. Whatever. So yeah, okay. So Epicenter, he has won.
Yes,
but not a major.
How crazy?
I think Epicenter 2016 was a major.
It was.
Wasn't that the year that everything on the Sun was a major?
That was the first Epicenter. I remember that. Everybody had heated toilet seats. I'll never forget that one.
Yeah, I generally remember the finals, but
I would normally also remember the games, maybe.
That's cool.
What?
Some people do the Dota and some clean the toilets. It's fine. It's all good.
Tusk, that's one of my favorite anti-Drow heroes. I really like the Furion. I think this is the best core to pair with the Drow because you just have so much tempo. And suddenly one mistake can immediately be capitalized on into multiple towers. In addition, what's Undying's weakness? It's lane shove and map mobility. Now we have Furion to catch all the lanes and then be able to group up, connect with the squad, and take towers as 5. But that is a hell of a bat pick. Literally the perfect hero.
Bat's insane this game.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a general Bat Rider. He is incredible on this hero. Yes. So he's got to be excited about that. And you can't really counterpick it with a carry because Drow mid just doesn't really work very well right now, in my opinion. So I don't know if you want to go that route.
Good Furion mid. Because Furion mid actually does pretty okay against Bat Rider.
Right, yeah, if Bat is mid.
Yeah.
The Bat could just be in a side lane against Drow, right?
So that means that they would have to fifth pick something that is also flexible, because isn't last pick going the way of Navi, or all-round last pick?
Maybe you can do okay against Tusk Bat with Undying Drow.
What if it's a 5 Furion? Can that do all right? Because I think level 1, you can just pressure really hard.
You could, yeah, honestly, I kind of.
But then which is the 3, Mirana and Undying? Which one of those is the core?
So I think right now Undying is 5, Nature's Prophet is 3, and Mirana is 4. And Drow.
Fada loves Mirana.
He does.
Like the Fada Mirana is.
But he does play 5 in this team.
I know.
I think every game. Like they're very consistent with their roles, I think. So that would surprise me. It's not out of the question. That Milan plays a great Mirana too.
That's true. That is true.
It's likely that is what they will do.
Yeah, I really like the LC and Tide bans from Navi. I think those are they want something that can deal with the Batrider, and they're also missing a bit of lockdown, and they don't really have many great options left. It could be a time, we don't see this very often, but an Abaddon here is insane. Core Abaddon is not only great against the bat, but you dumpster lifestealer the entire game. You just shield off the open wounds, you shield off the spirits, and it provides that sustain.
Nature's Prophet mid, I guess?
Yeah, Nature's Prophet mid.
I can see it.
Abaddon core with Drown Undying landing together. I actually think that's quite nice. No stuns, though, with the exception of just a Legolas hoping that you land arrows.
So when it comes to stuns, kind of I don't know if I would call it a simple way of thinking about it is, but I think you need stuns less if your lineup is just so inherently powerful at like, balling up, right? Like if you can't catch the opponent, if you can force them to fight you, that's a catch, right? Yeah. You go to their tower, you're stronger than them. Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to avoid us and we push faster than you? Or are you going to start defending? I think with Abaddon in this game, they have insane tower push. They have really good Roshan lineup as Radiant, have the Undying Flesh Golem as well. Yeah, I could totally see that. I would like the Undying. Or sorry, Abaddon.
I just want a lasso purge too, because Batrider in a game where you have both strong lanes and the ability to just find kills with no fear, it's so difficult. And this is a general bat. He's very much feast or famine. I do not want to give this guy a free game if I'm Fada.
Well, let's find out what Na'Vi has. They'll go for the Tiny. Also still leaving it a little bit open in terms of if Bat is going mid or not, I would imagine. Because it could be Tiny mid.
There's flexibility. I would say 90% Tiny mid or even more just because it's Iceberg. He plays one of the best mid-Tinies in my opinion. He's I've talked about this before, he's a very, very gifted laner, and I think Tiny is one of those heroes that can truly take advantage of just being incredible at last hitting and creep manipulation. So you want to put him there, get the levels on Tiny, get it up and running. And I think that what Na'Vi are looking for here is, okay, the enemy team, if we get in on top of Drow, that's kind of every Drow game, right? Get on top of Drow.
Yep.
You have Batrider and Tiny and the lifesteal that can infest, and there's the Abaddon. Awesome call. I think it's really, really good.
It is. I think if they go any other hero, I'm going to lean towards Na'Vi, but I just think that's the ideal complement. To your point, the whole lineup of mudgolems is about being stronger as 5. This gives them that potential. It also helps with Roche. It helps with tower pressure. This could be quite possibly the fastest match we've seen in this upper bracket, and I would have to lean at least 80-20 towards the mudgolem side. Yeah.
Just say sub 20 minutes in that one? Or
where's the damage on Na'Vi's lineup? A bat with a Tiny?
You can have the combo of the Tiny.
It's there, but the Abaddon definitely throws in a wrench here. And I think what you could do as Mudgolems is, if the Nature's Prophet is played as a core, he can go auras this game. I think you have enough damage between the Drow aura and all of these like heroes playing around Drow that as long as you stay alive in that ball, get like a Solar Crest medallion or whatever, pipe.
Early BKB, the damage disappears.
I like them too.
Okay.
I don't know, 80-20. I think that's a little exaggerated. But I like
a little
them.
exaggerated, but we'll find out how this game is going to play out. Let's head over to our commentary team of OD Pixel and Fogged for game number 1.
Mm-hmm. I think that last pick for me was just perfect. I love how Kyle was mentioning it a couple of times there. I think it really did tick a lot of the boxes of how their draft wants to play. It's all about that group up. And when I see everything that they have versus Na'Vi versus this Phoenix, who, I mean, always want to fly, is never getting an egg off in this game. I don't know how Na'Vi can actually just take a fight whenever Mudgolems group up. Na'Vi has to just play some split pick-off type of game here with their heroes, because I think if Mudgolems, they ever get the chance to group up and push towers, I don't know how Na'Vi defends it. They have to have some insane way of trying to pick off heroes beforehand. It's very good.
Oh, that was lame. Very nice.
Oh, they smoke even. They tried to walk in, but with their smoke, they don't walk the risk. They break the smoke and immediately back away, not walking into that high ground. Save their skill points and everything too. So Milan doesn't have to, never wants to skill leap. So able to hold his point. And yeah, they do have great pickoff game, but like you mentioned, extremely single target oriented on Na'Vi, and they are playing versus two heroes that are amazing versus that single target, Undying and Abaddon. The heals that will counteract. We saw the way mudgolems was able to play with it the other day. Does feel like it's going to be a similar approach. And 33, this last pick, it gives them a frontliner, which they were really lacking to just park while these backlines just sit there. This hero is that key. Well, he's an Abaddon.
But like we don't see other teams pick the Abaddon, right?
Oh, okay. I was like, well, I mean, he's like literally the best.
Sure, yeah, out of the team, but I mean, out of sort of the whole hero pool, right? We see a lot. All the other games where people are after frontliners, it's not Abaddon that they're going for.
Yeah, well, it's into the Bat Rider, that strong dispel, and it's so much single target. Look at the things that he can dispel in this game. Open Wounds, Fire Spirit, Lasso, all these different things are crucial for Navi's draft to have, deal that damage and have that control inside of the fights. And
yeah.
33 can just counter it with a shield.
Let's see how much of an issue it's going to be. Vincere and Roger are able to play around it down here.
Navi does look like they got the lane setups that they... Actually, no, sorry about that. I mean, mudgolems got the lane setups that they wanted. But either way, I feel like it works for them because the Abaddon's going to be in a good matchup either way. I think that's also why this last pick works so well because either way, he's in a lane versus Lifestealer or versus Bat Rider. So it's just amazing for 33 all around. Fada gets gone on up top, but immediately TP's up, and they're going to send the They're going to send the Phoenix down bottom with that Lifestealer.
Okay, so does this sort of make things better?
I still think that this Abaddon it's too good versus both of these lanes. That's the one thing that's why it's such a good last pick. He can just remove Fire Spirits, remove Open Wounds. Never really going to feel too pressured down here, especially with Milan at the side. Top Skeeter does have to be a little careful. It's a pretty decent lane because he has Fada backing him up, but he has to get boots early on. General can just run him down with his early boots.
Let's see. There's the mid lane so far. Boromir coming out ahead. Getting these denies in too against Iceberg.
Tough lane for the Tiny.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet just does well in almost every matchup in mid. Does well, and he's also being able to bully a bit there. 6-1, 11-6. So many denies. This Blightstone with these trees. Iceberg can't play around it too well.
Yeah, even with having the tree, having a bit of cleave, it's not proven to be enough. As Boromir is still able to just come out on top. I mean, Boromir has, of course, just been playing incredibly well in those mid lanes. Pretty much every single performance we've seen from mudgolems.
And we see he gets the early Gloves of Haste rather than going for anything else on this Nature's Prophet, just for his attack speed, just for that animation for him to get some better stuff. And bottom, V-Tune.
He's getting low. I mean, Milan couldn't quite finish him off there. Leap forward and V-Tune trying to hide. He's going to turn with the rage, but they've got the damage. His first blood here, taking down V-Tune in this laning stage.
And the immediate shield as soon as they do think that Milan's going to go down. Yeah, this bottom lane, it's going to be really strong for mudgolems. Leicester's still getting okay farm, but him dying, it could happen a lot of times down here with 33 having the points in that silence. Curse of Avernus will be a problem.
And one of the things that's been pretty key for Na'Vi's recent victories is getting V-Tune a good start, right? Because when they're able to do so, he does explode. Like, he gets so far ahead, and it's been just games where he hasn't been pressured, but this time round, with the setup mudgolems have got, they can make sure that V-Tune doesn't necessarily have an easy start. It's top. General, he gets the kill. Skeeter, he's struggling to get a response. He's got 6 stacks on him. General's just going to turn and maybe even kill him as well. 7 stacks. And Na'Vi, they're looking one more hit. They've got it. General on his back. He'll happily die, get the reset back to base, but double kill for him in that top lane.
He played it so well, and Skeeter making a big mistake. He stepped back into the Firefly. He gets hit by another sticky stack trying to go for the trade kill. Yeah, this top lane, similar to the bottom lane, where we are seeing that Drow struggle just as much as the Lifestealer, if not more.
Mid lane, Iceberg's picked it back up. He's keeping it pretty even now. He's not allowing too many more denies to come out against him. Uh-oh, PC.
He got boots, and he got a DD rune in his bottle now, too. And now Borninga has to be a little bit careful. He can actually die to a combo.
Packet losses. It's the bane of us gamers. So hopefully they'll be able to sort things out. Oh, looks like they have already. Oh, only momentarily. Oh.
What's any?
I'm guessing it's probably no. It doesn't sound affirmative.
Yeah, I think that's a no. Yeah, okay. So looking at top, they send Skeeter back up here. It's going to continue to be a pretty tough lane for him as we see. Yeah, Boots and Windlace already finished up on General. We see Roger also having Boots and Windlace, so they're going to be able to get on top of this drought. Skeeter at 4 has to put a pointing gust, or he's just going to feed up here.
Yeah, the diving is just going to be too easy for General. Getting away with moves like that, getting as many stacks up as he did.
Yeah, and they can punish the drought a lot easier than V-Tune can get punished. You know, Lifestealer just a lot easier always to farm, even though you have to play against this harassment. You're a Lifestealer, you've got Rage. A little bit of a scare. Yeah, Skeeter, he can't really step up either because of the positioning of the lane. It's going to be some tough places for Skeeter to find some farm, as even the hard camp is blocked too. He's just going to have to set up for some bounty runes. It's going to be an under-level drow. And under-farmed as well because of this setup.
Yes, around the runes. Bornier's coming over, but not going to be too much you can do about Roger. As Roger tries to take it away, but mudgolems were first to pick it, so that's 4 bounty runes.
4 bounty runes. Oh my, he's not able to get both.
A lot of money here.
Always want to fly. He's in some trouble.
He's got another leap and a Starstorm. If he pops the mango, he's got the Starstorm, but not quite able to have the vision. You always want to fly playing around the trees. Milan not able to get in on top of it.
He throws the scan though. Milan. We'll see a courier. He'll take that one.
Oh, he will. V-Tune's courier as well. That's off of him.
Oh, there's the Wrath of Nature. He walks right into it.
And Milan just giving the vision, and then the Wrath comes in.
But Skeeter steps up top.
Oh, they're gonna trap him again in the shots. So this top lane, General, 3 kills, 3 already on the Bat Rider. And it is a General Bat. He's getting a very good start this game.
All right, Skeeter, I think it's time to maybe hit the jungle for a little bit.
I mean, he's got to hit something. He's only got 13 CS. He's not in anything at all right now.
He is really struggling. And B-Tune, he's completely kind of recovered that bottom lane. Even though he did die that one time, they've kept 33 very low from being able to pressure. And yeah, they're going to give Skeeter mid. And Borninga, he's going to play more about the rotations and more about just jungling.
Because Skeeter really gets CS here. Isn't Iceberg just going to deny everything?
Yeah, probably. And also, he might be able to just walk up and get a combo if Skeeter's not very careful.
He's not too safe this skill. I don't think he's going to get a single CS.
No.
He's against the Tiny. I mean, Tiny's just denying them at half HP. You can't farm here. Okay.
Oh, he gets
got one. But that's all he's getting. He gets 1 melee creep from the whole wave there of Iceberg denying everything else. I mean, this top lane is just it's a death trap. Anyone who comes up here, Roger and General, they'll kill him. As another kill for General. Already halfway onto the recipe of his bots. It's going to be a very fast boost of travel time in this game for General's bat.
Yeah, and it's General, as we keep saying.
Yeah,
you know, this is
General's
his best
bat.
hero. Yeah, so he's very dominant on it, and he's in some pretty good matchups versus Nature's Prophet, versus Drow. He has those that he can always get off. He just has to play very wary of 33.
Mid, Skeeter is getting wrapped in upon as Roger wraps around. TP will come in, Fudder's able to provide the heal. Now they'll actually turn with a multi-shot. Tombstone dropped as well. Boronier TPing over. They really want Roger. Boronier actually not going to... Okay, he's going to look to try and get closer in, but Iceberg's able to step over to the side. Roger tries to push himself out the sprout with the shards. He's got the snowball. That'll get him off to the side here as Roger steps away. The raindrop protecting him from the burst of the Nature's Wrath. As Roger will live, they're not able to catch him.
And we're seeing a little bit of concern, especially at least in the laning phase, of those lack of stuns and lack of catch. It's just Milan's arrow as their stun in this game. So it's going to be tough for them when they're not all clumped up. And that's what we said mudgolems draft. That's their weakness, is when they are all split up. This is where Na'Vi can really start to punish them. It's when mudgolems starts to group up. But they've broken quite a lot of this idea, at least from mudgolems, slowing down Skeeter so much. Skeeter does have stacks to recover, though. And he's even queuing up a Midas. So they're still feeling pretty good, but he definitely feels like he needs a big recovery.
Oh yeah, the Midas Drow. See, I like the Midas Drow, but I've mentioned this before and people have been like, no, you don't buy Midas on Drow. I think you do buy Midas on Drow. I mean, discuss, folks. Midas Drow.
I guess if you're super behind, sure, because you just need levels.
I guess that is me every game.
I mean,
that's why I like it. I need a Midas.
That's the reason, right?
I mean,
he's gonna get hot. They scan. They know where he's trying to catch up.
Oh no, Skeeter.
Iceberg's got a haste.
Oh no.
Farewell, Skeeter.
Oh, Skeeter. He had a good life. Skeeter dead again. Na'Vi continuing to just shut down this Drow. Top lane Milan. He's trying to run, but Iceberg's in as well. He's over with the remainder of that haste rune. Milan's got one more leap, but the stickies are stacking up into the toss combo, and they'll claim another Na'Vi. The bloodthirsty side running around the map and getting these kills.
This is exactly what they need to do to not allow mudgolems to get a good start so that they can't group up. Look, mudgolems is just going to play for the full farm game. Fada is dropping a tombstone to farm jungle.
All right.
They're all about the recovery system at this point, as this early game has just gone fully toward Na'Vi.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And that's a blade mail gone. That's a blade mail gone. There's a couple of minutes, no blade mail for 33. Over to the mid, Roger's on the hunt. Maybe, well, he's going to find something here. Boromir and Skeeter are out. Going to be able to snowball himself outside of the Sprout, but with 3 heroes here. Oh, he's going for the TP out. Oh, he's going to make it. Wait, where was the arrow?
He whiffed.
He just whiffed. Milan totally off the mark.
And now Fada.
But he is dead.
He's getting chased by V2 bottom. The phase boots. He's just running in circles, chasing him.
Fada. He's trying to juke.
Coming to help.
I mean, he's coming in with a 10-minute boost to travel fog. He's in.
Oh my God.
And they're going to be able to get this one. General Jester, he's everywhere. He's everywhere he needs to be now. 10 minutes boots to travel on the back.
And again, looking for another one. Milan, no leaps available. They've got always want to find Iceberg connecting. Another free kill.
General, it's happening. The General bat, ladies and gentlemen. He's ready to give us a bit of a highlight reel this game.
Milan still somehow alive during all of this, but the neutral gets him, of course.
Gets the ancient deny.
I mean, that's pretty big. They actually chased him for quite a long time with like 3-4 heroes. Skeeter finally getting some time to breathe, hitting some ancients, and his team is gonna take top down.
General really wants this courier, and he's got it. He's gonna be able to find it. Milan's courier taken out. Tome's gonna be put to the side for a little bit. But yeah, still keeping up with the farm despite this pressure that Na'Vi's applying across the map. At least on Boromir. Oh no, Skeeter. Another time around this area. He really wants that Midas. It's going to get pushed back again.
Oh boy. I mean, he's just going to keep dying at all times, and Iceberg's going to be having his blink dagger pretty soon. Fada shows his face.
Pops down the sentry. I mean, the wall's still there. They'll block him off with the shards.
Tombstone, though.
Yeah, they're with the tombstone out there. They're respecting that tombstone. They head back immediately, not wanting to fight in underneath it. And we'll manage to still maintain the ward control there. Mudgolem's getting the D ward.
And V-Tune gets a full tower bottom. Top of the net worth, somehow, even though he does die very early on in the beginning of the game.
Just the one death, though. So, not enough to shake V-Tune up. He's back to doing V-Tune things. We have seen his life steal it. Has certainly secured quite a few wins for Na'Vi in the past.
Yep. And Iceberg, I mean, we mentioned there is 4 very squishy heroes on the side of Mudgolems. Besides 33, Iceberg is about to have Blink Dagger finished. So now he's going to be able to just go right through that front line of 33 and jump on those squishiers.
I mean, Skeeter's got to be careful.
Problematic. Yeah, this is going to be really hard for Mudgolems.
If this Midas gets postponed again, it's going to really hurt.
They're protecting him with everybody here. Bringing 4 heroes. Roger.
Roger. Now he's certainly dead. Tries for a cute move with the shards, but the 4 of them, they'll take him out. Roger falls.
Another D ward coming out. Secondary. I think second or third one I've seen from Fada in this early game here. So Na'Vi, they're pretty limited on wards. Actually, they have no vision on the map really at all. But they've done so much damage in these first 12 minutes. Like, I would think that Mudgolems, if all this chaos hadn't happened, they might be grouping up and hitting towers right now. But Na'Vi have done such a good job in this laning start to slow them down so they can't. And yeah, Iceberg, Blink Dagger done. He's gonna just pair hands with Roger. They can smoke.
Now, Skeeter would be the big find. If they can kill him before he has this Midas recipe. They're going to just jump in on mid. They're going to try and go on 33, of course. Does have borrowed time, but missing the combo really at the start. Either way, they poke the ult out of him.
Okay. Now they're going to look to make the invasion play.
Yeah.
They have obs and sentries.
They're going to take away some of this warding.
Places the same exact ward again, though, from Roger. So that got dewarded just before. That's likely to get dewarded again, but they want to control this area, even if it does get taken out.
Yeah, and they're keeping...
They don't want the Drow.
Skeeter super safe.
Yeah.
They're just making sure that they're standing in between the Drow and Na'Vi so that Na'Vi cannot get to Skeeter. And he's got it done. So the Midas is finished. Obviously not the fastest, but now the catching up can begin.
Is under attack.
Iceberg just, like we said, this is Navi's style in this game especially. They just want to go about all these pickoffs, just catch everybody from mudgolems when they're on the side lanes. These timings are just insane. General's going to be having his blink dagger pretty soon too on top of Icebergs. Map's going to start shrinking for mudgolems very quickly here. And even though they do have this very farmed Nature's Prophet, he's playing into some natural counters. The Tiny and that Bat Rider can just take out Born Ink in no time if he's not near 33.
Radiant are scanning.
Top that, I mean, Borneo is trying to set up on Bat. He's got the Wrath coming in, but General's speedy. He's very speedy. The arrow, it's a nice attempt, but General's easily able to dodge it.
Now they're going to counter gank up here. Iceberg's TPing for the bounty rune. Always want to fly connecting.
Quickly, does mean Na'Vi still able to secure that bounty. General starting to look in towards Skeeter, but it's hard to get in on this as Borony and Milan stand solid by his side.
Navi's the one dictating all the pace in the game, though, and V2's just getting all... He's just free farming. There's
yeah,
no
he really
pressure
is.
at all in this game.
And they're going to look for 33, and 33, whilst he might have the ult, he's pretty separated. So if they can do it twice, trap him in the shards, Sunray off the side, whilst he's got that return for the borrowed time. The Supernova coming out as well to make sure the Navi can't fight back. Sorry, mudgolems can't fight back into it. Mudgolems do find Roger in the river. So V-Tune remains safe. And Iceberg, he's in with the combo. Milan, not enough. Milan's out with the leap. They're still trying to burn him with the Sunray. One more leap gets him out of the side. Iceberg's trying to chase. They're diving in, but the gust will push them back. Iceberg, can he get Skeeter? He's trying to head forward. The silence is in, but there's General with the counterplay. He's got the newly picked up Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider. He can get in, lasso Boromir, and Boromir will try and CP out, but he's not going to make it away. Na'Vi get another, and it's a kill for V-Tune.
They can just run through these heroes with the move speed. Yeah. Tiny, when he's infested by the Lifestealer with Phase Boot, Faded Brooch, he was moving 461 movement speed. They can't get away from him. He just keeps chasing them. Yep, Mudgolems continue to be on this big back foot, unable to do their group up that they wanted to, and they're starting to look fairly weak versus this pickoff of Na'Vi.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And V-Tune, back to Ancients to free farm. He's going to have a really good timing on this Manta to counteract these silences. The Orchid, the Gust. The only things that he really has to worry about, as we mentioned, because there's only the one stun. There's just the arrow besides those silences that he has to play around.
Mid, they're trying to... Yeah, it's hard to catch, always want to fly.
He's just TPing in front of heroes, though. He started porting in front of Roger bottom to force him back, then he starts porting mid, trying to give them any type of space. Mudgolems know how much of on the back foot they really are right now.
They're just falling further behind as with each passing minute. So yeah, V-Tune, he's massive right now. This, Armlet and then the Manta, how do they catch him? How do they stop him? The Orchid, the Gust, it's going to be irrelevant.
He's level 13 as well. That's pretty insane. He's 3.5 levels over Skeeter.
Yeah.
Skeeter's been having this really hard game, but so high level on the Lifestealer. He can always frontline. They always have everybody in the area, and they just keep controlling Mudgolem's jungle.
Mudgolems, they've not got much space to work with for Skeeter, just that sort of top lane in the triangle. General isn't making the moves, but Boromir will silence him, stops any lasso opportunity coming out.
Arrow on the rune. Won't connect. General's going to be able to take that DD. And yeah, they really just have nothing to pick off heroes on the side of Mudgolems. Like Borninga with that Orchid, it was decent, but no one can help him actually pick off any of these heroes because of how bad those lanes went. And Milan It's feeling like he needs the Yule Scepter for them to really do much of anything in this game.
Top. Look what they found, General. He's in, but they do have the Moonlight. And General, he doesn't have detection on him, Skeeter. Able to make it away from the Firefly. He should live here. Maybe he can come in for a counterplay. As Skeeter given the vision, but General's blinking away before any connection after that silence. Borneo is still trying to chase this, but he can't. Obviously close the gap on a boost of travel batters. General will live. And there it is. So, yeah, V-Tune, Manta complete. 18 minutes. I mean, how do they kill this lifestealer? It's going to be very hard. There's Iceberg.
They have their 5 heroes finally together.
They toss back Borneo. They're coming in with a snowball. Borneo is going to get punched up, taken out. The Supernova used as well. 33. He's trying to kill the egg and will manage to do so. The egg goes down. Starting to get the stacks up on a V-Tune, but the Manta popped immediately. No rage though. And V-Tune, oh, he's into the zombie. He's into the zombie. And he's out. Iceberg's not going to be able to TP away. He will die. V-Tune's able to break out of there with the zombie.
You know the bug with that zombie as well, too, right?
What's the bug?
They say he has 800 health, but it's actually 800 attacks, just to let you know. When he jumps into a zombie, it gets 801 health, and each individual attack is what kills it. So it only takes 1 damage per thing. Just gonna point that out. I tested it in the lobby. It's absolutely ridiculous. Unless they fixed it. But
that's amazing.
Either way, he gets away. But Mudgolem's actually able to group up for once and take a fight. It is amazing, though.
Can that be used in any broken fashion?
You can't do anything.
I mean, other than that you can't die.
You just have 800 life points. But I think there's like, I think something might kill it. I can't remember exactly. I have to test all the mechanics with it.
But you can attack, right? How much does he attack for the zombie?
Like 20.
20 damage. just hit those towers with enough belief, and maybe you'll be able to end it before they've hit you 800 times. But no, yeah, I'll definitely have to keep my track on that to see if that does still happen, or if it's been changed, fixed.
I haven't checked in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
I checked 2 weeks ago. It did happen. So. And Navi grouped up again, trying to break this mid tower. We did see, like we said, Mudgolems, they finally were able to hold their defense around the tombstone. So that's what their strength is when they're grouped up as 5. Navi getting a nice wraparound here, though. General and Roger. Milan's looking to try to break it.
Iceberg. He's going to try and jump with the combo onto Milan, and indeed they've got the grab on Skeeter. Skeeter's going to be the focus. Silence out onto Roger. They're trying to beat him down, but Roger, is he going to get the chance to get his spells off? Pops the stick. Can't get anything off in time. They take him out. They're looking for the egg, and they'll be able to find it. Egg goes down too as Mudgolems hold the high ground. They have lost Skeeter, though, and V-Tune's not quite done yet. He's on the back of it, going for the TP out. There's nothing to stop it through the raid, so V-Tune will be able to back away. And killing the Drow, continue to slow Skeeter's game, but this time costing them a couple of heroes in the process.
He got the mid tower out of it too, I believe. V-Tune just persisted while his team was making the move, so decent little moves there from Navi.
I mean,
they are giving respect to that 5-man a lot of Mudgolems. That tombstone is still a big problem, and we're seeing, like we said in the beginning, the egg is never going to go off or always want to fly. There's too many things to kill it. He has to get protection from his team to cover it. He's almost level 12, so maybe with the level 2 egg, if he does have an avalanche, if he has some protection from his teammates, we could see it pop. Gonna be very tough for always 1 of 5. And a basher already. I mean, V-Tune is at some insane farming levels really this game.
This life, yeah, just 22 minutes in. And he's that far ahead of anyone on the side of Mudgolem. This lifestealer is enormous.
Yeah, I love the build too. Going for this basher, just this control that'll always be there, and then an AC next to counteract that Drow marksmanship. Immediately with this timing, they're looking for a move too. Iceberg, he has a blink into Yules too to play around silences, and this invis looking for Skeeter.
Can he find him? Hard while sits behind this tower with 33 by his side. Might still go for it though, Iceberg. No,
has to give some respect to 33.
Yeah, he's not diving.
Navi, though, continuing to apply this pressure. Fada shows his face down bottom. He has a glimmer, drops the tomb, but there's a lot of people coming for him. Do they have any detection?
He's going to look to hide in the trees. And going for the TP out, he's away. So he'll manage to escape. Still though, Vitun's going to be happy. Tombstone's taken down. It's 200 gold for him.
I'm really surprised General isn't picking up a Dust or something like that. He had the Ring of Protection and just Windlace in his inventory. I feel like I want to see him grab a Dust playing versus Mirana, Moonlight Shadow, and versus Glimmers. I would like to see that as Mudgolems trying to get a sneaky one by here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My thanks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Javi trying to invade.
That is right. Always on the front of this. Always, still a hard target to take down with a Blade Mail, Na'Vi.
Yeah. They don't want to commit toward this high ground either.
No.
This is like this is the king high ground for Tombstone. Just every fight, every game, it seems like where this Undying is. Just fighting around those high grounds is too difficult, and it did just come back up. They're gonna back up, push out those side waves. V2 will be able to claim top tower shortly. Iceberg. We'll be able to disengage from mid.
And Na'Vi's doing a very good job of just not falling for that sort of trap, right? They're not trying to force it in those areas. They know when it's going to be a bad fight, and they're just, as long as Vichun continues to farm, they're happy. Roshan is going to be attempted here by Na'Vi. They're going to go and try and finish this one off. As we'll see from Mudgolems what the reaction's going to be. I mean, it's going down pretty quickly.
Over. I don't know if they're going to make it in time. They're going to try.
Let's see if they can get in the pit. Borneo sending the trainers forward. They'll see the state of Roche. And Na'Vi actually giving some respect here to Mudgolems, knowing that the Tombstone is up and available and they've got that strong fight around the area. 33, he's going to sit himself in the pit. And Na'Vi, what's the plan?
We said the 5 men from Mudgolems, even if the 6k deficit is still very strong, Na'Vi trying to keep this high ground positioning with the Phoenix. General looking for a jump.
And he's going to be able to find a grab. He gets onto Milan, but do they have the damage? Milan actually off to the side out of the avalanche. Milan's able to leap away. He'll live for now. A look for 33. Deep roll in from Roger. On towards the backlines. Goes towards Skeeter. The Supernova's out. They're trying to push them away, but the BKB's there from Boromir. Turns, brings down Roger. The multi-shot punching into Na'Vi, but Vichun, he wants to close in. Committing with the rage. Turns to 33, but it's a hard target to take. They've got to back off. Na'Vi, they can't commit on the Abaddon. That's some ults down from Na'Vi. They don't find anything with it as Mudgolems hold their own around this area. And now they're ready to go back in.
They still have most of their spells besides Tombstone. Iceberg.
See what they can find here as the Moonlight's about to come to an end. They're on top of Boromir. Vichun trying to finish him off, but Boromir pops the Essence Ring. He's going to be able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. The bash still comes in, though. Vichun takes down the Prophet, turns towards 33. The borrowed time has already been popped. 33 is vulnerable right now. He's got an Aphotic Shield in a second. Waiting for the chase. He does have the coverage, the gust to push back Vichun. Farder trying for the TP out. There's a bash, though. Vichun puts the TP to an end. Na'Vi strike back around the pit with General also getting Milan on the escape, and Na'Vi with that sweep back in and those 3 kills, they can go into the pit and they will be able to finish Roche for themselves.
Vichun just staking on the targets there. Boromir was caught in the front of the fight and he just got bashed into bashed into bashed. He got healed by like shields, miscoiled essence rings, and then he stops, cancels TP. They just stick on him. He is unable to really do any damage in the fight, and everybody was in the pit trying to kill the Roche. They get like, what, a 4-man avalanche, I think, from Iceberg on the initial. Great setup there from Na'Vi, and keeping the ball rolling up to a 7k, 8k gold lead. And these item timings for Vichun continuing to be ridiculous, is getting close to that AC, which will counteract the majority of Mudgolem's damage, as they are pretty much all physical this game. Their magic damage is very lackluster. Now, BKB as well on General. I mean, he's, like Kyle said, feast or famine. Right? General just popping off this game. 8-1-5. Now he's got, there's nothing that can really disturb him from just getting onto those backline heroes. The only thing is just these zombies from the Tombstone that might bother him a few times, but yeah, General's got some free initiations now to get him to the back.
We're going to try and jump. 33. I'll spec over to Roger. On the river here, the rest of Mudgolems are heading over. And not even actually able to pop out the borrowed time this time. 33 keeps the ult available. General sweeping in for the back lines. Knows that they're grouped tightly here, so won't jump in. Golem's getting a bit more space. Still, this ever-increasing lead of VTune's lifestealer does remain. And just a few hundred gold away from having that completed assault cuirass.
Yeah. And I love that he's holding on to Spider Legs this game. Such a good item versus Drow, and playing into Undying and playing into Nature's Prophet. You can bypass these cliffs. You can hit the tombstones. You can run through these sprouts. This is definitely the right item choice for V2 to hang on to this game.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All set up in the area.
Are fortified.
Mudgolems doesn't want to walk in.
Dire's bottom
General sees his target. You can see 33's like pre-casting the shield, waiting for the jump on Skeeter. General's trying to push them to split them apart so we can get those type of lassos. Bottom, they'll find Borinihib, but also in the river, another fight's happening.
Do they have detection for him bottom though? They don't. No detection for Borinir. He's going to be able to TP out with the help of that Moonlight Shadow. He's away. Back over to the river. Starting to burn them down. Iceberg, does he want to go for the jump in?
They're split up right now. General is zooming over to get V-Tune back into the fight.
Yeah. And still, I mean, yeah, as you said, General, he doesn't want to buy detection. I mean, granted...
He had it that time.
Okay.
He used it, but then
Dornick used
BKB to just...
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
I saw him use it.
You did say, okay, so he's bringing it. I mean, not that he's really needed to. I mean, Na'Vi, they're still crushing it. They're just 8k ahead. V-Tune's still having the game of his life. As there's the jump. They get straight in onto Skeeter. General finds the perfect catch. Immediately over the whole team, onto the Drow. Borinir, he's going to get comboed down. And with the Yules controlling the 33, they're going to be able to work through him, the four of them. I mean, just continuing to make this game look very hard for Mudgolems with just how far behind some of their cores are compared to V-Tune right now. 33 is trying to run, but they've got him. 3 more kills, and Na'Vi just continuing to come in with the outplays. Mid lane, Roger, he's getting gone on, buys some time for himself with Snowball. Yule's arrow combo coming down. I'll try to heal him up with the Sun Ray, won't be able to save him. Has brought time though for Iceberg to jump in on the back, uses the E-Blade, but the combo off the mark as Milan's able to leap away. The turn for Fada instead. Turns with the Decay, the Soul Rip onto always want to fly as this Phoenix does get pretty low here. Fada tries to step back over, but the toss is back up. Iceberg takes down the Undying. 20 to 13, V-Tune. Yeah, the AC's done. He's going to be well on his way towards the full Abyssal next. Taking the tier 2 tower down top. I mean, this life, he's just a beast here. Level 21, 18k net worth. The closest being Borinir, 2 levels behind and 6k down. V-Tune already just with 50% more net worth than any of the carries on Mudgolem's side.
He's two of their people put together, really.
It feels like that, yeah, from what he's doing.
Yeah, and every single time they're just getting on top of Skeeter. Like especially in this fight, he was nowhere near his team for them to even try to protect him. This Abaddon, you know, they picked it to try to dispel and protect versus a lot of this, especially that lasso. They're unable to get it off at all in this game so far. Na'Vi just picking them apart, picking them to shreds.
They're going to go to the high ground here with his Aegis. V-Tune's got nothing to be scared of. There's the jump. They get the grab straight away, but the save will be there. Shield, shield coming out. Borinir's going to be fine for now. Sprouts down on Iceberg. V-Tune, he's just focusing the tower. He wants the objective. Popping the raise to finish it off, and he'll get it. The tower goes down. He's into the zombie, and now he's on his way out.
Look, they can't kill it. Look, it has 1100 health.
You're right.
Chasing the rest of the heroes.
The zombie is I mean, you can't kill what's already dead. We've seen the movies.
Like, they literally just have to ignore it. You cannot kill it. They're gonna go for Roger.
Iceberg, he's there. V-Tune's gonna pop straight back out of the zombie to look towards Fada. Fada heals up with the Soul Rip. And the Rage out. The Glimmer Cape does save Fada. Gets him out to the side. V-Tune with the Spider Leg. Steps over the cliffs and over towards Borinir. Borinir's BKB's on cooldown. Borinir's down. Fada now turns towards V-Tune. He's just eating them all up with the help of Iceberg. 33's got the borrowed time. They'll buy a bit of time for him. General on top of Milan with the Firefly. They get the arrow onto Roger. Roger will fall. But V-Tune's finishing off 33. General, will he find Milani? Whoa, won't quite. Milan's able to get out with the TP. But the rest of Mudgolem's cleaned up. I mean, they just got this lifestealer. V-Tune is level 23. Like, he's just so farmed. Something that we really have seen, like Na'Vi, every game recently from Na'Vi, V-Tune has just been so incredibly farmed. Like, it's just not even close. He's just He's just always that far ahead, that early in the game, and it just seems impossible to ever try and out-carry this man.
Look, he's just taking the racks by himself. Since these heroes are all dead, just onto the high ground. Yeah, Vtoon has been a real standout for Na'Vi. And in this game in particular, too, they're all playing so well this game. The supports, I mean, always want to fly. He can't really do too much as the Phoenix. He's had some very nice sunrays, but the cores have just, they've decimated the game.
Vitoon's so farmed and has so much money on top of that, he's just going to sort of pick up the casual Deso. He says, well, I'll grab that. That's coming.
Oh my God.
Just a full Deso.
Just a full Deso.
Just a full Deso after that. Just take that on top of his already stacked inventory. And also on top of that, he's also still got 1,500, you know. Just goes to show how much money he has right now on this Lifestealer.
And I'm looking at the build from Iceberg, too. E-Blade, Dagon 2. I'm looking at Skeeter's HP pool. And I'm thinking that Skeeter's not going to make it very long in this game anymore. He's just going to die instantly in the fights. No matter how many heals and saves and shields, etc. that mudgolems try to throw on him. Na'Vi. Some great execution this game with their draft.
I mean, how is he so... he's so high level as well. Vincere, he's level 24. The highest on mudgolems is 18. He's 6 levels ahead.
They've been broken. They were broken from like lanes and everything, right? Na'Vi's been snowballing this since like the 15, 16, 17 minute mark, that they've just been out of control, just getting these kills after kills after kills, not letting mudgolems set up for towers, getting all these pickoffs. These early blinks just really broke mudgolems apart. And Skeeter just being literally on the road to recovery still at this point.
I don't know if there's any recovery left in them here. They are truly behind right now. 20k down.
Uh-oh, Milan also.
Just another one here for Roger in general. Maybe not. Okay, but the 3 leaps and the TP, he's going to make it out. Milan will live.
I cannot believe he actually lives there.
Beach it. So we get the slow on fodder, but they have to save. Shields out.
Vtoon just got no worries in this game. Charging forward, these spider legs, as we mentioned earlier, just able to bypass anything that would cause him any problems, like those sprouts or tombstones. And is that the Abyssal? That's the Abyssal. That is some pretty absurd item timings. He's 6-slotted. 35 minutes in. Pretty much level 25 as well. Vtoon, he sees Vada. And it's a freebie now for him.
He's gone, and now he's level 25. Level 25 Lifestealer here, 36 minutes.
My God.
And he's, of course, taking that increased rage duration. And he's onto the buildings. What are they going to do about this? Pops the rage. Forces out the fortification.
They can't show their face on so many heroes now. I mean, even like Milan, 1600 HP, Drow Ranger, 1600 HP on Skeeter. This Iceberg Tiny will kill them in one shot pretty much here.
And Roche
comes back up, and they're back into it. And they kill it so fast. Deso AC.
Yep.
No way mudgolems can make it.
They're not even going to get to leave the base before it goes down.
Scan just in case from Na'Vi, but they've got themselves completely blanketed with wards also in the area, just watching any type of movements if mudgolems did even try.
Okay, just in cheese. Na'Vi, they're preparing themselves here for the finishing blow. As I don't know how much more mudgolems has got in them this game.
Oh, look at Iceberg. He sees Skeeter bottom. Moonlight Shadow. That might be what saves him. Iceberg's gonna cancel when he sees it. To the high ground. How do they protect Skeeter? Oh, God.
How do they push back Vtoon? As he's just in, taking these racks. What have they got? We'll poke him a little bit.
Sprout actually messing with him a little bit. Okay. He actually had to use spider legs to walk in.
Iceberg. Oh, he's in.
Did it.
And he's got a surprise inside him. There it is. Vtoon jumps out. Godlike on the Lifestealer as that's the top racks going down. They get the grab onto Boromir. Lasso immediately from General. Pots the PKP. It won't keep him alive. The Supernova's out. 33's trying to take it down, but he can't do it on his own. At the Supernova stun, Holds 33 in place. The borrow time, we'll save him for now. Vincire's just diving in. He's in on a fudder. It's a dieback on the Undying. 33, he'll also fall as Vincere. He's just padding up the KDA right now. As they're fighting them back towards the base. Iceberg, he's able to live the selfie blade and the cheese, saving him from the fountain. As he's fountain diving, they probably will get him in. No, he's got the Yules.
Teammates are coming.
He's going to be up in the air. Milan tries to turn with the arrow, but they can't kill Iceberg. Roger rolls into the fountain. The Ghost Scepter pickup keeps him safe. 33 is trying to bring down Iceberg, but again, the E-Blade, Iceberg saving himself. The heal from the Sunray. They combo down 33. It's over. It's GG. As Na'Vi. I mean, well, that.
Damn.
I know what the chat's going to be saying. It's going to be saying secret loss to this. Because Na'Vi, they just crushed mudgolems. After mudgolems, I think people were expecting quite a lot from them after the previous series we saw against Secret. Na'Vi, just, I mean, the team, as you said, just overall, and featuring this man's carry on the Life Stealer, it seems unparalleled.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi really played out of their minds this game. They never gave mudgolems opportunities to get their draft going with what they want to do. The style that they picked is getting to the chance to actually group up and go and be able to push these towers. Na'Vi never gave them this time. Because of these early blinks, the boots travel 2 in general, they're applying so much pressure. Mudgolems just split up. V-Tune, he's just farming, having the time of his life during all this. Then he starts getting involved, and yeah, mudgolems just get steamrolled this game.
They had a rough one indeed here in game 1. We'll see how they can pick themselves up going into game 2. But Na'Vi definitely going in on a high here as they just come out with an incredible game 1 victory against mudgolems.
All right, Effie, let's go. You got this. Oh, hey, Effie. You want me to teach you? Sure, yes. Totally. I know a thing or two about Dota 2. The first thing, Effie, is positive mental attitude. PMA. Never surrender, never give up. You always have a chance to win. Don't. GG. Finish fast. I'm AFK. I'm not doing anything anymore. Next thing, communication, Effie. You have to be clear, kind, and concise. You missed it. No, you gotta help me. You gotta pull later. You gotta help me now. A very strategic part is the draft, Effie. But if you always first pick techies, you're good to go. I think you're ready for your first game. Okay, Effie, here we go. You got your keyboard. I have a mouse. Well, no hands, no problem. I think you're gonna be more useful than most of my teammates anyway.
Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
We often see teams make maybe a bad mistake late game and lose the game because of it. It is not very often that a team makes a mistake at the very beginning of the game and they just can't come back to it, but that seemed to be the problem here for Mudgolems as they made maybe a laning setup mistake in this first game of the upper bracket finals against Na'Vi. Na'Vi was able to take it convincingly, very strong. I'm here with Kyle and Synderen, and Kyle, before the game started after the draft, you thought based on draft alone, 80-20 in favor of Mudgolems, but it didn't play out that way.
I didn't think there was any universe we'd see the Drow top against Bat Tusk. That is, I mean, I'll let Sind elaborate a little bit, but if you're in the off lane, this is impossible. In the safe lane, you can at least farm under tower, Undying has room to pressure, but Tusk thrives when you have more distance to play with. It's same with Batrider. You have chase time. Drow's 8th place in net worth, like 10, 11 minutes into the game. Like, you can't recover from this.
In my mind, I think this is the absolute worst possible conditions that the Drow can have in this game, is that it's playing in the offlane against Bat. You have a couple of options you can do. Sometimes you see this musical chair thing where the cores will literally be jungling together while there's a support in each lane, and you just wait until you see the matchup and then you switch. If you do that as Mudgolems this game, and you imagine Drow and Abaddon are hitting neutrals, you have Undying in one lane, and you have the Mirana in the other, as soon as Bat goes somewhere, Drow goes to the other lane, and vice versa. You just swap. And if they TP the Bat to Drow, you TP away. And worst, like, in my mind, the worst case scenario here is that you're playing against Bat, but at least you're in your own safe lane, because then Bat Tusk can't dive you as easily. The top lane is just so long. If the wave is ever in a good position, you get close to your tower, Drow literally can't hit creeps. Like, she goes up, she gets double stickied, ice sharded, and she dies. There's just nothing you can do.
When you combine that with the Baranya Furion going full fight, or not even fight, I'm sorry, like, I don't even know what you would call
Catch off?
Orchid. Catch, pick off, split push. It's not the right build here. Your Drow's behind, and now your Furion's got a lot of net worth, but it has 0 effect on survivability or his team's EHP. So he just feeds. Like, there's not nearly enough health on the side of Mudgolem. We saw them thrive against Secret with all this sustain because they could elongate the fights and eventually they'd overcome. In this case, Na'Vi just lasso somebody. That guy's dead. Combo somebody else, he's dead. You have the egg to fall back on, and nobody's threatening the Lifestealer because the cores are so underfarmed.
It felt a bit like what Mudgolems ended up doing was, all right, we screwed up. It's time for plan B. They were like, okay, our Drow's game is so bad that we can't group up and push like we want. So now we're going to buy individualistic items. We're going to buy a Blade Mail on Abaddon so he can farm better and sustain better. And we're going to buy an Orchid of Nature's Prophet. So this whole lineup that you've built around balling up with Undying and Drow together is now playing for themselves. And you have the playmaking potential is, all of it is in Navi's court. The game just looked very straightforward and easy for them to play. So it was a bit of a disconnect, in my opinion.
They had an AC on the Lifestealer before I saw a team item on the side of Mudgolems. Look at this. You have a Glimmer Cape, you have a drums, 2 drums, and nothing else. No other auras. Whereas on the side of Na'Vi, you've got just, I mean, this. You have a Lifestealer who's unstoppable.
They had a Vlad's on Abaddon, but they got it after Blade Mail, right? It's like... what this lineup wants to do, in my opinion, is you want to get out of the laning stage all right. You want your Nature's Prophet to have an aura, you want your Abaddon to have an aura, and then you want to group up and fight around Tombstone and take Roche. But when you go Blade Mail on one guy, Orchid on the other, and your Drow has nothing, you can't take objectives. And that's what your entire lineup is meant to do. So
I sense frustration from you both.
I'm just a bit surprised with what we saw from Mudgolems yesterday. I'm just a little bit baffled that they ended up laning like this. And then when things went downhill, that this was their plan B. I'm just...
You have to double down on your concept. Like,
I think you have to,
If you're behind, you need to then say, oh, well, we're going to have to take a fight. If you want to try and split the map against Tusk and Bat, you're gonna lose.
Bad Rider was just
and it's general Bad Rider. That's like the thing that blows my mind. It's you last picked this Abaddon. It's the perfect hero because it lanes against the bat at all costs. I don't care if Drow has to jungle for 4 minutes. She doesn't lane against bat. Yeah. You see the bat first, you move. Would have liked to see maybe an early smoke, place deep wards, find the bat and juke the lane. Instead, they go off lane guessing and then don't swap out of it. It's like doubling down and getting the wrong card. And you're like, well, yeah, not good.
Not good. Let's find out if they can bounce back in the second game of this upper bracket finals after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your Sit to your knees.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know, it's coming my way, yeah, cold out of stone. Stay out of my
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Vet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
The upper bracket finals for ESL 1 Germany continue here with mudgolems versus Navi. Navi is 1 game up, and we definitely criticized mudgolems for their loss in that first game, but I do want to also give some extra credit to Navi for winning that game because they played flawless, and they actually showed up very strong here in the first game, and I think they are one step away from making it to the grand finals.
They were in their element in that game.
Yeah.
It felt like this is what I connect these players with. A player like General, if he has a good laning stage and he has a playmaking hero, he's gonna make plays. Like, stuff is gonna happen in the game. And you know, you give the enemy team these conditions. Like, I think all the criticism, like, it's also, in a way, it's maybe a bit easier to look really good in that game for Navi because of how good their start is. But more of this playstyle from them, it's kind of what we expect. It's a lot of fighting, it's team fighting, it's skirmishing, and then V2 is just farming like a god on Lifestealer. It seems to be their recipe for success, and it just keeps working. So,
Did V2 die that game?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. He had that.
He had 1 death bottom. He's died in lane in the start.
He's got
Here goes the record.
Last series, 0 deaths. This series already 1. That's an infinite number of deaths in comparison.
1 is an infinite number.
1 over 0. I guess it's technically undefined.
Yes.
Undefined.
Right?
Yes.
It's been a while since math class.
Remember the important part. Dividing by 0 is really important to remember. Use it all the time in your everyday life.
Harsh. We do have already the openings. We have Snapfire, Sven coming out from mudgolems. It is very different from their first game opening with the Drow Ranger there. Do you guys like it?
It's not bad. I think the core snap, I was not a believer in. Then I realized you could gobble BKB targets, throw them at the enemy. And I think we saw this from Liquid the other day. It's just a really cool combination because you throw the Sven. It's already hard enough to kite the hero if he gets an axe. Now you're actually chucking him forwards. It's just too much damage. And I like the matchup against the Spectre as well. And Navi, this is most likely a Boranya Lina, I suppose. So
that would be very impressive.
It's Navi that has Liliana, right?
Yes.
damn it.
Yeah, it's probably Roger.
Borania is on the side of mudgolems.
Why do I...
It is
like the
Iceberg.
third time.
You have Borania in every team in this tournament. He plays for like 4 different teams. I mean, considering it's a first pick Lina, you would just... Navi have done this in quite a lot of games, right? So it could be Roger, it could be Iceberg, he does play it. The main thing I'm reading out of these picks, rather than just Snapfire Sven being good and you know why they work, it's also a change of style, right? It's like, okay, in this last game we had a ball up style, we failed, let's just completely flick a switch and we're gonna fight Navi head on instead. It's funny because it's kind of what they wanted to do in the last game was fight them head on.
Yes.
They didn't have stuns and maybe they were frustrated that they couldn't make plays to come back in the game in that way, and now they're just like, screw it.
I think that's an important note to touch on. And while I still favor the mudgolems draft. The trouble is when they fall behind, when you don't have tools to make plays, it's just really frustrating, especially when you consider how they played against Secret. Like a lot of action, a lot of fights. You just kind of try not to die. That's the strategy once you fall so far behind. And it's demoralizing. And it puts you in a position where you just don't really have the tools to win the game. And I like the shift because at least no matter what happens, the 2 heroes you've selected can kill enemies. And as Insanio would say, stuns are good, pick stuns.
The one thing you could maybe be a little bit... It could be... it can be both a sign of strength and weakness to switch things up so much. Like sometimes when you have a bad game, you overreact and you completely reinvent yourselves and you play something you're not comfortable with. I don't think that's the case here. It would just suck if there's like unrest in the team. They're like, oh man, this game sucks so much faster. Let's just do something totally different. And then he like overthinks it and gets in his own head. But like this draft in itself looks very stable. So
a lot of respect given to General in this draft as well for mudgolems. They ban out his Batrider, his Mars, his Slardar.
And Doom.
His Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. What are you going to play?
Angolier.
We don't see Disruptor very much, but I'm a big fan of it with the Spectre. I just don't know if I believe in the hero nowadays, but it consumes vision. Spectre pops ulti. If you catch anybody off guard, suddenly there's a glimpse back. I love the Beastmaster in response. It allows you to add a ton of tempo. It's perfect synergy with the Sven, and it is just a crusher for Lina Disruptor. If this is your support duo, Beastmaster, you can't actually play. Like you put a boar on one of the supports, and they just have to run away from your army, or they die.
And he can just solo kill them in general.
Yeah.
Like, you roar one of them and they die. They have no save. They have no sustain at all. These two supports. If it is a support Lina, it could still be core. I also think the added benefit here is you take it away from general, right? It's one of Navi's go-to offlaners. You've banned 4 now. You've picked 1. I might make them hesitate a little bit with a Pango because of roar. It's a pseudo counter, I want to say, to Pango. So
I really like it as well if you go the Necro build, because it just eats dispersion from the Spectre, and then if he ends up killing the melee Necro with dispersion, he really dies. And it's just the right choice here. I think having a vision advantage is going to be key for both these teams because of how aggressive they both like to be, and saves their last pick as like a flex. Could be Snapfire, could just be your 10th.
Okay. There's the Ember. More than like General does actually play this in the off lane.
Okay. So Lina still flex.
It's still technically, I'm pretty sure this Ember is going mid for Iceberg, but there is the possibility if they see some sort of opening here, but they don't have the last pick, right? So
could you deuce the last pick? No, what am I saying? Deuce a Spectre Ember course. That's probably not good.
That's greedy. Greed has worked pretty well today, but I think
it has paid off.
A little bit too far.
But
one thing Mudgolems do have is 4 strength heroes. If you want to take advantage of that,
they do really like the strength heroes.
There's Timbersaw still in the pool, I believe. Yep.
It's a really nice Timber game. I like that choice.
Also, I know this. If you could somehow incorporate Silencer, I just don't think their lineup can carry that. It doesn't work. Iceberg loves core Silencer, and it just has some insane matchups against Phoenix and Snapfire. It's so hard to play Snap against Silencer because you can't use your ulti. Like, it's like playing Enigma into it. You know, you have to wait forever. But with this hero combination, I don't know if I like it very much. I think you need a beefy boy to go in front, probably.
You could just go for your typical DK. Just something that's
fine.
You just want something to point and click stun. A little bit of tower pressure wouldn't be bad. They banned the Necro, which leads me to believe it'll likely be something in that vein.
Sand King ban coming out from Mudgolems.
Expecting an offlaner.
Yeah, I mean, I think
makes the most sense.
I think my list for General right now, just from a player perspective of what he likes, is probably Pango, or does he play Underlord?
Everybody plays Underlord.
Yeah, but
Underlord
I don't want General playing Underlord. He's a brawler. He wants to kill enemies.
I mean, he'll go ATOS if he plays Underlord. He'll go ATOS.
There's
something that kills. I mean, is the Legion still good? You got to save for the roar.
It's okay. It's also decent against Phoenix.
Too much single target then. If you look at the team fight for Na'Vi, it's all about getting an initial kill. If you don't, you've lost the fight. Not a fan in this spot. In late game, I guess Ags on Snap isn't really a save.
Tide is actually all right too. I think. It's a guy that can go in front and can deal with getting roared. So maybe there's a play there.
You could ban out the Centaur.
That's also a good ban. That was another option for sure.
So Pango is still the strongest for you.
I'm not saying it's the strongest hero. It's just that's what I would think about General.
I'd say just give him the Ember, man. Let Iceberg play some Storm. Go kill his Phoenix Snap. It's just something that slays.
Yeah, you just don't have a front line then at all against this lineup, which is I think is a bit concerning. Yeah, they gotta get Pango. Okay, so Pango with tanky items I think is the go-to here. I don't think you go something like Maelstrom. You probably get
not just the team fight. Greaves, Crimson, Pipe, Plaid, something in that vein.
I'm wondering if he needs Yules. I don't think he does. It is kind of nice to have Yules against Beastmaster though, just because you can roll in, get on top of somebody, and then instead of getting roared, you Yule yourself and you get that double stun. But it's just it's general, it's Pango, it's very standard. And because of that, I would imagine that mudgolems shouldn't be surprised by this pick. They just thought the other heroes were better.
Yep.
Because at this level, they know General's Pango. He plays it very well. He plays it a lot.
Yep. Really nice team fight now. It makes the Lina Disruptor a lot easier to play. You kind of needed a core that went in, give these supports some stuff to play around.
Would you like to see a Snapfire for Boromir, or do you guys want to see someone else? Because we do have cores being banned out by Na'Vi, and actually they do pick the Storm for Boromir, which is, you know...
That's good here.
I want to say that's his signature hero. As far as signature heroes go, he's shown brightest on the Storm, I feel.
I wonder if there's some sort of way that you put Lina mid now and play the Ember Spirit as a support. If you could play 4 Ember...
I can tell you already,
Ember,
Iceberg is playing Ember.
Okay, because 4 Ember, 3 Pango is technically possible if you just pull waves, but it would probably be too difficult.
It'll be Roger for Lina.
I like these drafts, though. There's nothing really fancy. This is just some solid standard, like, we'll have decent scaling. Neither side has like a huge edge. I think it'll mostly come down to the play of the spirits. How does this mid matchup go, and which player makes the most happen around the map? But ultimately, I do feel Na'Vi will have an edge as this game drags on.
You agree with him?
I think the key thing here is whether you get to initiate as Na'Vi. You want to use Disruptor, so you need to be the one making the first move. You're playing against Beastmaster. Could be tricky, but I agree, it's close. I don't really have a favorite either.
Okay. Well, I do like close Dota 2 matches, so let's find out how close this one is going to be. It is Mudgolems versus Na'Vi with ODPixel and Fogged.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 ready to go between Mudgolems and Na'Vi. Fogged, we're seeing the big one. The Boromir Storm is coming back into play. And if you haven't seen this already, ladies and gentlemen, this is his hero, Fogged.
And he's in a lane that's very favorable for the Storm Spirit versus that Ember. Does have to worry about some disables that are coming out here, but not too many of them. You know, that Glimpse, the Static Storm, the Lina Stun, and the Roots, though, that's it. And Borninga, he's been playing the Storm Spirit versus many disables and having a very good time. And panel mentioned it this time around. Mudgolems, they drafted a draft that they don't have to do anything type of finicky, group up and push. This is just the battle draft to fight into Na'Vi again.
Oh, the battle, they're certainly going to have to bring it, especially after the way Na'Vi played into them last game. Na'Vi just all cylinders blazing in that first game performance. And let's see what they're able to do here in game 2.
This one it does feel like it's going to be a lot harder, especially in the early stages of the game, playing into this Mudgolems draft. If the lanes don't get completely botched, because they have this Spectre Disruptor, not the strongest lane. It's a good lane defensively. If they do make aggressive plays, you can punish them, because Disruptor does do some deceptive damage. But I'm really liking Mudgolems' top lane in particular this game. This Beastmaster plus Phoenix, extremely strong. And, they did pick the Pango, because they needed some kind of thing to cause this chaos in the front and all that, but they did pick it into a Roar. It's into a BKB piercing disable. So a lot of times could definitely see General just stopped in his tracks.
Yeah, talking about the Disruptor, though, I'm interested to see what Always Wanna Fly is able to pull off this game already. Well, starting things off with a nice little D ward. Easy 100 gold for him. Because, these, especially these CIS teams, are so good with their Disruptors. Yep. And this could actually be the thing that trips Boromir up, right? Nowadays, with the Glimpse, it pulls you out of the zip.
Yes, there is definitely some things that he will have to be worried about. And it's if Na'Vi can get the ball rolling, that's where that Disruptor really starts to look amazing. It's the worry of if Mudgolems start to get things going, I feel like Na'Vi might just get so far on the back foot this game that it could be really hard for them to catch back up. Bottom, some fantastic body blocks.
Yep, they're able to land another stun. Skeeter, again, if General can continue to block him off, General, he's not letting him get out. Father's going to come in, Scatterblast will slow down Roger, but General continuing to just stop Skeeter from having a clean escape. He will live, but a lot of damage done there to Skeeter, with General controlling him as much as he did.
Skeeter having to use, 2 stuns to get away there as well, so mana pool quite limited. Fada does have the Salve to bail out, and he'll be able to get the last hit on the range creep to secure.
It's just going to be very interesting to see Because now I'm thinking about it more honestly, like Disruptor nowadays, it does destroy Storm. Like, you can't stop being glimpsed into the static Storm, right? You will always get put in the Storm.
That's why they have to be the aggressors.
Sure.
If Na'Vi gets to the point where they're starting to ever be able to be the aggressors, that's where we see, of course, where Disruptor's always the best, but now even more so versus that Storm Spirit. That's where it can kind of go both ways. I feel like both of these teams could explode in the laning phase, but I am definitely leaning toward mudgolems just a little bit more in the start. Because I feel like they need less farm to actually do stuff, and I feel like the top lane, the Beastmaster's always going to apply pressure. Yeah, let's see what bottom happens, because I feel like this is the lane where chaos can really go down, and that's what really caused everything to run rampant last game, is General and Roger just destroying Skeeter's game, and it's similar right now, at least at the start.
Skeeter certainly having to meet with quite a bit of a battle each time he steps up against these two. You can see on the mid lane. This is going to definitely be a challenge for Iceberg, but a challenge he's meeting very well so far. 9 for 1 against 11 for 3, not too far behind.
It does get harder, that lane. It's not an easy one for Iceberg at all. He's got the 1-1-1 skill build.
Okay.
Trying to dodge, I guess, some of the damage from the static remnants and stuff like that with Sleights of Fist. His Flame Guard will be a lot weaker. It'll pop much easier, but yeah, he can play around that. And it looks like both of the carries are having hard times. Top V-Tune also getting slowed down a lot from this very strong dual lane of mudgolems. Similar to Skeeter down bottom.
I mean, V-Tune. Is there any, I mean, could sort of these two heroes kill the Spectre in the lane, or is that just very unlikely still?
Once they get level 3, they can start to. Once you have your double bores going, and if V-Tune's too far forward, but, you know, Disruptor, we'll see, always want to fly. He's going to start pulling the lane back, and that's when the Spectre, usually you'll be at a distance that you can actually walk. If you have to run too far and that slow kicks in, then yeah, maybe, but it's still very hard for them. But they're crushing his farm. 9 last hits. Beastmaster's got 17.
Yeah, we are seeing in mid, as you say, just the Boromir Storm takeover.
Yep.
It's going to be a rough one for Iceberg now. Bottom. The chase on to Skeeter, stunned down as well. Fudder's trying to push back Roger. Another blast out, and Roger, he's got a fairy fire. He's actually going to turn as well. A few punches back into Fudder, but they're low on the mana. General's got another swashbuckle in a second, and he's in, blocks him off. Top lane, Vincere, and he'll actually end up getting the first, but on 33. Bottom, they do get the kill on Fudder, but Skeeter's able to get over with the stun onto Roger, find something in return. But yeah, top lane, did you catch that, Fog? The Beastmaster going down whilst we were watching the action bottom?
No, I have no idea actually how he died, because he had his items coming on the courier. I guess he played too far up, and the level 2 nukes and the level 2 dagger just was too much damage for him, but
that's pretty big.
He was waiting for his Helm of Iron Will to come on the courier. It was a big item that was coming, but...
Yeah, but V-Tune in a struggling lane where he's not getting CS, just getting first blood like that, that's pretty huge. Down in the river.
Lane fully recovered, really.
See Boromir trying for Iceberg. Always want to fly, headed over to the mid lane. Iceberg's going to be able to hold it back with the change. The Sleight of Fist to dodge the right click, but Iceberg still going down to the final right click of Boromir. The Thunderstrike will bring Boromir low, but won't kill him. Milan over to the Illusion Rune. He'll grab it. Boromir bottling up. Cookie forward from Fighter. They get the stun onto the two of them. Always want to fly past the Fairy Fire, but Boromir got the damage. Double kill for Boromir around this mid lane, whilst both teams bring in a lot of resources, a lot of backup, but Boromir, he's the one to come out on top of it, with 2 kills.
Nice movements by the supports on the side of mudgolems to help a lane that's already going really well for the Storm Spirit. Yeah, eyes on Boromir here, as we said. This guy, he's popped off so many times on Storm during this tournament, and already with such a good lane. That TP back is going to hurt him quite a bit. It's going to help Iceberg catch back up. Team's going to have to claim some of those bounty runes as well.
Top. Always want to fly. Trying to step forward. We'll pop the field down, but Milan's able to easily get around it here. 33 does have to take a bit of a side route, so always want to fly. Won't get fully controlled by the slows of the boars.
And it's just going to be the Dominator rush, because that Helm of Iron Will that 33 is going for, rather than going for the book build. Now this is the second time we've seen the Beastmasters not go for the book.
Yeah, and I mean, especially because I can't remember the last time we saw anybody build a Helm of the Dominator.
No one goes... No, nobody really builds it. It's in this game in particular, I guess It gives the Snapfire other things to Cookie, and it's also just good for the sustain in lane. I can see that be the reasonings that he picks it up.
Nice, yeah, interesting one for sure. We'll see if there's like a particular creep that 33 is going to try and play with.
Yeah. Definitely interesting. The second approach that we see in general the other day, he went for the Solar Crest was the other deviation. Maybe people just aren't liking the book so much anymore. Who knows? His bottom Skeeter. These disarms are messing with him a bit, but we see he's fixed his farm up pretty nicely, and maybe Roger steps up too far this time.
Now Cookie in. Roger, he's still got the stun available, so he can turn. Skeeter's starting to run. Fodder looking to finish off the kill, but Roger's got stick charges anyway.
Battle of Raindrop down bottom. Roger living because of his. Yeah, and V-Tune, this first blood really just fixed the lane, because he would have been way below on that net worth 25 last hits, but he's up at the top almost with the Storm because of that. And he's gonna have to blade mail pretty soon.
We're gonna see Baroneer actually TP up to the top lane. He wants to get involved in the action.
Arcane Rune.
He's gonna try and go for V-Tune. V-Tune is getting gone on. They've got the control, holding him in the Sunray. Always want to fly glimpses back. Baroneer, but the Sunray alone will do it. Burns V-Tune down. Good move here from Baroneer, just putting that early aggression onto the Spectre. And trying to zip for more, but always want to fly, actually duking it out a little bit. Baroneer still with
mana.
So much mana to play with thanks to this Arcane Rune. He'll close the gap onto Always Want to Fly, and Baroneer, he'll get this kill. As already starting to show same signs of the greatness that he's brought before in his Storm showings. 3-0-1 already at 7 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I love when I see these Storms use these runes to make those ganks, either a Regen or Arcane or a DD. I mean, all three of these runes are just phenomenal in Storm Spirit throughout all stages. Yeah, quick kill to slow down V-Tune. And now bottom, they can ditch the lane. Skeeter can kind of jungle, and it's going to give General this freedom down here to at least pressure the tower, but does feel perfectly fine for Mudgolems as they're just splitting up that gold. And Iceberg
wanted to get for the rune, but the rune ends up being down on the bottom lane. Still, we'll be able to find it as he heads over. Roger keeps it safe. Double damage for Iceberg.
Well, I wonder if General's actually going to go
top.
I mean, we'll get to it in a second.
They're going to go for it here. Raw, straight away into the Centaur Stomp. They're locking him down. He's able to put the blade back, but again, this Sunray is burning him out. As V-Tune will fall, they'll come in with the counter players. General rolls forward onto 33. Changes onto the side, catches Milan. As Iceberg's trying to find him with that finishing hit, General will hunt down 33 in the trees with the remainder of that Rolling Thunder, as they will get the 2 kills for this. They lose V-Tune, but Na'Vi are able to punch back.
Nice counter gank. Great TP coming out. Iceberg this time with his own power rune able to do so.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, I'm seeing General queuing up the Maelstrom. I really do want to see him go more towards those auras that the panel was mentioning. I think this looks like a pretty damn good Greaves game for his team, because they need some different types of forms of frontline. They're definitely looking pretty fragile on their heroes, pretty squishy.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Versus a Sven.
Yeah, with this sort of aggressive build from General, their frontline is the Spectre, and you never, as tanky as a Spectre can be, you don't want your Spectre to be your sole frontliner.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to end up switching that, but we'll see. I mean, maybe he just wants to go for this damage build anyway on General. But I feel like it might hurt them.
Yeah.
As now we're going to see Mudgolems, like with this lead, Skeeter, no pressure on him at all this game. He's just going to be able to jungle freely. I don't see any stacks prepared for him, though. After watching Team Liquid with their stacks, it always looks weird when I look into some of these teams' jungles and just no stacks, when Liquid has like 9 stacks and everything.
No, nothing at all being done this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to start prepping some on the left side there, Fada. And Bounty Runes will be coming out. They're going to play toward top side. Milan, he's going to absorb the hard lane bottom. And Milan is actually very leveled on the Phoenix this game. He's near level 7. Pre-10 minutes.
Around the runes, General doesn't go in onto him. Centaur Stomp as well, but he's able to swashbuckle to the side in time. 33, he's got the Raw. Does he want to use it for Iceberg? He's going to use it after he remnants to the high ground. So,
awkward.
Yeah, a bit of awkward decision making. I mean, I'm pretty sure he had the opportunity to Raw beforehand.
I think he did not. I mean, that secondary cast, I did not think that was in range at all. That looked like the farthest cast range Primal Roar ever. That was weird.
Yeah, I mean, Raw down. Na'Vi will be happy about that.
Yep. I don't know. Can they take advantage of it, though? Always Want to Fly is looking to set up top, but he's under ward vision.
Yeah, hard for him to move in on this.
Radiant's bottom tower
Mid lane Fada trying to pick up his level 6. He's nearly there.
is under attack.
Mudgolems is just farming all 3 lanes right now. The Spectre, he's able to farm these Ancients with his Iron Talon Blade Mill, but the rest of the team, they've got to make
always wanna fly.
to punish this.
Gonna lay down the Static Storm. Drag Boromir back into it, but there's no further damage. Boromir's going to look to dive in to get the kill onto Always Wanna Fly, and he'll get it. Gets the kill. Chains won't latch onto the Storm, but they've got the Rolling Thunder. Boromir trying to do his best to dodge it, but now he's out of mana. The Horde is going to be popped, given the vision for them to Remnant into the trees, find Boromir. They'll punish him for the dive that he makes onto Always Wanna Fly, and they'll take him out.
Fada. Going to toe with Roger.
Get themselves another Na'Vi.
Take him out.
And they chase for this too. They've got the Remnant. Iceberg. He's got the chains set up. Roger. Light Strike Array going to be dodged, but 33 has to step back into the squad to dodge the stun, so he'll still end up dying. 3 kills for Na'Vi off the back of that reaction to that aggressive move made by Boromir up top. It ends up hurting Mudgolem big time.
They have to react to all these type of fights. They have to bring 3-4 heroes every single time, because we did see Mudgolems. They didn't react. The Sven continued to jungle. Milan continued to farm bottom. They didn't want to go try to help them. They were too far away from the help. And Na'Vi, they can't actually take advantage of these kills, though, is the real big concern. They have no tower push, no objective taking on their team at all. And now their ults are down, so Mudgolems, they're going to group up. They're going to go for taking that top tower, and Skeeter's just going to be able to continue jungling. Definitely a little bit of a concern for Na'Vi. It feels like it's going to be a game where it's going to be hard for them to get any type of map control on this one, because they can't pressure these towers. And this Hawk is always going to be on the scout looking for V-Tune where he is farming. So I do think Mudgolems have a pretty good window right now to build the pressure these. General. He's committed for the Maelstrom build, by the way. He's bought the Javelin.
Glimpse. Set up onto Fada. And with the Thunder on him, Fada turns. The Centaur stuns down onto the 2 of them. The Micro will do it. That'll set up for the Always Wanna Fly kill. Under backlines, General and Roger trying to play it onto Skeeter. Boromir zips across, helps out Skeeter, lock down Roger. As Roger will go down, Iceberg does finish off Fada, but this time, with Mudgolems turning up with the numbers, they'll come out on top.
And they're the team that can actually naturally push into a tower because they have this Beastmaster, they have this Sven. They can look to take this top one out when they do make those aggressive moves. And now they do have the Orchid already finished up on Boromir here. 13 minutes, same as his other games. There is a defensive item though. Iceberg does have his Yules finished at the very least. And they're going to look to fight. They've got their ults coming back up. Haunt in 30. And Mudgolems are all splitting up to go farm. They could definitely get punished here.
Jump. 33. It's going to turn with the Roar on, Always Wanna Fly. Will allow them to get the kill, but he's actually able to get the Static Storm off before he falls, so 33 does go down. Can't really chase for Boromir. He's got Skeeter and Milan by his side. Get the trade.
Balance in all.
And V-Tune's getting all this time to just farm in the jungle. That's the really good sign, at least for Na'Vi. Besides all the other things that can be a little bit concerning, is that he's getting all this time to just sit without any pressure onto him now. He does have the 2 deaths from earlier, but now it is seeming pretty hard for Mudgolems to actually invade that triangle still. Seeing the build from 33. He's going to be going for that, just that straight tanky build for his team, straight auras on this Beastmaster. So he's going to have a lot of different heals that definitely won't be there for the side of Na'Vi for a long time. Because like we said, General, he committed. He's got the Maelstrom done. So front line definitely going to be a little bit harder for Na'Vi.
I mean, for Na'Vi's lineup, can they sort of sit back as long as V-Tune's farming, or do you think this is a sort of a game where you look at the Sven and the Storm and you feel that passiveness isn't really going to help them too much?
I don't think I ever want to doubt V-Tune very much again. When he gets this, when he's getting this type of farm, they tend to do a really good job with him. I'm a little worried just because of the Pango build, but they're getting away with a lot of farm, and they're not getting punished right now. Like Borning here with this Orchid, he's trying to punish because they're just farming all 3 lanes right now, and Na'Vi is not able to find them. So Navi's getting away with some of this greed.
Yeah. V-Tune happily away continuing to farm. And we'll start to see, of course, those Skeeter hit those item timings a little bit quicker. In terms of the items that are just going to allow him to fight a bit more than the Spectre is. Mask Madness, Echo Saber, and once the BKB's done, not a lot that Na'Vi's heroes can do to stop this man.
And the other element too that they have to be very concerned of is the egg in this game. They have the Lina to hit the egg, but besides that, they do not have good egg hitters. And Roger, in a lot of situations, might just be dead very early in the fight. So this egg could definitely prove to be problems. As mudgolems up to a 3-kick gold lead, and Na'Vi's looking for some type of aggressive play.
All right. I mean, I guess they still want to make usages out of the haunts. Haunts up. And they've got good catch. They've got very, very solid catch, actually. Chains and the Static Storm, that'll set up a lot. And it's about the same time that Borony is actually making an aggressive play down bottom onto Roger. Leads in, gets the catch, chains are there, haunts out. The counter plays in for Na'Vi as they'll punish Borony, or maybe not. He's out with the zip, he's out of mana. Borony goes down, and so does Farder there. As Na'Vi with that movement, I mean, it done in a way that it looked like that Roger bait was intentional. They were ready for Borony to zip for that opportunity. Mid lane.
Great read of the map. Iceberg, he TP's mid just to defend the tower. They can't go for this type of kill, and he'll be able to stop this push too, with General showing up as well. Push is averted, and they're actually looking for a glimpse on Skeeter. Can't quite get it.
I mean, that move though for Na'Vi around that bottom lane, it looked like they were starting to get a pretty good read onto what Borony is trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Spectre is now almost matching the farm of a Sven. Sven wants to be a good chunk ahead of gold over a Spectre. This is, Na'Vi's definitely responding accordingly.
Yep. And look, they're going to try and find the catch onto Milan. Static Storm's down. Have they got the damage? Certainly with a Laguna. They have. Na'Vi making moves and keeping this game in a really good position for this Spectre. As you say, just keeping up with the Sven.
And he pretty much has Manta already done. So Orchid, no more of a problem. He can actually start to look to focus down the egg too now in some ways to dispel fire spirits and stuff. This is some pretty big item timings. He's matching the Sven's farm, just continuing to. And we see that again, the beautiful setup. Chains catching both, and then just easy kills on them.
Borony just gonna have to be a bit more careful with these zips, knowing now that Na'Vi are setting up in the ways that they have been. And Skeeter, I mean, he's in the Roche pit. They're gonna, I mean, Horn's down. They're gonna try and take this away.
Okay. Forces the fight around the area and then forces a fight around egg rather than you getting picked off from all these different elements. And no haunt. It's definitely the right move.
Yep, Na'Vi's not anywhere near this. They're all down bottom. So this should be an Aegis for Mudgolems. No problem. And we'll put Skeeter pretty close to having the goal for his BKB. So yeah, there we have it. Borony now with an Aegis. He can get away with getting back on and hunting for those picks that he's been trying to get.
Na'Vi got a lot on the map during all that, though. They were all just farming. I see Roger stacking some Ancients for that Spectre to continue farming. And what do actually... okay, he bought a full Deso. I was wondering what he was going to do with the 4,000 gold.
All right.
Desolator for Iceberg.
Okay. I mean, we know he's a fan of the Deso on Embo, right? Because remember, it was Iceberg the other day he was trying to build a Deso, but then he had a PA in his game, so he was like, oh, actually, wait, I'm not going to do that anymore. So he really likes getting Deso on the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, it does apply Deso, the reduced armor on everybody instantly in most of the fights, so there's always the argument for it there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just something that I feel like a lot of Ember players, it's not the common build, right? A lot of Ember players would just never build the Deso. It's something that's fallen kind of out of favor.
But in this game, it makes a lot more sense, too, in the essence of what we're talking about. They have no ways to take objectives and take towers. The Deso, it gives them that, too. We've seen that a couple of times. I mean, even, I remember Thompson at TI. I remember one of the games where they had no tower push. He did this similar type of build to at least give them some element.
Yeah. And just the fact that they have physical outputs of damage that are going to be hitting multiple heroes as well, right? As you say, he sets it up, Deso buff, getting on multiple heroes with a slight fist. Haunt comes in, Swashbuckle comes into play, and suddenly everybody's taking increased damage.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, General is getting the Aghanims too, so that AoE Swashbuckle, that AoE Lucky Shot, lots of minus armor that can be applied out. Yeah, they're just playing the farm game. They're playing that chilled out, kind of telling Kind of feels like they're telling mudgolems to set the pace, but mudgolems also just playing a little bit of the farm. I think they're also feeling confident about this Phoenix because Milan, he has Shiva's done.
He's
in a
big.
second, and he's level 12. He's huge.
Yeah, this Phoenix is definitely going to be an issue in the fight. So now they seem very strong, right? BKB Sven, Aegis Storm,
yes.
Shiva's on Phoenix. This is when you bring the fight to Na'Vi. There we go. Starting things off, going in onto Iceberg. Always want to fly. He's going to lay down the Static Storm, but Iceberg's taken out. They'll pop the raw. They'll pop everything onto him to secure the kill. Going to try and chase for more here. Kiss is coming out to the high ground. Boromir. Which targets do you want to go for? We'll go for the Disruptor. And straight away, using that power that they know that they have at this moment in time, mudgolems, they charge at Na'Vi. They'll get 2 kills, and Na'Vi's not able to stop them there.
They get the chain stun completely onto Iceberg. He had the illusion rune ready too. If he gets out of that for a second, he's going to be able to get the illusion and maybe survive. But full commit by mudgolems. Yeah, they get themselves some nice pickoffs.
Yeah, Vincere just still doing his best to avoid this. Get at least his next item done, which he's just about a creep wave or so away from having the defusal on the Manta.
Okay. Pretty decent defusal game too. Like Sven, a hero that is very limited on the mana. If he's able to burn Skitter in the fights, it could prove disaster for them. Some of the times I don't like the defusal, but when I see these strength heroes or these heroes that just absolutely rely on mana, you know, Morphling, Sven, I guess even Storm Spirit in a way, I'm pretty okay with it.
No,
looks good.
I think absolutely. The Sven, the Storm Spirit, also just Fada, right? You get hit by a few hits on the backline, suddenly you don't have a big mana pool as a Snapfire. You might not have enough for your ult at the end of it all.
Yeah, and exactly. That's the other thing too. Diffuse always jumping in the back line. If they don't have a defensive, they just die, right? If he jumps on them, Diffusal Mantle just gone. There is always the glimmers, though, at least from the Snapfire at the moment. And Na'Vi, they're just sitting back, waiting for this Aegis to be gone before they look to make a play. They have about a minute left on it.
Yeah, there we go. Diffusal. For the Spectre in general, yeah, about 1,400 off the Aghanims. They are going to try and see if they can find him down it.
Ooh, the Hawk. It didn't quite give them the vision just yet. Wow. Right on the outskirts of the Hawk.
It was close. That was definitely close, General.
Is under attack.
He's able to get out, able to live.
Able to get more time for the Spectre to farm, and more time for that Aegis to disappear.
No, we see Vincere.
And it did give Borninghe all the time to finish his BKB pretty much, though. This Aegis, he's going to have that defensive capability. And
okay.
I mean, he can go through everything. Nothing's gonna stop him if he's going on these targets now.
Yeah, I think you have to go BKB Storm against the Disruptor. It's just too hard to play against. Like, always want to fly. If you don't kill him in these fights, he's going to be able to control you. BKB's
Smoke around that Aegis timer. They get the scan. It's on the back line on Borening here.
BKB's not delivered yet.
It's not yet.
Or can they punish this? This is going to be huge.
Oh my god.
They're able to get him before the BKB's delivered, and after the Aegis times out. I mean, this is just perfect timing for Na'Vi. Iceberg does get caught by the stun underneath the Supernova, so he does go down in return. So mudgolems out to punish that a little bit. Well, mate,
they're reinitiating.
Yeah, Iceberg, he's going to buy back. He's going to come back in with the change. The Static Storm's down onto Milan, onto the side. The Roars onto General, but General tries to jump away. They've got the physical damage, though. Vincere moves it onto Skeeter. BKB's ward up, but Skeeter's still doing big damage here with the God Strength. Takes out another. They've surrounded him. This is a little scary for mudgolems because I'm seeing a Spectre and I'm seeing them clean up a little bit. As now 33 is going to be turned towards by Iceberg, Roger, and Vincere. It's a triple kill for Roger. And Fada out with the TP with his last bit of mana. So buyback is coming out from both sides in it all. But definitely feels like it is these situations where Spectre's the big winner. Vincere staying alive and picking it all up. Picking the kills, getting the XP.
And he gets a regen rune. And it's also, he's playing versus Sven. So Sven, it's about the BKB timings. That's the first BKB usage, that 10 second. Now down to 9. Mid?
Yeah, just a little spook onto Vincere.
And we see Na'Vi, the way that they took the fight, sure, they lose Iceberg because he committed all those remnants, but he put that remnant down for that buyback to come back in. And they disengaged completely away from the egg, and then as soon as egg pops, they go for that reinitiation play.
Yeah, and I think Na'Vi know, Iceberg, General, they can sort of throw their lives away in these plays as long as Vincere is the one to live.
Yeah, in general, actually, he almost is able to survive. I think it might have been a mistake that he used the shield crash. I think he may have actually just crashed, rolled right through them, and stunned them. He actually ended up jumping over the Sven, but in a lot of situations, General might survive there and be able to just control the Sven even more so. V2 just really cleaning up, and 1,000 gold over the Sven. He's queuing up a pretty deadly item also versus that Sven, as Sven's not going to be able to go for an MKB at any point if he does commit for a butterfly.
No, and also
be brutal.
Makes life very hard for a Storm Spirit. You know, you're never really going to have any sort of true strike on a Storm. So this evasion...
He's committing for it. He bought the Eagle Song already, so...
I think it's fine.
It looks like a phenomenal game for it.
I don't know if they can kill... Well, I mean, obviously, they can kill him, but it's very hard. Very hard to kill the Spectre right now, so...
Yep. And General's got Ags. Level 18 with Ags, so he's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage in the fights if he's not controlled. So it's really going to be eyes. As, you know, 33 did the last time. He did get the Roar on that Rolling Thunder almost immediately. He's going to have to keep doing so. Because General is now going to be doing also a hell of a lot of damage and applying that lucky shot to everybody with a Deso on the Ember too. So lots of minus armor, as you mentioned earlier, on everyone.
Rosham. Going to be back up in a minute here. So I think Na'Vi will be a little more careful about letting mudgolems get it as easy as they got the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this time they'll very likely have Haunt for the fight.
Yeah.
Last time, you know, they didn't have Haunt, so they didn't want to contest. And yeah, but I mean, Butterfly is going to be done. Skeeter has his item timing right now. He's got his eggs, and he's queuing up the MKB immediately. So
yeah, he's going to have to get it. I mean, yeah, as you say, as soon as he sees the Eagle Song.
But look at his armor now. The fact that he's going to have to go for that, no AC is what that means, and then he's playing versus Deso and Lucky Shot. So his armor is going to be extremely low in the fights, especially if he pops Mask of Madness.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, smoke from Na'Vi and an attempt to catch mudgolems before this Roche spawn. They're heading up towards 33. 33, is he going to expect this? He's under the ward, and he's not. He's going to walk straight into them. Whoa, oh my goodness, they blow everything on him. They blow absolutely everything on him. I mean, they're going to fly back. They get a deep glimpse onto Fada. It's going to pull him up to the high ground. Skitter's going to look to commit with the BKB and the God Strength. He's onto Roger. Roger goes down. Zip forward from Borneo, looking for Always Want to Fly. They get the Disruptor. Supernova's going to be popped. There's no one else near. The rest of Na'Vi are out of there. As mudgolems instantly hit back.
Straight to Roche. They did use the egg, unfortunately, for the side of mudgolems.
Na'Vi used pretty much everything there to kill 33. They wanted him dead. I mean, he was triple dead.
I think they thought it was a bait or something, right? Like the way that he walked up to, they're just like, we're getting wrapped on or something. V2 just pops the Haunt to get information. And now they get away with another Roche.
All right.
And cheese.
Yeah, I mean, I think mudgolems, they don't mind 33 dying for that end result.
No way.
Aegis and cheese. Skeeter's game continuing to go well as he'll have the money for his Demon Edge.
They did just find the two supports, though. So, you know, Iceberg, he's still going to be at a pretty decent timing for this BKB. And now Na'Vi, they have to just play around this Aegis and cheese. Let's see what mudgolems can make happen with it. Feels like they do have to force a bit of the issue.
Yeah, and V-Tune he's going to have that butterfly done. So, before this MKB is completed. So maybe the opportunity to fight while Skeeter doesn't have that strength against it.
Scary into Aegis and cheese, though. Storm is the best Aegis carrier for a reason, so it's a little tough for Na'Vi. No Haunt available. They have to just dodge the fights. 40 seconds.
Golems. Who can Skeeter find? Well, looks like no one. Na'Vi dodging the moves. V-Tune just keeping the pressure on bottom with the illusions, just continuing to farm in ways that have made it rather hard for mudgolems to find him. As mudgolems not able to really slow this Spectre quite yet.
Ooh, they're smoking and sweeping around their Spectre because he's just starting to get Haunt. So they're playing around him. Arcane Rune up top.
They're going to be able to take the Arcane Rune, pop the BKB, Static Storms down. Borneo will pop his own BKB to turn and commit on to Always Want to Fly. Takes out the Disruptor. Does he want to try and look for more Supernova Stun? Not going to catch anyone as Na'Vi are out of range. Roger's out with the TP, and the rest of Na'Vi split. Big zip onto General. Boromir's looking for him, but General's going to roll out. He's got a TP if he wants to just pop it, and he will. TP's out here with the roll. Makes it away. 33 hunting in the trees, but Vichun's already able to make his way back with the dagger to a position where they won't quite catch him. So Na'Vi losing a support again, but they're keeping their cores away from mudgolems. It's another situation where Boromir, he's using the BKB, so just continuing to try and get through these BKB charges of mudgolems' cores.
And Navi's they're playing very careful. They just want to play around this Aegis, and also they have no vision really on the map at the moment. Mudgolems did a fantastic job of just sweeping through and clearing out all those wards while they have this Aegis and Cheese. So map control really strong for them at the moment, and Vitun has to just play around bottom.
Skeeter, though, continuing to hit some solid timings. Here's the MKB soon to be sent out. And then they will have the way of getting on Vitun and taking him down. So they're going to set up for the smoke here.
No egg for 20, but they're trying to force something with this Aegis, trying to get some type of catch. Always want to fly.
Always want to fly. He's gone. He's certainly gone, and nothing he can do to help himself. We'll get the information for the rest of Na'Vi to get away from this movement.
Na'Vi can't get vision out. Still not placing any of their obs wards. Still haven't had a chance. They instantly just get dewarded. This Hawk and this just vision coverage from Fada as well as 33 has been on point these last few moments. Na'Vi just has no info on the map. Warning here. Wanting to jump. He has a DD in the bottle too.
He's going to go for it. Starts onto General. Comes in with a Vortex. Raw follow from 33. General's taken out. Boromir now turns over towards Roger. Diving in deep. Yules buys Roger a bit of time, but Boromir is waiting for him on the way back down. They catch the 2 kills. Iceberg trying to hold them back with the chains, but Mudgolems, they're able to push. Take this tier 2.
They're getting a lot done with this Aegis and Cheese.
Yeah, they're getting
levels also all kicking in. Level 18 on both supports, as well as the Beastmaster too.
Can Na'Vi hold this high ground? Skeeter still ready with everything to fight with. Just trying to slow him down with the spam. 35 seconds, no General. Quite a serious part of their defense. And Skeeter, he's charging straight in. God Strength's popped. Don't need to take the tower. They get the cookie play.
Iceberg.
Set someone to Iceberg. Static Storm's going to be dropped down to give Iceberg some safety. Is it enough? It is. He's able to pop the Remnant, jump out towards it. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Boromir. Jump forward from Skeeter over towards Always Want to Fly. Brings down the Disruptor. He's been rooted, Skeeter. Pops the BKB. He's looking for Roger. Roger brought down from the Yules. As Roger goes down. Now, just about the retreat here. Roger's brought back. They're trying to chase. Horn comes out. Vichun, who's he going to go for? Is he going to go for any of them? He is. He's going to haunt in onto the front lines. Turns to Skeeter, pops the blade mail. Cookie from Fada comes out. The Supernova's off to the side. Vichun's getting pulled in. Vichun needs help, and he needs it now. But the hold from Boromir is keeping him in range off the Supernova stun. Mudgolems, they kill off the Spectre. Boromir tries for the TP out, but the Yules comes in just as his BKB ends. Laguna finishes his life. And this time round, Vichun, he may have died, but they get every single member of Mudgolems for it.
And a quick pause by Fada. Vitun, he pushes into the whole fight, and they get everything off on everyone else. Borninga, he had used the BKB earlier. He gets just chain stunned and chain combo down. Navi, showing its strength in numbers, just for the Spectre.
That's quite a big swing there, you know, coming up to like an 8-9k lead and then bam. Now just down to 3k. And yeah, normally it's sort of the other way around. You know, if the Spectre lives, he cleans up, but you don't care. You know, Vichun doesn't care if he dies, if it means that his aggression has just allowed Na'Vi to clean up as much as they did just there. And
it was just one buyback, right? It was just the Roger buyback.
Just Roger.
They just had to use.
Roger.
That's pretty damn huge. And clean up Iceberg, getting a decent amount of experience in gold. He's enabled toward another item too. I mean, that's pretty big.
And it's just the sort of fact as well as you keep mentioning that these BKBs, they're only getting shorter in duration. And already we're starting to see in these fights how a few seconds left on the BKB is really hurting these heroes. Because they do have to only really go in when the BKB's up. With these static storms and And roots and stuns, there's so much that makes it very, very difficult for this Sven and Storm to charge in without the magic community.
Yeah, and now that Na'Vi wins a fight finally, and, you know, General, he's gotten all the items that he wanted to get for himself, he's finally be able to go for that counter items. The counters toward the Sven, the counters towards even Beastmaster. I mean, Lotus Orb very good versus all three of the cores in a way. This Lotus Orb is going to be very effective when he does get it, and he's got it done. So he's going to be able to protect V2 and protect Iceberg a lot more inside of the fights, too. That's a big hit from Na'Vi. And they don't even lose any racks or anything. It's, like we said, just a Roger buyback. And so much time now to work with. They're going to be able to get all 4 bounty runes, push out the waves as well, and like we said, finish up those items that they were getting close to.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they got a gem also. Roger has a gem that Milan had.
They're going to be able to do quite a bit with this. The whole team of mudgolems dead. They're taking the tier 1 top. Pushing the mid, and by the time that everyone's back up, it's not going to be too long until the Haunt's there yet again. So Beachin's going to be pretty much ready to go once more.
And he's very close to his own, like we said, they're finishing a lot of items after all this. He's very close to his own BKB, which that feels like it's going to counteract a whole lot of everything, because the reason he died in that last fight was because he was just controlled during all of it. He was chain stunned. With a BKB, he's going to be able to reset and get out of the fight. Na'Vi has closed the lead completely now.
Oh, yeah.
Experience and gold is just even now.
They got every single bounty rune too, of course, here, 35 minutes in.
Yep.
And yeah, that one fight, such a swing. That is quite a monumental swing. Considering, for the most part, how stable of a growth it was for mudgolems. Very sort of slow but steady, and then boom, right back to even. And that's, any time you see that sort of a swing, when there's a Spectre on the side that you're sort of losing that advantage against, you're not going to be feeling too comfortable right now if you're mudgolems. You know that the pressure is on for you to not lose another fight like that.
Yeah, and it gives time for these wards to get put up. Always want to fly, able to deward a lot of wards too with the gem that they had before. So just so much gained out of this time. I mean, maybe even a secondary item that V2's able to finish at this pace of his farm. Because they do get level 20 on Milan, and we said, this egg, a lot of the times, it's popping. They're not able to focus fire the egg. This Sunray during the egg could be another thing that they have to watch out for. A lot of heals that will come out onto that Sven. She just to counteract a little bit of the heals, though, as Iceberg just finished that.
It's also going to be very nice with these, just to punish even further these diminishing BKB durations.
And even General, he finished the Lotus Orb and he has the Blink too. So now he has 2 different forms. One way to protect himself versus the Sven, and one way to protect his teammates too. And we'll see how this next fight kicks off. V2, they're looking for him up top. If they can chain stun him before he gets BKB off, it's pretty solid for them.
Look at this for Na'Vi. They're going for the big wraparound. They're coming in, smoking across the mid. Do they want to try and go into their jungle?
V2 sold the Blade Mail, by the way. He sold the Blade Mail for the Basher.
Okay.
He wants to have that extra stun and control versus the BKBs.
I mean, makes all the difference. You get 1 bash during that BKB, and at this stage, that's a decent proportion of the BKB duration messed with. And 25.
And for the later stage of that Abyssal too. 25 for Sven, 25 about to hit for Spectre too. He's about to finish it right now.
Neither team.
And he gets an Illusionist Cape off the last creep.
Oh my goodness. Illusionist Cape for the Spectre.
I was literally coming out of my mouth. I was about to say, if he gets an Illusionist Cape off of this creep, it's gonna be.
It really is. It's a 10% damage buff to your horn. That's pretty good.
It's also like 5 illusions when you jump on the initial target with Manta. Makes it insane.
Everything. It's just. That's a very nice bit of a buff.
What did Mudgolems get for them?
Did they get anything good?
They got the Leveler.
Well, they still got 2 items to find, though. Still 2 items to find. They also got Prince's Knife. That can be nice for the snap. I guess Fowler's happy with the Nether Shield, though.
Navi's positioning right now. They saw Fada for a second. They're trying to go for this backline.
All right, Iceberg. He's going to head over. They found Milan. I mean, the egg's going to come out straight away, but Milan, there's no one else near this. This is a pure panic egg that won't set up anything at all. So now there's no supernova for the fight.
No hunt either, though, and they're jumping onto V-Tune.
They are able to start these, but he's got the BKB and the Manta. Will put the BKB. The Lotus is out as well. He's stunned himself. He's having to put the Ghost Ring Rob the Bash. He's not got the chance to get the BKB off. He can't BKB. He's not able to pelt the BKB. A Skeeter goes down, and now Navi's just going to chase for more. It's a big zip and a TP. Will get Boromir out of there, but not able to pop his BKB. Feels that he can hold it for a little bit, and then just the bashes, the stuns, he couldn't get it off.
General with some insane reaction speed there. TPing to the tower, instantly Lotus orbing his
that's
Spectre.
insane.
That was so nice. And Roche is up. And there may not be Haunt right now. There's a refresher shard on this Roche. Aged and Cheese as well. No Skeeter for 60. Uh-oh. Mudgolems.
I mean, those, at this point of the game, when you lose your carry like that, it's going to hurt. And more so when you're the Sven against the Spectre. Deaths like that, pushing him further behind. I guess he'll say sort of the silver lining was that he didn't use his BKB. You know, at least it didn't go down in a second's duration. But obviously a very, very, very thin silver lining.
I mean, they lost the Roche because he died.
So I mean, I said it's thin. It's you have to get out a microscope and turn it up to 400x to see it. But he'll be telling his teammates there. He'll be like, "Look, guys, I didn't use BKB." They're like, "Yes, you didn't use BKB."
Wait a minute. Iceberg, level 25. He's actually holding on to the refresher shard. I guess V-Tune's just a little limited on mana and stuff like that, too. They might pass that off depending on if people get certain items. Like if the Disruptor gets his Aghanims, they might switch it up. They have a couple different really good options. And yeah, 2 level 25s now. Almost 3 level 25s on the side of Na'Vi. General about to hit his as well. And his items really starting to look amazing now, as he's also got a Basher queued up too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
These fights, Mudgolems, they have to have a better time of just having their fight controlled around their area. The way that fight kicked off was probably one of the worst ways it could have, with Milan having to just pop a defensive egg.
Skeeter. Got to be careful jumping in with these Lotuses in play.
Yep. I mean, now he also has to deal with an Abyssal Blade, too.
Yep.
Abyssal is done for V-Tune.
Has got the Satanic complete, so we'll have that status resistance.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And level 25 done on General. So Rolling Thunder will be there for every single fight now. 40-second cooldown. And he actually gets rid of his boots. He actually goes for the Basher because he has Spider Legs. So he's got the Trinity. The Aghs, the Maelstrom, the Basher with the Pango.
And this, I mean...
This late game strength now with Na'Vi is absolutely insane. They're trying for.
This is an interesting one from Vincere. He's queuing up a Radiance.
I did see that as well for a second.
I mean, obviously late game, maybe because he has like the Illusionist cape, he likes it for the idea of being able to, you know, easily push out a whole lane with the cape and a Radiance. And, you know, he's happy to juggle his items around and stuff, you know, slot the Radiance in, get a Radiance Illusion out, pushing a wave, and then play the game. But an interesting one nonetheless. Oh.
They're committing in General. They've got one Haunt. He has the Refresher Shard too on the Spectre.
How about a glimpse him in? General's going to head over towards Skeeter, start to push him away, and they go with the Haunt onto Fada. Take down the Snapfire. Rest him on the high ground. Again, another Supernova.
Very defensively.
I would say a lot of them have been, these eggs. There's now no egg.
There will be another Haunt available too in a moment.
Glimpse on the Skeeter. Skeeter, he's got the BKB. He's got to use it, and he will. Pots the BKB straight away, jumps over towards Iceberg. They'll turn. The bashes are there. Skeeter, he's trying to turn towards Vincere, but he's scared. He's using the rest of this BKB to run. He doesn't feel he can fight, despite the fact that they've got a full 5-on-5. He's trying to run. Vincere's in with the bash. Fada will be able to save Vincere, picks him up with the goal block. But Skeeter in the midst of it all. Vincere in general, they're just controlling him, and they're taking him down. Skeeter's dead for 100 seconds. Vincere, he's charging up to the high ground. They'll finish off 33. 2 cores down. No buybacks. As they're
Puts
not...
the refresher shard in. He can haunt again in a second, too.
He can. Iceberg will fall.
Use Iceberg.
Vincere popping the refresher to haunt in onto Fada. Now turns to Milan. It's spotted. The bash is from General. It catches him, but he's still able to get back into the base. With the Bloodstone Heal, Boromir lives. But it's 4 dead on the side of Mudgolems. They do not have buyback. As Na'Vi, they may only have the 2 of them. But Vincere and General, they're going to be able to push in much more than this Storm's able to defend on his own.
There's still tier 2s up, though. So this is this might only be the racks that they can get here out of this phenomenal wipe that they got of all of Mudgolems. The damage is done. They did kill everybody, and we're seeing the weakness that Skeeter just can never fight versus the Spectre again. But they can't close it out right here. But definitely feeling as Mudgolems does not have much of a shot in this game, as these fights just looking more and more impossible per time. And now an Aghanim's also on Disruptor. More items.
The way this game has just turned, and it just doesn't feel like it's going to stop. It doesn't feel like it's going to stop. So Vincire's got 6.5k gold. He can buy whatever he wants. Always Wanna Fly's just finished off his Aghanims. So already, you know, they're having trouble with the BKBs. They might not even get the chance to pop them.
No, Navi's played this. They played this so well. It's 28-28, but it just feels like they've had this dominant lead for such a long time because it's been Mudgolems who got control of the game. They got Aegis and Cheese 2 times early in this game and couldn't get this big advantage versus Navi.
I mean, so he is going to go for this Vincere, this 45-minute Radiance. Which, as I said, I can only imagine it is for sort of the... I mean, sure, it's a Radiance that still has a lot of benefits. But I wonder if he wouldn't have got for it if he didn't have the Illusion Escape. As they do find General. They get him with the Roar, they'll take him out. Well, that Radiance is about to pay its value there. Finds Illusion Rune as well.
Illusion is plus Illusion Escape.
And of course, I guess, you know, just sort of the increased miss chance, always great to have. You know, that Radiance Burn miss chance on top of your evasion from the Butterfly. You are effectively increasing your tankiness by a serious amount at this stage with the amount of HP and dispersion you're working with at this level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like it makes too much of a difference. I think he had a lot of items he could have gone for. I think he could have done the Scotty. He could have done your standard items that we see usually toward these later stages, but it's perfect. I think the Illusion Escape might have been an influence as well.
Yeah, I think it's got to be, yeah.
There's 50 seconds, no General. Navi gonna wait for any type of move. Hawk is starting to scout out some heroes, so in Mudgolems, they have to try to take advantage of this time a little bit here, but they gotta be careful too, because like we said, there's an Aghs Disruptor now too, that if they don't pop their BKBs on the jump, they're gonna get insta-muted.
Some players here from Mudgolems. I mean, the pressure massively on them right now. 18k down against Na'Vi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Iceberg is porting in the front down bottom. Can they look to punish this? No, he's quickly out.
Yeah, more than prepared.
Did spend his gold on Iceberg though. He spent all of his gold right there, so that would have been a pretty ideal one for them to pick off.
Navi.
But they showed themselves, and now Navi, they're making the sweep.
They're coming in with the smoke. See what Always Wanna Fly is going to be able to catch with this Aghanim's Static Storm.
General's in.
And straight away, he's going to lay it down onto Skeeter. Skeeter, he's been caught in the Static Storm. Iceberg's on top of him, onto the side, Vincere. He's looking to control Milan. He's able to get the Supernova off. They're going to try and turn towards the egg. Can they actually kill this egg? They can't. The egg is going to be successful. Always Wanna Fly. He'll fall. So they jump towards Vincere, and they're throwing everything onto the Spectre in an attempt to kill him. But Vincere, he's just able to walk out to the side. Still, Skeeter, has he got the damage? He's bringing him low. Vincere is turning, but they've got it. They bring down Vincere, but they've lost 3 heroes. Skeeter's now getting kited. Roger's able to blink off to dodge the stun, as Skeeter will get turned upon. And Skeeter trying for Roger, but just playing with him with the Havoc Hammer, the Light Strike Array, the Yule Scepter. They're just throwing Skeeter about. He does manage to pick up the kill, but he'll fall at the end of it. Milan, he brought back for this. Roger's able to Yules him up as he tries to dive away. He goes for the flicker, but he's been bashed, disarmed, and it's a dieback on the Phoenix. Milan falls. And again, Na'Vi not without their casualties, but without a doubt, another fight where Na'Vi overall are the team to come out of the war on top, as they're now 21k ahead.
What a great fight from both sides, though. The egg to save the Sven in the midst of it all before he did pop everything. So he comes out, he has everything available for himself. The Static Storm initiation from Na'Vi, really good too. But they have to just commit too much, it feels still. To kill Vtoon, he's just dancing on the sideline there, allows the rest of his heroes to just start cleaning up. I mean, Skeeter's still looking like a pretty big beast when he's able to actually hit these targets. But like you said, so many different things just to toy with him.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now 5 years dead.
Nearly down to the minimum duration on the BKB. 6 seconds to work with now on it.
Roger takes the outpost bottom. About a minute until that outpost experience kicks in.
Roshan's up. I wonder, do you think Na'Vi will try and go for this whilst there's no Phoenix for a full minute?
As soon as Spectre gets up, if General scouts it at least, because they didn't see it, I don't think.
Some further items here being picked up both sides. Blink for the Beast on mudgolems, and over on Na'Vi is the full abyssal for General, and also Lincoln's for Roger to help keep himself safe.
And there's the Roche. It's scouted. It's going to die very fast here.
Well, who wants the Ags here? Probably Iceberg, right? He wants the Ags.
Yeah, definitely Iceberg.
Yeah, with the Octarine, absolutely. That's going to be lovely.
Now, again, they're going to have to deal with the Aegis. Oh, the Courier got the Refresher Shard. And Milan's got the Ags Blessing.
Okay, so they got it. Okay, they're able to steal the Ags Blessing and the Refresher Shards. Of course, they won't be dropped, right? They'll be kept in the dead couriers' inventories. They'll get those on the respawn of the couriers. That's pretty. I mean, as long as they don't lose the game in however many minutes their courier's dead for, that means they get a free Ags and a free Refresher Shard. So they get something out of nothing there, mudgolems.
I mean, it's definitely really good. Borning, he doesn't have an Ags. That Ags with the Phoenix Egg, you know, they have some pretty good combos that they can get in together.
That's a pretty impressive steal with those two couriers.
I mean, that's huge. If he takes both on Borning, Ags and Refresher Shard, that's like double black hole if he's able to get the right setup. But yeah, let's not get too excited.
I mean, well, let's see if it gets to that point. As I said, how long have they got to wait until the couriers are up? 3.5 minutes.
3.5.
Until they can get their hands on those items.
Poor Iceberg. He's probably like, oh, my Ag.
Yeah, Iceberg, he really wanted that Ag.
The Hunt looks for the Abyssal Blade. Borning is out of mana.
The Feature's able to jump in. They've caught him. He's stuck in the Static Storm. Borony is dead. Has got buyback available on the Storm. General rolling in, controlling Milan. Oh, he's going to be taking out Roger. He finds him with the Laguna Blade. Skeeter's caught in the front. He didn't put the BKB. He did not put the BKB. He's dead. He has to buy back. Vtune getting low. But he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. They're about to use 2 big buybacks here. Mudgolems in an attempt. Oh, Roger tries the stun. Skeeter's over to the side with the Stormbot.
He's got no god strength. He does no damage right now.
And now he's been rooted. Fada will swallow him up in an attempt to spin him back, but Fada's going to die. He cannot regurgitate him in time. Skeeter puts the BKB. He's trying to turn, but the Abyssal Blade's out. Skeeter's in trouble. Feature's taking him out. Skeeter's down. 3 down. They're going to lose Fada as well by the looks of it. He pots the Ghost Center, but Iceberg will play around with him. They get the bash onto Boromir. It's over. 4 dead. No buyback. Na'Vi. They have absolutely done it here. And not just 1 game, but 2. Both games. Na'Vi looking better than they ever have. They are just continuing on this upward trajectory. As their play it only seems to get better and better. As this one was certainly more of a fight than game 1. Mudgolems, they did step it up, but Na'Vi just stepped it up even more, folks.
I mean, Navi's, honestly, in the beginning of the tournament, when I saw them playing this Phoenix and the Mars, the Phoenix and the Willow, or the Mars and the Willow, I was like, all right, Navi, really good when they get their heroes to team fight. We're progressing through this tournament. They're showing a bigger hero pool. General, even picking something like a Pango that we haven't seen too often, and they're just putting their confidence in Vtune, not feeling forced to make these aggressive moves, even though, you know, Mudgolems has this strong draft in the mid game and the later stages. Navi keeps their cool. They keep their composure. They're looking really hot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Vtune, his play, just incredible. The way they move around him and just how active they were. I mean, Vtune ends the game involved in 37 of the 42 kills that Na'Vi got throughout it. 40k net worth, 849 GPM. This guy's carry ability is insane, and Na'Vi know exactly what to do with it. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi with another incredibly impressive victory will take down Mudgolems 2-0.
you know I'm a bad little mama. I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on a vision, call it 2020.
Navi are your first team in the grand finals here at ESL 1 Germany. Welcome to the Game Fuel post-match as, that was a 2-0. And it might have some glimmers of hope there in that game for mudgolems, but it was just Navi all the way. And before we talk about that game, we first have to, let you know you can vote right now on the ESL Dota 2 Twitter for your Mountain Dew Game Fuel Power Play. We have 4 of them from this series, and let's take a look at the first one. We saw actually a good play from Milan. In the first game, he was playing Mirana, and he was able to deny himself to the Ancients here after wasting a lot of time on Always Wanna Fly in general with the chase.
Unfortunately, it didn't matter too much in the end, but hey, always nice to deny yourself to some neutral.
Then later on in this same game, we have a clip with the Lina bait bottom. I don't know if we want to call this a bait or if it just plays out that way. Actually, never mind. This is a different clip from what I was expecting, so never mind. This is the team fight top where Navi are just kind of collapsing. This is from game number 1. They're very far ahead at this point, and they're kind of just trashing, I want to say, mudgolems in this fight. Getting off to a great start in the game obviously just leads to these moments where They're just running them down, killing them off.
If Abaddon pops ulti in Blade Mail, do you heal when you attack him? Because you should. Just throwing that out there. The next one we're going to check out, I believe, is Roger when he did the...
That is the one I was...
That was the
tactical
one.
feed.
Here it is.
My
So-
favorite way to play Dota. You're just a little 4 position. I'm just farming. It's no big deal. And the team smokes towards him. They bait the huge Storm Zip. And I believe this is also the Orchid reveal. And like, nice, we got this free kill. But Iceberg's there. Immediate double chains into the Haunt, into the double kill. And I think that this was the moment. Once you kill a Storm with an Orchid, it's just that's what turns it all around.
Yeah, there was also still one moment of light for mudgolems in that game, and that is our 4th and final power play. We actually have Na'Vi attempting a fight, and it starts looking good. They think, you know, great, we picked off the Beastmaster, let's find more. But unfortunately for them, we get a good Storm Zip in. Sven jumping in as well. And this fight actually leads to mudgolems being able to go high ground.
Yeah.
That didn't end well for them, but you know, they did go there afterwards. They did make it, and of course you can vote on Twitter. It is ESL Dota 2. Vote for your Mountain Dew power play.
So what clip 3 and 4 have in common in this is basically that there's one person getting caught out and the other team is like super fast to react. And I think that was a really key thing in this game. Both teams were very, very good at counterplaying. It was also something we praised Liquid for a lot against Secret earlier. So the teams are just quick, it feels like, in this tournament overall.
Yeah.
A lot of fast responses and lineups picked specifically to do it.
Yes, and there were a lot of fast responses as well in the later stage of that game too, especially from the Spectre player Vtune, who we have in the studio with us right now. Well, virtually in the studio anyway. Hey Vtune, congratulations first of all.
Hello, thank you so much.
It was great to see you guys play, and that was absolute dominant performance. But I have a question for outside the game, because what we saw on camera just now after you won that game was Mag. While on the website of Na'Vi, it doesn't have him listed as a coach. Do you have a coach at the moment? And if so, is it Mag?
I don't know, I can tell it or no, so...
Okay.
It's better to be secret now.
Okay, we'll be secret about it.
There.
Yeah, I
didn't know he was there. How'd he get in?
Well, he's just, you know, just stopping by, maybe, you know, still grabbing his box from...
I was just picking up my stuff. Oh, you guys are winning. Well,
congratulations. No, Vtune, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you guys play. I have a question regarding the first game, because on the panel, we thought that actually mudgolems had the better draft compared to you guys. They just laned it, I would almost say, stupidly. How did you guys feel going into that first game after the draft was done?
We after the loss, we just were prepared very well for them with picks and what we're gonna do in game, which items we waiting for, and when we're gonna start to pressure them so hard. We knew what we're gonna pick in first phase, second phase. We just prepared very well for them. So we had first game was not so hard.
It showed.
Yeah, I have a question about in-game. Regarding the calls, is it mostly just always want to fly, micromanaging you guys around the map, or does one of the cores make a lot of the decisions?
No, it's I think most even cores call in the game.
And are you one of those people making the calls?
First phase around before 20 minutes, calling Iceberg or Roger mostly. Then I connect to them with my items and we play together and call me and Iceberg.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I have one more question. Basically, when you practice, you've been climbing a lot in MMR and playing pub games, etc., etc. How do you build your confidence so that you can play on this level against these teams? Is it scrims that have done well? Is it everything combined?
I think it's personally, how to say, it's all like you just preparing yourself for these games. You can maybe listen music or just chill before games, because if you're nervous or something, you can like play around 20 KD in matchmaking, but in a competitive game, you're going to be bad because you're just Natus. So you just need to find how to prepare yourself for a match.
So it's about the mentality. It's about mentally being in the right place. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
You made it to the grand finals, so congratulations. I am very curious to hear from you who you think you will face in the grand finals here at ESL One Germany, because you have already faced Team Liquid as well as mudgolems, of course. Who do you think at the moment is going to come out on top with that one?
I'm not sure who is going to be in finals, but we're waiting for Liquid for revenge.
Ah, so, I like it. All right. Well, looking forward to seeing the revenge if it happens. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And of course, once more, congratulations on making it to those grand finals. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you. Bye.
See you, Vijun.
Later, Vijun. Vijun, I mean, he absolutely shined on Inspector, especially those lightning fast reactions to catch the storm in that in the last couple of fights.
They played Skeeter like a book. Okay, that.
A fiddle?
Stuff. Yeah, I didn't think of the.
Read him like a book, play him like a fiddle. I don't know.
That's how you counter the Sven Ag stun, I suppose. You just kite him all the way back into your team, pop a quick Lotus Orb. I'm not sure if you can BKB that. I got to test that interaction.
I think you need to pre-BKB before you Stormhammer.
Yeah, if that's the case, that's actually an insane counterplay, and they would just kill him before being like, that was just nuts.
I mean, that's one of the things that happens a lot at this very high level with Sven. There's a lot of games like this where Sven is doing really, really well, but he has... It's kind of weird that a hero that has so much inherent damage can actually feel like it falls off, but it's because defensive items just counter him so much better than, say, a Spectre. Like, what do you buy against Spectre to counter it late game? Sven, you can get daggers, Lotus Orbs. Spectre, there's just not that item that will do that.
One last thing, sorry.
You can talk more about the series in a second.
Oh.
I just want to talk about the Game Fuel power play because we do have a winner, I believe. Yes, the winner is with 45%. Wow, the bait on the bottom lane from Roger, where he was the lone old Lena. Get killed off for the greater good. We're gonna see it again right here. It was, I mean, this is one of those things that it feels like it's very simple to set up.
This turns the whole game, though.
Yes.
Because it's not just the Orchid reveal and a kill on Storm. He TP'd for that, which means that on respawn, he's going to squander another 20 seconds of his power spike.
Yep.
This is when he wants to be on map all times, find a pick off, farm woods, grab a rune, do it again. And instead, they just get read like a book.
A fiddle.
A fiddle.
Like a fiddle.
No, and I also mean to say, like, it's simple to set up, but against a team like mudgolems, it's hard to actually make it seem like you're being, you know, oh, Lena, I'm so sad in the forest by myself, you know. It was really well played by Navi.
I want to say, going into this tournament, I've been praising Vitun. Like, going in, I was like, this guy is really good. Look out for him. I've been super impressed by him. He's impressing me even more. Like, he's doing better than I expected. I was expecting a lot. Like,
he's winning games. He's making plays that win games. You need somebody like this if you're actually going to make it to grand finals and win tournaments. And there's just not many core players that you can give the keys and trust that they're going to drive you all the way to a win. Like, Miracle is probably one of the better examples. Ana is another. These guys get a lead, you don't see them squandered. Same with Nisha, right? They just get to an advantage, and you're like, oh, well, it's over. He's not going to make a mistake. And Vtoon so far, I haven't seen many at all. Really, just all of Navi. Navi, it took almost 9 years, but I think Navi might actually be back.
You got to wait. Yeah, I think you got to wait for the finals. People are going to otherwise just, you know, say it was a fluke. They did not face Secret this tournament. You know, people are always going to find excuses, but they are just. I feel like they already are back. Yeah, they seem like they're on form. They seem like they're doing good, and they made it to the grand finals.
And it's not just the result; it's how they play the game, right? It's not just win-loss ratio or whatnot, or how many tournaments have you placed how high in or whatever. It's just when you look at them play. It's a really good team. It's a team effort. There's a clear strategy. There's a direction. They're reading the map. They're making smoke moves that are awesome. You know, the kind of stuff that we expect from tier 1 teams. They're getting it done.
And they are also getting a break because they are not playing tomorrow. Tomorrow we have got our lower bracket final match there. There are 3 teams left in the tournament. And we're going to have only 2 left by the end of tomorrow. We saw Team Secret get eliminated today. For the first time in 6 months, they do not finish first. It is Team Liquid that was able to eliminate them 2-0. And then we had the upper bracket finals, of course, just now. Na'Vi making it to those grand finals, and we'll wait for their opponents.
I think we could. I think we know what's going to happen, though.
Oh?
Mudgolems, Rock type, Team Liquid, Water. I don't know, guys.
I don't know what type of liquid they are. If they're magma...
Liquid is super effective against rock types.
Yeah, but if
water is.
Yes, water is.
There are other liquids than water.
If they're magma, they literally melt rocks.
So it's doubly super effective.
Their logo is a horse.
Hyper effective.
So a horse running over rocks. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I don't know.
It's late.
It really is not that late. We have only had 2-0 so far.
You wouldn't think our analysis could get worse. Well, just you guys wait.
All right. There is only one series tomorrow, which means we start a little bit later than what we normally do. We'll be here at 7:30 CET, and make sure you are there as well, because the series is going to be an amazing one. We're going to have Mudgolems taking on Team Liquid, and I'm going to be here with these 2 goons again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Not a goon.
This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. We never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. We never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Cheeky.